Orochimaru steps from the shadows, bites, and brands Harry with the cursed seal. Power floods in, spells hit harder, senses sharpen, but every use takes a toll. Dumbledore wants it contained. Orochimaru wants lessons. Now every fight is a choice. Use the curse or prove he can win without it. Welcome to the Cosmic Harry. And today we will see, what if Harry got Orochimaru's curse mark in the Chamber of Secrets? I wrote story by myself, so if you have any suggestions, drop into the comment section. Join Patreon to access many stuffs that you can't hear. Now, let's begin.
Diagon Alley was loud and bright and full of people who already knew how to belong there. Harry kept close to Hagrid's coat. The street curved ahead with shop signs and owls and glittering windows. Children his age pointed at broomsticks and argued about teams he had never heard of. Someone said Holyhead Harpies, and someone else said Puddlemere. And it all slid past him like a language he almost understood and then didn't. Inside Madame Malkin's, he stood on a stool while a witch measured his arms. The fabric was cool under his fingers. He didn't know where to look. The bell over the door rang and a pale boy walked in with his mother. The boy's hair was neat. His clothes looked new even before they were. "Draco, darling, stand still," the woman said. Her voice was smooth. "I'm standing still," he said, bored. He glanced around and saw Harry. "You're starting this year too?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, which house do you want?" Draco asked like it was a normal question between friends. "I don't know," Harry said. Draco shrugged and turned to Madame Malkin as she pinned his sleeve. "Father says Slytherin suits our family spells. I'm fine with Slytherin or maybe Ravenclaw if the hat insists. Grandfather was Ravenclaw. Did you hear they're changing the chasers again at Montrose? Weasley's team is useless anyway." He spoke easily, words rolling out. "Mother, have you told Father I want a better broom than last year? I can't be stuck as a reserve again." The hat gave him cold metal. He didn't swing for a monster. He cut the chain at Ginny's wrist and the bindings fell. His mother smiled. "We'll see to it." Harry's hands clenched on the robe hem. He glanced down so no one would see his face. Family spells, houses that fit people. A second-year broom, a father who arranged things. He had nothing to say back. He didn't even know what a chaser was beyond the word. Hagrid shifted beside him, big hands stuffed in his pockets. "Don't worry about houses yet, Harry," he said, cheerful. "You'll do fine wherever you go." Harry nodded. His mouth felt dry. Draco kept talking. He wasn't cruel on purpose. He didn't even look at Harry when he said, "You should ask your parents which house they were. Helps the hat." He went on about Quidditch positions and a cousin at the ministry and what the dorms were like. Harry stared at his shoes and wished the measuring would end. Every sentence from Draco felt like a small push. Not hard, just enough to show how far behind Harry was. Draco didn't mean anything by it. That made the sting worse. When the robes were done, Madame Malkin smiled at Harry. "First-year nerves. It'll pass." "Yeah," Harry said, polite. "Outside." He squinted in the sun. The crowd pressed in again. "Yeah, all right?" Hagrid asked. "Fine," Harry said. Hagrid grinned and pointed out a shop window with tiny moving figures on brooms. "Quidditch, see? The one's a keeper. Stands by the hoops." "What's a chaser?" Harry asked before he could stop himself. Hagrid looked surprised. "Three on a team, they pass the quaffle and try T-score. You'll pick it up." Harry nodded like that helped. Didn't. He kept walking. People called Hagrid's name and waved. No one called his not like that. When someone did recognize him and whispered, "That's Harry Potter," it felt wrong. They were pointing at a story he wasn't in. On the train, the lake, the boats, the castle, he tried to keep up with everyone's excitement. His stomach wouldn't settle. He smiled when Ron told jokes. He asked polite questions. Inside, the same thought repeated. "I don't know anything." The hat was heavier than it looked. It slid down over his eyes and the hall vanished. The smell of the old fabric pressed close. A voice said in his head, surprised. Oh my." Harry's heart jumped. "Hello, you," the hat said, and it sounded wary. "So much noise. Rage, and not the wild kind. Cold. You want to win. You want to stop ever being small again." Harry's throat tightened. He didn't answer. "Vindictive anger toward those who hurt you," the hat went on quietly. "Jealousy of children who never had to learn what you learned the hard way. Hunger for power, not for games, not for glory. For safety. For control. Such hunger." The hat pressed closer, searching. "You would do well in Slytherin. You would take to their ambition. You'd thrive on it. But there's also a line you haven't crossed yet. You do care under all that. You want permission to stop caring." Harry's palms went damp. "I don't want to hurt anyone. I just don't want to be weak." "Those aren't the same thing forever," the hat said. A pause. "Beware the hunger, young Potter. It will consume you if you let it." Harry's stomach flipped. "Then don't put me there." "No," the hat said softer. "Not today. Gryffindor." The hat shouted it into the hall. The noise hit him like a wave. He pulled the hat off, people clapped. Ron whooped. Hermione smiled in relief. Harry forced his mouth to smile back. His chest felt lighter and tight at the same time. He slid onto the bench and people thumped his back. The warning sat in his head and wouldn't move. Charms class smelled like dust and chalk. Feathers lay on every desk. Professor Flitwick stood on a stack of books, bright-eyed. "Swish and flick," he said, happy. "Nice and steady. Remember your pronunciation." Hermione's hand shot up for everything. She said Wingardium Leviosa once, and her feather rose from the desk. It floated up smoothly. She smiled, proud and a bit pink. Everyone clapped for her. Ron got his to wobble after 4 tries and grinned like he'd won a prize. Harry copied the wand movement. He said the word. His feather twitched and then lay still. He tried again, his cheeks got hot. He tried again, nothing. "Focus on the motion," Hermione whispered across. "It's swish and flick, not just swish." Harry said. He tried to keep his voice even. He said the word 10 times. The sound felt stupid in his mouth by the end. Seamus's feather caught fire across the room and he yelped and waved his wand at it. Everyone laughed. Flitwick darted over to help, cheerful as ever. Harry stared at his own feather. It lay there perfect and still. His hands shook. Flitwick came by and looked at Harry's wand grip and said kindly, "Good effort, Mr. Potter. Sometimes it takes a few lessons." "We'll get it, right?" Harry said. The sympathy made something twist in his stomach. He hated that he wanted it and hated it when he got it. After class, Hermione touched his sleeve. "I can show you after dinner if you want. It's easy once you understand the wand movement." His jaw tightened. "It's not easy for me. I mean, once it clicks," she said quickly. "It will." He gave a short nod. "Maybe later." He walked out before she could say more. In potions, the dungeon was cold. Cauldrons hissed. The instructions for a cure for boils were on the board in neat white lines. Harry chopped his ingredients the way the book showed. He stirred clockwise when it said clockwise. He checked the flame. The mixture turned a dull brown. It was supposed to be a clearer green by that step. Draco's potion looked exactly like the picture on the page. Neville's was too thick, but still within whatever range Snape allowed for acceptable. Snape drifted over with his usual glare. He glanced down into Harry's cauldron and sneered. "I didn't think it was possible for anyone to ruin a brew this simple." Harry swallowed. "I followed the instructions?" Snape said. He leaned closer so only Harry would hear him. "Your father didn't need them spelled out. Perhaps reading is hard for you." Harry stared at the surface of the potion. He knew it wasn't right. The color was wrong, the smell was off, the texture gloppy. Snape's words landed not because they were cruel, but because the potion really was bad. Harry's face burned. He kept stirring. That made it worse. The brew curdled. Snape snapped his fingers. "Clear it up. Start again. Try not to waste my time twice." "Sorry, sir," Harry said. His voice came out thin. In defense against the dark arts, Quirrell's turban smelled like spices when he walked past. He stuttered through a high voice, but the questions were clear. What wards do wizards commonly place to repel lesser dark creatures? Hands went up. Hermione recited something from a book about iron and salt and standard defensive charms. Dean said his dad used to tell him about old stories where people kept out boggarts with laughter and a mirror. Draco held his wand and said his father had shown him a basic shield charm that was supposed to be handy if you startled a doxy nest. Quirrell nodded along, iron spine under the wobbling voice. He glanced around and picked Harry. Mr. P. Potter? Harry felt his face go cold. I don't know, Professor. No one laughed, that was worse. The room went quiet in a way that rubbed his skin. Quirrell smiled tight and moved on. Harry stared at the desk, the grain of the wood, the tiny scratch marks. He dug a thumbnail into one until it hurt. He liked Ron. He liked him a lot. That didn't stop the small bites. They sat by the fire one night. Ron tossed a chocolate frog card at him. Look, you've got Dumbledore again. I've got a spare of Merlin if you want to trade. Harry turned the Dumbledore card over. The picture winked. Who's Merlin? Ron blinked. Merlin, you know, big beard, old magic. Slytherin emblem on the old cards? Blimey, you really don't. He stopped himself. Right, sorry. He's a legend. Everyone learns about him at home. Mum's got this old book anyway. Merlin's like the bloke for old spells. Harry smiled to show he wasn't bothered. Sounds brilliant. What's a chaser again? Ron grinned and started on Quidditch positions in detail. 3 chasers, yeah? They score with the quaffle. Keeper guards the hoops. 2 beaters with bats to whack the bludgers. And the seeker's the one after the snitch. Fastest job. Dad says it's mental. I mean proper mental, not just, well, you'll see. Harry laughed in the right places. The words piled up. What's flue powder exactly? You toss a pinch in the fire, go to a different fireplace, say where you're going. Don't sneeze in it, Ron said, chuckling. Fred did once and ended up in someone's pantry. Harry nodded. He glanced down into the fire. He didn't hate Ron. The anger went in a different direction. It sat under everything. Ron wasn't trying to show off. He was just a kid who knew his world. Harry hated that he didn't. Hermione tried to help in the library. She sat close and pressed a finger to the page. See? It's not only the wand. It's where you feel the pull here. She tapped her sternum. Concentration. It's easy once. It isn't easy, Harry said. He kept his voice low. She blinked. I only meant, when you get the hang of it. Yeah, she found a different book for him and didn't say easy again that night. He appreciated it. Still felt bad. He couldn't sleep after another charm's homework came back with a small red comment that said, keep practicing, and a polite smiley from Flitwick. He put on his slippers and crept through the corridors, careful to avoid the creaky places. The old classroom held dust and cold air. The mirror stood alone against the wall. It was tall and heavy with an edge carved with words he didn't try to read. He walked up until his breath fogged the glass. For a second he saw only himself. Then the glass shifted. His parents stood behind him, that was the first thing. His mum's hand on his shoulder, light and warm. His dad's hand on the other, they looked proud. He didn't turn to look at them. He kept his eyes on at the central figure. He was older in the glass, taller. His back was straight. His face didn't look scared or lost. His eyes were steady. His wand was down by his leg and the floor around him was littered with bodies. He didn't let himself look at too closely. One shape lay still and wrong. A white face, slitted eyes, a mouth open on nothing. Voldemort was dead on the floor. His parents' hands rested on his shoulders like they agreed. Harry's hands shook. He touched the glass. His fingers met cold. He came back the next night and the night after that. Each time, the same scene. The older boy in the mirror didn't grin. He didn't wave his wand around. He just stood the way Harry wished he could stand. His parents weren't the center. They were there, and they were proud of the boy who had made everything right. On the third night, a soft step sounded behind him. He flinched and turned. Dumbledore stood in the doorway. The headmaster's face was calm and kind most of the time. Now it went still in a different way. He glanced at the mirror and stopped smiling. The lines around his eyes deepened. He glanced old. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest desire of our hearts, Dumbledore said quietly. For many, that's lost family. For others, power to undo what was done to them. Power to never be hurt again. Harry stared at the floor. Is it wrong? It's dangerous, Dumbledore said. He didn't twinkle. He didn't joke. Desire can be a path or a chain. I knew a boy once who stood before a mirror and wanted very much to never be at the mercy of anyone again. He was clever. He was hungry. I didn't help him as I should have. He used his hunger to become something terrible. Harry looked up. Tom Riddle, he said before he could stop himself. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to him and then away. Names matter less than choices. He took a breath. This mirror will be moved. It's too easy to lose yourself here. Go back to bed. Harry nodded. Dumbledore left. Harry stood there for another full minute and stared at the glass. The boy in the mirror didn't blink. He glanced like someone no one could push around. In bed, he lay on his back and stared at the canopy. Dumbledore's worry didn't settle right in his head. He didn't want power for fun. He wanted it so the Dursleys would never look at him like he was rubbish again. So Snape's voice wouldn't make his hands shake. So Draco's easy talk wouldn't make him feel small. So if he met Voldemort, he could finish it. Those felt like good reasons. The part where Dumbledore compared him to someone else lodged like a seed anyway, and it kept itching. They went through the trapdoor because there wasn't anyone else to go. That was how it felt in Harry's head. It didn't feel brave. It felt necessary, and that it would prove something if he did it. The dog's breath had stunk and the harp was out of tune. The drop was long and he hit the plant hard. The devil's snare closed fast around his arms and legs. It was wet and strong, it tightened when he struggled. He panicked anyway and thrashed. Stop moving, Hermione shouted. It tightens if you... I can't, Harry gasped. The vine around his chest pressed in. His throat pressed shut. Black tightened at the edges of his sight. Harry, stop! Hermione's voice moved to his right. Ron, light, no. Don't remember what the book said. Harry tried to hold still, his body wouldn't listen. The plant squeezed harder. Spots crawled across his vision. His hands felt far away. Lumos solum, Hermione said, loud and steady. Light hit his face, heat washed the vines. They loosened. He fell to the stone and coughed until his throat burned. He didn't look at Hermione. He didn't say thank you. He pushed himself up and kept going because stopping would make him think about how he had nearly died and how he had made it worse. The keys whirred and flashed by like a storm of metal. He caught one by luck more than skill. His hand bled where the wing had sliced him. The chess set loomed on the next board and Ron's face went serious in a way Harry had never seen before. Leave it to me, Ron said. I know how to play. Harry stood on the square he was told to stand on while Ron moved pieces with clear, quick calls. Stone smashed stone. When Ron made the move that would let them checkmate, he glanced at Harry. I've to go, Ron said, voice steady. It's the only way. Harry wanted to say no. He couldn't find the words before the night swung. Ron went down hard. The sound his body made on the board went through Harry's chest. He ran to the king and took his place and didn't feel brave. He felt like he was watching someone else do everything while he stood there. He went through the last door alone. The room was quiet. Quirrell stood by the mirror, hands folded. His eyes were bright and wrong. When he turned, the turban looked heavier than usual. As Quirrell fell, the mirror went cold. A red glint slid into Dumbledore's palm and vanished beneath his sleeve. I wondered if it would be you, Quirrell said with a voice that didn't shake at all. Come. Harry's wand felt light and useless in his hand. His tongue stuck to his teeth. He walked until he could see his face in the surface of the mirror. A shape moved under Quirrell's turban. The cloth unwound. The world went strange. A white face looked at him from the back of Quirrell's head. Red eyes, slits where a nose should be. The voice slid over the stone and into Harry's bones. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. We meet at last. For 1 second, heat ran through Harry's chest. Not fear, relief, here it was. Here was the thing that had made his life into the story he didn't recognize. He wanted to hurt it. He wanted to end it. He raised his wand fast. Stupefy, Quirrell flicked a hand and the spell hit the wall with a crack. Dust fell. Expelliarmus! Harry shouted. Nothing happened, Quirrell laughed. He moved his hand and an invisible barrier shoved Harry backward. His shoulder hit stone. Pitiful, Voldemort said. The sound made Harry's stomach twist. Harry lunged forward, it wasn't a plan. His hands hit Quirrell's face. Skin burned under his palms. The smell was sharp and awful, Quirrell screamed and stumbled. Harry grabbed harder, fingers digging into skin that felt like fire to the other man and nothing to him. Fool! Voldemort hissed. Quirrell wrapped his hands in his turban cloth and swung back. His wrapped fingers closed around Harry's throat. They didn't burn. They squeezed. Air cut off. Harry clawed at the cloth and couldn't loosen it. Black pressed in at the sides of his vision. A ringing started in his ears. He tried to speak. No sound came, his feet kicked against the floor. He couldn't get purchase. He thought one thing, clean and simple. I'm going to die. The door slammed open. A spell roared. Light hit. Quirrell flew backward and crashed. Harry fell to his knees and coughed until he tasted blood. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice shook once like he'd run. Stay down. Harry's head spun. He pressed his palms to the stone and tried to pull air in. Dumbledore's wand moved fast. The room flashed. Quirrell howled. The smell of smoke got thick. Voldemort's scream was high and thin, and then it was gone, rushing past Harry like a cold wind. He slumped. The last thing he saw was Dumbledore's sleeve as the man knelt beside him. The hospital wing was bright. Curtains made soft shapes around beds. Madame Pomfrey clucked and handed him water and told him he'd be fine if he didn't do anything stupid like getting out of bed. Dumbledore sat on the chair with his hands folded. You were brave, he said. You stopped Voldemort getting the stone. I didn't, Harry said. His voice was rough. You did. Dumbledore's eyes were gentle and sad. You stopped him as a baby and you stopped him again tonight, though I helped. Your mother's protection lives in you. When you touched Professor Quirrell, that protection burned him. Love can do that. Harry nodded because that was what he could do. Inside he thought, love didn't make me strong. It just hurt the other man when I touched him. Kept me alive so I could be weak again tomorrow. He didn't say it out loud. It sounded ugly in his own head. He kept his eyes on at his hands on the blanket. The skin on his palms looked the same as always. Dumbledore went on about the stone and how it was destroyed and how Nicholas Flamel would accept it and how some endings were right even when they were sad. Harry kept his face polite. He said thank you. He listened. When Dumbledore left, the room felt very quiet. He kept his eyes on at the ceiling. The thought came in cold, steady pieces. He hated what had happened to him under the plant. He hated the way the chessboard had made him a bystander. He hated the sound of his own voice saying, I don't know, in Quirrell's class. He hated that he had almost died choking and that the only thing that saved him was something he didn't control. He felt sick with it. He didn't whisper a vow. He didn't think of fancy words. He just decided, I won't be this weak again. I'll find a way. The Hogwarts Express rattled and hummed. Ron talked with his mouth full about summer and how the twins were planning something with fireworks. Hermione had a list of books she wanted to read. She teased Ron about his homework. He rolled his eyes and said, bloody hell, and made her laugh. Harry smiled when they looked at him. He answered when they asked him something. He glanced out the window when they didn't. The glass showed his face against the blur of fields. He touched his scar without thinking. It didn't hurt. Something under his skin still felt wrong anyway, like a note held too long. Hey, Ron said. You all right? Yeah, Harry said. Fine. He watched the reflection again. It didn't look like the boy in the mirror. It looked like a kid who couldn't make a feather move. He held the stare until the train shook and the image wobbled. The last thing he saw in it before he glanced away was simple. Weakness looked back. The library lamps threw small circles of light across the tables. Pages turned and quills scratched and someone coughed every few minutes. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione with an open book in front of him. The paragraph he was staring at listed common wards for vaults and research notes on alchemical guardians. He read the same 4 lines 3 times and couldn't keep them in his head. His eyes slid back to the start each time. None of it felt like it would matter if he had to stand in a room and point a wand at someone who knew what they were doing. Hermione's pile grew as she moved. She stood, checked a shelf, pulled a book, sat, skimmed, and marked pages with bits of parchment. Her face had that focused look she got when everything was lining up. "There," she said, tapping a column of text. "Flamel's work shows a pattern. The stone would be hidden somewhere protected by different disciplines, herbology, charms, logic, strength. It would take a team, not just one wizard." Ron yawned and spun his quill between his fingers. "Brilliant, so we need a team. We've got one, don't we?" "Us." Hermione frowned. "I'm saying it to make a point. All the protections we've seen in the school that look out of place. They're tests." She lowered her voice. "And I still think Snape is going for it." Harry's jaw clenched. "It's him." The words came out tight. He couldn't stop thinking about Snape's face over his ruined potion. He couldn't stop hearing the way the man said "pathetic" without saying the word. "We should tell Dumbledore," Hermione said at once. "It's exactly the sort of thing he should handle. If Professor Snape is trying to steal the stone, then the headmaster would stop him." Ron finished, nodding. "Makes sense." Harry didn't answer right away. He kept his eyes on at the same stupid paragraph. He could imagine how it would go. They'd go to Dumbledore, they would explain. Dumbledore would sweep in and fix it. The stone would be safe because a real wizard came. Harry would go back to class and try to make a feather move. "If Snape's going to try it tonight," Harry said, "we can't wait for Dumbledore to come back from London or wherever he's gone. Someone has to go now." Hermione shut her book. "Harry, that's reckless. We don't even know the full set of protections. We could get hurt. We could be expelled." "Someone might take the stone tonight," he said. "If we tell a teacher, they'll say we're imagining things, or they'll waste time checking and Snape will be gone. We can't sit here." Ron scratched the back of his neck, uneasy. "I dunno, mate. Telling a teacher isn't. It's not cowardly." "I didn't say it was," Harry snapped. Both of them stared. He forced his voice down. "I'm saying there isn't time." Hermione's eyes searched his face. "Are you doing this to stop Snape? Or to prove something?" Harry felt heat climb into his face. "I don't have to prove anything." Ron raised his hands. All right. No need to bite. "We go tonight," Harry said. And he picked up his book and shut it, because he couldn't stand looking at it anymore. Harry lay on his back and watched the curtains move with the draft. He tried to run wand movements in his head. Swish and flick, sharp jab, pull, steady wrist. The shapes felt neat in his mind and fell apart when he pictured himself standing in front of someone who could kill him in 3 words. His stomach hurt, his throat worked against it. He thought about keeping the curtains shut and staying in bed. He could be a sensible person and let adults handle it. Then he pictured Snape walking away with the stone. He pictured someone whispering to Voldemort and Voldemort coming back. He pictured his parents' faces in the mirror and the white body on the floor. The ache in his stomach turned hot. He sat up and pulled on his trainers. The cloak was cramped around 3 people. Harry held it tight at the front. Ron's elbow banged his side and Hermione's hair tickled his cheek. Every floorboard was a trap. Every corner felt louder than it should. "Watch your foot," Hermione breathed. "You're on my foot," Ron breathed back. "Shoo!" Harry's heart pounded so hard he honestly thought it might thump against the fabric. The sound of Filch's steps in a distant corridor made his skin prickle. Mrs. Norris's eyes flashed once at the end of a hall, and then the cat vanished. They moved faster. The 3rd-floor door gave under the key. The harp lay next to the trapdoor, silent. The dog's snores rumbled the stones. Harry's mouth went dry. "Ready?" he whispered. "No," Ron said. Hermione didn't answer. She nodded, small and fast. They lifted the hatch. Cold air breathed up from the dark. Harry leaned over, felt nothing below but space, and let go. The first part felt almost soft, like landing on a pile of rugs. The next part moved. A vine slipped around Harry's ankle. He jerked his leg and the vine tightened. Another slid around his other shin. He kicked and both constricted, the pressure immediate and hard. "Hold still," Hermione said fast. Don't fight. A coil wrapped his waist and squeezed the air from him. He grabbed at it and his fingers slid on the slick surface. More vines came, smooth and cold, climbing his ribs. One pressed across his chest. He thrashed and it got worse. The coil at his throat slid up and pressed under his jaw. Stop moving! Hermione cried. Harry couldn't. Panic hit like a blow. He bucked and clawed. The vine at his neck tightened. It wasn't a little pressure. It was a clamp. Air cut off, the world narrowed. A thin, horrible sound came out of him without his permission, half cough, half squeak. He could hear Ron swearing somewhere close and struggling, but Ron's voice sounded far away. The plant creaked as it moved, as if the sound came from inside Harry's ears. Fire! Hermione shouted. Bluebell! Harry's hands had gone numb. His legs were pinned and his chest hurt and he couldn't stop his body from fighting. The coil around his throat squeezed again. Spots burst across his sight. He tried to think of his wand and couldn't think past the need to breathe. Bluebell flames! Hermione shouted again. A whoosh of heat hit. Light flared blue-white through the vines. They recoiled. The one at his throat loosened. He sucked in air so hard his chest seized. The plant writhed and slithered away. Harry dropped the last foot onto stone and hit his knee hard. He bent forward and coughed and hacked until his throat felt raw. He touched his neck. It hurt to press. Ron crashed down beside him and lay flat, panting. Hate plants, he said hoarsely. Hermione's face was white. You were supposed to hold still. I couldn't, Harry said. The words scraped. He tried to laugh and it came out wrong. His throat worked. He remembered her saying in class that Devil's Snare hated light and heat. He remembered and had done the exact opposite in the moment. They moved on. His neck throbbed with every beat of his heart. The key room was a storm. Hundreds of wings whirred and flashed and glittered. Old iron keys swarmed like angry birds. The door on the other side waited, stupid and plain. It's got to be one of them, Hermione said, eyes scanning. Look for damage. If it's been used. There, Harry said, spotting a bent wing flicker low near the door. He squinted. Bent left wing. A broom hovered at his elbow. He swung onto it and kicked off. The air was cold against his cheeks. The first lap told him this wasn't like nice practice in an empty stadium. Keys threw themselves at him in clumps. Tiny edges whacked his arms and shoulder. One hit his cheek and sliced skin. He flinched and almost lost the broom. He circled, eyes watering, and reached for the bent wing. He shot away. He lunged. A mass of other keys slammed into his forearm. The sting made him swear. He wheeled round the far side and cut across the cloud. The bent wing glittered by the torchlight for a second. He reached with both hands, grabbed air, missed, swore again, and went after it. Come on! Ron shouted below. I'm trying. Harry yelled back, breath short. He feinted left, then dived. The broom's bristles scraped stone. The keys swarmed, a clattering, biting cloud. He shoved his hand into them and closed on the bent wing. His edge bit his palm. He yanked it free and kicked the broom into a climb. 100 other keys hammered at his back and face. He dropped low, threw the key down at Hermione, and skidded his toes on the floor to land. Hermione fumbled, caught it, and ran to the door. The lock took it, ground hard, and turned. They slammed through with the swarm thudding the wood behind them. Harry wiped the blood from his cheek with the back of his sleeve. It didn't look like much. It stung enough to make his eyes water again. The chessboard stretched away like a battlefield. The pieces were the size of people and stone all the way through. The Black Queen watched them with a sharp face. Ron's eyes lit like they always did when Quidditch started, but sharper. We'll have to play, he said, swallowing hard. We'll be pieces. How? Hermione asked. I can do it, Ron said, already walking. I've played loads. We'll be on the side with the empty squares. You take that bishop. He pointed. Harry, that castle. I'll be knight. Harry stood where Ron pointed. There was no spell to cast. There was no book to check. Ron called the moves. The pieces ground forward with heavy scraping sounds. The first time two pieces met, the black rook smashed the white piece to rubble. There was no blood, that didn't help. Ron was good. He didn't whoop or grin. He kept his face tight and watched everything. Harry stood still and waited for orders. That was all he could do. People in the stands at Quidditch matches sometimes said, "We won." Felt like lying when he thought of those words here. Ron won. Hermione and Harry did as told. They were nearly at the other side when Ron sucked in a breath through his teeth. He glanced at Harry. "I've to go," he said. "If I don't, we won't get through." "Don't," Harry said. It burst out too late. Ron stepped his knight forward. The Black Queen glided across the board and smashed him with one stone arm. The crack rang off the walls. Ron dropped like a sack. Harry yelled. He jumped his square and tried to run to him, but the White King raised a hand and he froze in place. The board didn't care that Ron was a person. The board cared about the rules. "Checkmate," Hermione said, voice shaking. She moved the king. The Black King bowed and the pieces stilled. Harry ran to Ron. He was breathing, limp, with a bruise blooming along his temple. "We can't leave him," Hermione whispered, kneeling. "You stay," Harry said. The words were out before he'd thought them through. "Go get help. I'll go on." Hermione looked up at him. "Alone?" His throat worked. "I've to. We can't both leave and let whoever it's get away. I can do this." He didn't know if it was true. He needed it to be. Hermione hesitated 1 second and then nodded, jaw tight. "Be careful." Harry ran. The last chamber was quiet. Torches threw steady light. The mirror stood tall at the far end. Professor Quirrell stood in front of it, hands folded. He glanced wrong. The stammer that made his lessons slow and sticky wasn't there. His back was straight, his eyes were cold. Harry stopped. It should have been Snape. It wasn't. "Surprised?" Quirrell asked. The voice was smooth and sharp. He smiled in a way that didn't touch his eyes. "You weren't the only one who noticed things." Harry's wand shook in his hand. "Where's the stone?" Quirrell turned back to the mirror as if Harry hadn't spoken. "Such a useful piece of magic, this. It reveals more than most deserve to know." He tilted his head. "Tell me, Potter, what do you see when you stare into it at night?" Harry's stomach dropped. He didn't answer. "Never mind," Quirrell said, amused. "I'm told the answer." The turban unwound. Harry's body gave a short, involuntary step back. The flesh on the back of Quirrell's head was chalk white and stretched too tight. The face that opened its eyes looked like something dug up. Red pupils blinked. The slits where a nose should be flared. Harry felt two things at once. Terror hit like cold water. Something else hit under it, hot and mean and sharp. Here it was. Here was the thing he wanted under his shoe in the mirror. For one bare second he wanted to hurt it more than he wanted to breathe. "Harry Potter," the voice said from the back of Quirrell's head. It sounded thin and clear and full of contempt. "You've been an inconvenience your whole life." Harry snapped his wand up and shouted, "Stupefy!" Red light flashed out and vanished a foot from Quirrell's chest as if the air swallowed it. Quirrell flicked a hand. "No, Expelliarmus." Harry tried. His wand shook. The spell fizzled halfway to the man and died like a spark in rain. Quirrell smiled. "Child's tricks." Harry turned and sprinted for the door. Quirrell didn't even speak. A shimmering wall rose across the doorway. Harry hit it at full speed. The impact slammed his shoulder and knocked him flat. The stone punched the breath out of him. Pain pulsed through his arm. "See?" the voice said from the pale face. "You're nothing. Your mother died for nothing." Harry's vision blurred. He shoved himself up and ran straight at Quirrell. It wasn't a spell, it wasn't smart. He didn't have anything else. His hands hit Quirrell's face. The skin under his palms bubbled and burned. Quirrell screamed. The sound was sharp and high and real. Harry pushed harder and leaned his weight in and felt the skin give. He smelled something like burning fat and wanted to gag and didn't stop. Hope shot through his chest, thin and wild. "This works, this at least works." "Stop!" the white face shrieked. The scream changed. It wasn't fear. It was rage so loud it rattled the mirror. Quirrell's body convulsed. He tore his turban away and wrapped it around his hands in a tight loop, layer after layer, until his fingers were thick with cloth. Then he swung and grabbed Harry's throat. The cloth didn't burn. Quirrell lifted him clear off the floor and slammed him against the wall. The sound cracked through the chamber. Harry's head bounced. Pain flashed across his skull. The fingers tightened. Air cut off clean, no breath. He clawed at the wrapped hands. The cloth rasped against his nails. He couldn't get a grip. He couldn't pry it back. His legs jerked and kicked against the stone and found nothing. His lungs burned. He tried to say anything. He couldn't shape a word. Black crept in from the edges of his sight. Little spots popped and drifted across the white face like insects. His chest tried to heave and couldn't. A loud, ugly wheeze came out of him, and then even that stopped. "I'm dying." He thought it wasn't dramatic. It was simple and flat. He saw flashes of things he hated and things he wanted. The cupboard. A pot bursting brown and Snape's mouth twisting. Ron grinning with a chocolate frog between his teeth. Hermione's finger tapping a book spine. His mum's hand on his shoulder in a mirror. "I'm sorry." His hands went slack. His fingers slid off the cloth. The door exploded inward. The bang was like a cannon in that space. Purple light hit Quirrell full on. The force of it flung him across the room. His grip ripped away. Harry dropped. He hit the floor and air rushed in with a raw scrape. He gasped, his throat spasmed. He coughed until he thought he'd cough his lungs out. He couldn't hear properly. His ears rang hard. The edges of the world stuttered. "Harry," Dumbledore's voice said, close. "Breathe." Slowly. Harry tried. It came in jagged pieces. Dumbledore's hand was at his back, steady and warm. The other hand moved and the air in the room shifted as if something big had just left. A high, thin scream rushed past Harry's face and was gone. The torches hissed. Quirrell lay against the far wall, crumpled wrong. The turban hung from one wrist in tatters. The white face had vanished. Harry sat on the stone with his knees up and one arm around his ribs. He kept his eyes on at his hands. They shook. He didn't feel anything noble. He felt like he had nearly died and had been saved at the last second again. And if Dumbledore hadn't come, he would be a body on the floor and nothing would be different in the world except that there would be one less stupid boy in it. "I lost," he said. He wasn't sure if he said it out loud. His voice didn't sound like him. He woke to clean sheets and bright light and the soft clink of glass. His throat ached when his throat worked. Madame Pomfrey fussed over him with a stern face and gentle hands. "You won't get out of this bed until I say," she said. "Your neck is bruised and your body is in shock. Soup first, then sleep." Dumbledore sat by the bed in a wooden chair. He glanced tired. He glanced older than he had at the start of the year. He didn't twinkle. He folded his hands and watched Harry eat 2 spoons of soup and then pushed the bowl away. "You did very well," Dumbledore said. Harry stared at the blanket. "I didn't." "You did," Dumbledore said, voice steady. "You were very brave. The stone is gone, safely, and will tempt no one again." Nicholas and Perenelle understood. Harry nodded. It didn't change the heavy thing in his chest. Dumbledore's gaze moved to Harry's throat. "Your mother's protection is in your very skin. When you touch someone who carries a certain kind of malice, it burns them. That's why your hands hurt him." "Love," Harry said. He tried to keep any sound out of the word. Came out small anyway. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "A choice she made. Power of a kind we don't teach in classes." Harry picked at a loose thread on the blanket. He thought, "Love didn't help me cast a spell. Love didn't make me faster or smarter. Love didn't stop him closing his hand on my throat. Love didn't stop me almost blacking out while he laughed at me." He didn't say any of that. He kept his face as plain as he could. Dumbledore talked about choices and about how sometimes the right thing wasn't easy and how he wished with all his heart that Harry didn't have to bear so much so young. Harry listened and nodded at the right places. Every sentence felt like a cushion placed carefully around a hard object, and he could still see the hard shape under it. After a while, Dumbledore fell quiet and watched him. "Are you all right, Harry? Not only your neck. Do you understand why I'm concerned?" Harry forced a smile because he wanted to be left alone. "I'm fine, Professor. Just glad it's done." Dumbledore didn't look convinced. He glanced like a person who wanted to say more and didn't know how to do it without making something worse. "Rest," he said. You're safe. He left. Harry lay still and stared at his hands until his eyes stung. He could feel the shape of Coral's fingers on his throat in memory. He could feel the way his hands had slid off the cloth when his strength ran out. He could feel the moment where the world had narrowed to a pin and then gone white. The fear sat there, but the humiliation sat louder. They called him a hero in whispers in corridors. He knew the truth. He was a boy who had been saved. Twice. He didn't sleep. He lay awake and listened to the hospital wing sounds and counted his breaths until the light changed. Ron came in with his arm in a sling and a cocky grin he didn't quite pull off. Heard you tried to do the end bit without me, he said. Typical. Hermione pushed past him, eyes red and furious and relieved all at once. You're an idiot, she said, and then she hugged him hard enough to make his ribs twinge. Ow, Harry said, but he hugged her back with one arm and meant it. Exams are cancelled, Hermione said, sitting on the bed and trying to sound normal. I mean, of course they're, after what happened, but can you imagine? All that revision for nothing. Nothing, Ron said, scandalized. Oi, I'm glad you're all right, Hermione said, ignoring Ron. We told McGonagall what happened. Well, some of it. Everyone's saying you saved the stone, Ron added. Dad says there's talk all over the ministry. Harry smiled and made noises at the right time. He glanced at the sling. Ron had been smashed off a horse by a statue so that Harry could walk forward and fail alone. The thought didn't make him feel grateful. It made him feel smaller. They stayed and talked until Madame Pomfrey chased them away. Harry watched them leave and felt the gap. They had been there for all of it, and yet they hadn't been in that throat-tight place. He couldn't put it into words. He didn't try. The great hall glowed red and gold at the feast. Banners hung, tables groaned with food. The hourglasses had been set. There was a rush of noise when Dumbledore began to award last-minute points. Ron and Hermione beamed when he called their names. Neville stood up to a roar and looked like he might faint. Gryffindor's table turned wild with cheers as the banners changed. Fred and George threw something that exploded into harmless sparks and everyone laughed. Harry clapped when he was meant to clap. He smiled when someone slapped his shoulder and said, "Well done." He took a bite of pie that tasted like nothing and swallowed without chewing much. He glanced up at the staff table and found Dumbledore watching him. Concern sat there, plain as if the man had written it on a sign. Harry looked away first. Hagrid sent him a plate of rock cakes with a note. Harry tucked the note into his pocket and breathed, slow and even, until the cheering faded into background noise. The train windows showed green fields and then brown ones and then a town and then more fields. Ron and Hermione argued about which books to buy for next year. Hermione said they should get a head start on defensive spells. Ron said that was boring and they should get a book with moving pictures of famous duels because that would be cooler and also educational. Hermione, "Don't look at me like that." "I'll write," Hermione said, turning to Harry. "Every week." "Me too," Ron said. "Mum'll make me if I don't, so you'll get at least one from me." "Okay," Harry said. He glanced at the window. The glass showed a skinny face with messy hair and glasses. His scar stood out in the reflection. He touched it without thinking. It didn't hurt. Felt wrong anyway, like a reminder you couldn't peel off. He kept his hand there and watched the countryside go past through his own faint outline. He thought about his mother's love and how it had saved him again. He thought about the way his hands had gone slack when the world started to go away. He counted the days in his head without meaning to. The train carried Harry back toward Privet Drive, toward another summer of being small in a house that wanted him smaller. A cold little corner inside him started marking time until he could return to Hogwarts and, somehow, find a way to never feel this weak again. The house felt the same, the schedule was the same. The list of chores was the same. Harry wasn't. Dudley blocked the hall with his bulk and smirked. "No letters today," he said, shaking the post in his hand. "Guess your friends forgot you." Harry didn't answer. He didn't even frown. He just looked at Dudley's face and kept looking. No blinking, no smile, no flinch. Dudley's grin twitched. After a few seconds, the smirk slid off. He shoved the envelopes at Harry and backed away. Mum wants you to wash up," Dudley muttered, and escaped into the sitting room. At dinner, Vernon found a smear on the table and decided it was Harry's fault. He launched into a speech about standards and layabouts and strange business at that school of yours. Harry stood at the end of the table with his hands at his sides. He didn't interrupt. He didn't shrink. He kept his eyes on at the wall over Vernon's shoulder and kept his jaw set. He didn't move at all. Halfway through a sentence, Vernon's voice trailed off. His eyes flicked to Harry's hands, still clenched. He cleared his throat and stabbed a sausage with his fork. "Right? Well, see it doesn't happen again," he said. He didn't look at Harry for the rest of the night. Later, Petunia whispered in the kitchen when she thought he wasn't close enough to hear. "There's something off with him this year." "Don't be ridiculous," Vernon said too quickly, then added lower. "Just don't be alone with him when he's in a mood." Harry went upstairs and shut his door. He pulled his wand from under a loose floorboard. He wasn't supposed to use it here. He didn't care. "Wingardium Leviosa," he whispered. The pencil on his desk lifted half an inch and wobbled. He corrected his wrist and tried again. It rose steady this time. He wrote the motion down on a scrap and moved to the next spell. He didn't grin when something worked. He didn't cheer. He ticked a mark on a list and moved to the next line. Fix the wrist. Fix the timing. Fix the stance. He practiced until his hand cramped. When he stopped, it wasn't because he was pleased. It was because his eyes burned and the page blurred. He lay down fully dressed and stared at the dark ceiling. He didn't wish for a nice summer. He just wished for the days to go faster. The car ride to King's Cross, the barrier not letting them through, Ron's wild plan, the engine screaming, and the crash into the tree all happened fast. The whomping willow thrashed at them until the engine coughed back to life. By the time Harry stood dripping in the empty common room, with sap in his hair and a scratch on his cheek, the only thing he felt was relief to be back inside Hogwarts. The whispering started after Halloween. Mrs. Norris lay stiff as a board, eyes wide and glassy, a puddle of water at her paws. Letters on the wall glistened wet in the torchlight. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Students gasped. Teachers shouted for everyone to step back. Filch made a noise Harry had never heard from a person before. Harry looked at the cat and the wall and felt a small tight interest switch on inside him. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't a jinx in a corridor. This was big, old magic, dangerous, real. He felt bad for thinking that. The feeling didn't go away. After that, the school moved in tight groups and talked in low voices. Harry kept his head down and listened. The word air passed from mouth to mouth. Slytherin, monster, chamber. It ran along the walls like a draft. The dueling club was meant to calm everyone. Didn't. Lockhart made a show and Snape watched with a bored face. They stood on the table. Lockhart flourished, posed, and fired a spell that puffed out like smoke. Snape flicked his wand once and took Lockhart's legs out. Lockhart spun off the table and landed hard. He sprang up and grinned like it was planned. "Pair up," he cried. "Wands at the ready." Harry and Draco faced each other on the platform. Malfoy looked eager. "Scared, Potter?" "No," Harry said. "Wands up," Lockhart called. "On 3, Serpensortia." Draco snapped on 1. A long black snake hit the boards with a heavy sound and raised its head. It swayed toward Justin Finch-Fletchley at the edge of the platform. Justin froze. "Don't move," Lockhart shouted, already tripping forward. He waved his wand in a wide circle. A useless bang. The snake turned, angry now. "Stop," Harry said, without thinking. He stepped forward and the word came out deep and smooth. He thought he was speaking normally. What came out of his mouth was hissing. The snake lowered its head. It backed off Justin and went still. Harry stared at it, surprised at how easy that felt. He turned to Justin. "I told it to leave you alone," he said. Justin didn't look relieved. He glanced white and sick. People were stepping away from Harry like he had burned them. Ron's face had dropped. Hermione's eyes were very wide. Snape flicked his wand and vanished the snake. The room buzzed with a new sound now, thinner and meaner. Parseltongue, air, Slytherin. Hermione found Harry in an empty classroom after. Parseltongue is rare, she said carefully. Very rare. Most people who can do it are dark, Harry said. I didn't say that, Hermione said, quick. It's just, it makes people nervous. Ron leaned on the desk with his hands. People will say stuff, he warned. They're already saying it. Harry felt the weight of that and also the twist under it. People had looked at him with fear. Not pity, fear, it wasn't nice, it wasn't good. But a small part of him didn't hate it. He found the diary in a puddle on a girl's bathroom floor that always smelled of damp and old soap. Moaning Myrtle sniffed at him from above the stall and complained he had splashed her. The little book had no title. The inside cover was blank. He tapped it with his wand. He said Alohomora, because that was the first thing that came to mind when something was shut. Nothing happened. Later, in bed, he wrote his name on the first page as a test. Ink formed on its own, neat and careful. Hello. Harry Potter. He kept his eyes on at the letters until they faded into the page like water soaking into cloth. He wrote again, Who are you? Tom Marvolo Riddle. The page wrote, Hogwarts, 50 years ago. They wrote back and forth. Tom's handwriting stayed even, like he was never rushed. He asked small questions that didn't feel prying. How is school? Do you like charms? Is the castle still cold in the winter? Then bigger ones. People are saying the chamber is open. I knew that story too, it happened in my 5th year. The school was afraid then as well. Harry wrote until his hand cramped. He told the diary things he hadn't told anyone. Not all of it, but enough. He told him about the whispers, about people looking at him after the dueling club. He didn't mention the little twist of satisfaction. It must be difficult, Tom wrote, to be famous for something you can't remember. Yes. Harry wrote, It's, adults think that if they tell you to trust them, you should do nothing until they arrive, Tom wrote. I learned that isn't always workable. When people are in danger, you act. You will be blamed either way. Better to be blamed for doing something. Harry thought of last year and the way Dumbledore had arrived at the last second. His throat felt tight for a second, remembering hands closing. He wrote, Teachers don't tell us everything. They never do, Tom wrote. I learned that the hard way. I had to take responsibility. I'm sure you understand. Tom showed him things. Words appeared on the page, and then the page went soft and pulled Harry into a memory. He stood in a corridor that smelled of polish and dust. A younger Dumbledore walked past with auburn hair going gray at the edges. Tom, 15 and prefect neat, led a teacher to Hagrid's hut. The memory snapped like a rubber band and Harry was back in bed, heart beating fast. Hagrid, Harry wrote. He didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to either, Tom wrote. But people were in danger. I had to do something when the staff didn't. I liked Hagrid. I still did what I had to. Sometimes that's what being strong is, doing the necessary thing. Harry stared at the words. He thought about how it felt to sit in a chair while people told him love had saved him. He thought about how it felt to be lifted off the floor by his throat. Power itself isn't moral or immoral, Tom wrote later. It's a tool. You decide what to do with it. Better to have enough of it than you can choose. Harry's fingers tightened on the quill. He agreed with that in his bones. They found Hermione on the floor outside the library, stiff and cold, eyes open and glassy. A scrap of paper was clenched in her hand under her frozen fingers. Filch shouted. McGonagall's voice shook when she told everyone to go back to their dormitories at once. No exceptions, no arguments. Ron stood next to the bed in the hospital wing later and cried with his face twisted up, trying to hide it and failing. Harry stood on Hermione's other side and gripped the rail until his knuckles hurt. We'll fix it, he said. We will. He came back at night. Madame Pomfrey had gone to her office. The lamps hummed. Hermione lay like a statue in the bed nearest the window, the bit of paper still trapped under her fingers. Harry sat and stared at her face. He talked even though she couldn't hear him. You were right, he said, voice low. You always are. You were close. He glanced toward the paper. We'll finish it. He glanced at her hands, at the nails she kept trimmed short and neat. He thought about someone raising a wand at her. He felt his jaw tighten until it hurt. I'll find who did this, he said. And I won't be nice about it. The words came out flat. They felt right. The message on the wall was worse this time. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. The school went silent. Then it didn't. Panic spiked through every corridor. Peeves sang a horrible song until McGonagall stunned a suit of armor just to make him stop. Teachers whispered in tight circles. There was talk of sending everyone home. Ron grabbed Harry's sleeve hard enough to hurt. "It's Ginny," he said. "It's my sister. We're going," Harry said. "Now, to tell McGonagall?" Ron asked, voice high. "To get her back," Harry said. Lockhart tried to slip out with a pile of belongings under his arm. Harry and Ron blocked his way. Ron held his wand with a shaking hand. "You first, Professor," he said. Yes, splendid," Lockhart said, smile glued on wrong. They marched him to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Myrtle blinked down at them. "What do you want now? Where did you die?" Harry asked. She pointed at a row of chipped sinks. One had a tiny snake carved around the tap. Harry leaned in until his breath fogged the porcelain. Heat rose in his face. He whispered the sound he had used in the dueling club. Open, stone ground, the sink slid aside. A dark round drop yawned under them. Ron looked at the hole and then at Harry. "You first," he said, voice thin. "You've the. Harry sat on the edge, legs into cold air. His hands were sweaty. He wiped them on his trousers, took one breath and pushed off. The slide was steep and slick. He tried to slow himself and his palms skated. Water smeared his sleeves. The dark had weight. The pipe twisted and threw his stomach up into his throat. He couldn't see anything, only feel turns and drops and sprays of wet until he shot out of the pipe and slammed onto hard stone. The impact knocked the breath out of him a second time this year. He lay flat and dragged air in until the ache faded. Ron hit the floor beside him with a groan. "My back," he said. Lockhart arrived third, whimpering, and landed on his side. "Lumos," Harry said. His wand tip lit a wet tunnel. The walls glistened and the air stank of rot and damp. Something reptile sour sat under it. They walked. Bones crunched under their shoes. Not big ones, birds, rats. Other small things Harry didn't want to guess at. He tried to place his feet on bare stone and failed. The sight of the bones didn't feel like a story. Felt like a warning. They turned a corner and all three stopped. A shed snakeskin lay coiled across the passage. It was bright sick green and huge. 20 feet at least, maybe more. The size of the peeled shape made Harry's mouth go dry. Ron made a noise in his throat he probably didn't mean to make. They stepped around it and went on. The tunnel opened into a vast space of stone pillars. Each pillar had snakes carved from base to top. Greenish light hung in the air without a clear source. Water dripped somewhere. The far wall held a statue so big it made Harry's neck hurt to look up. An old man's face with long beard. Stone mouth in a small smile that didn't look kind. Two bodies lay on the cold stone at the base of the statue. Ginny Weasley, pale and limp. Hermione still as before, but here now, not in the hospital wing. Ron ran and fell to his knees between them. "Ginny," he said, hands shaking as he touched her face. "Ginny, please." Harry closed the distance fast. Wand up, eyes moving. The diary lay open, face down, next to Ginny's hand. Ink bled into the stone. "Hello, Harry," a voice said. A boy stood near the diary, hands in his pockets, school uniform neat. Hair slicked back, prefect badge flashed. He glanced like a photograph more than a person. "Tom Riddle." Harry raised his wand. "What did you do?" "I wrote in a book," Tom said, pleasant. "She wrote back. She told me her secrets. Such a lonely girl. People like me are very good at listening." Ron's head snapped up, face red. "If you hurt her," Tom didn't look at him. He glanced only at Harry. "Do you know what I like best about you?" he asked. "You try very hard. It almost works. Then a real wizard arrives and saves you." Harry's jaw clenched. "Who are you?" "Tom Marvolo Riddle," he said, soft and smug. "You know the rest. I've had many names." He glanced at the diary. "I'm becoming myself again. Thank you, Ginevra." "Get away from them," Harry said. stepping between Tom and Ron. He felt the empty space at his back and hated it. Tom tilted his head. "You didn't bring the headmaster," he noted. "Good. This feels proper. You and me. Fight me then," Harry said. His voice was too loud. He lowered it. "No tricks." Tom smiled. He didn't lift his wand. He flicked 2 fingers. Harry's wand ripped out of his grip and skittered across the stone. A second gesture made the air around Harry's chest lock tight like a band. He couldn't step forward. "Wands aren't the point," Tom said. "Power is. You don't have enough." Harry shoved against the hold. It felt like pushing against glass. Nothing moved. He glanced at Ron. Ron held his wand but didn't know where to point it without hitting someone he loved. Harry hated Tom even more for making that true. "You're the story people tell," Tom went on, mild. "The boy who lived. I'm the story that built this school's bones. Do you know what it felt like to clean up when adults failed? To carry the weight of cowardice and call it duty? I do." "Shut up," Ron said. Came out small. Tom's eyes cut to the statue. His mouth shaped words Harry understood in his bones. Parseltongue. Stone grated. The statue's mouth opened wider. Something huge moved in the dark throat. "Don't," Ron breathed. Harry's heart beat hard enough to hurt. He bent to snatch for his wand and hit the invisible hold again. "Tom!" he shouted. "Tom, stop!" Tom didn't even turn. The noise coming down the statue's throat wasn't footsteps. It was scales on stone. The sound got louder. The air went cold enough to raise bumps on Harry's skin. The torches along the wall sputtered, then went out. The chamber didn't go fully dark. The greenish light still bled from somewhere, thin and weak. Another sound joined the first one, not one slide. Many. A wet, multiple slither that echoed high in the roof. A voice came from the shadows between 2 pillars. It wasn't loud. Carried anyway. "Cuckoo." Fascinating. A figure stepped into the weak light. His skin was white in a way living people's skin isn't. His hair hung straight and black. His eyes were gold with thin slits, and they caught what little light there was and held it. He smiled without warmth and a long tongue flicked out, fast, then back in. Ron made a noise like he had swallowed wrong and couldn't get air. He didn't raise his wand. He didn't move at all. Behind the man, something huge slid forward and coiled. The scales were a deep purple with pale markings that seemed to shift when Harry tried to focus on them. The body piled on itself until it filled the space between 2 pillars. The head stayed in shadow. The weight of it made the stones give a small grinding sound. The basilisk's head pushed into the chamber from the statue's mouth and stopped. It hissed, low and uncertain. Its body didn't move forward. The pale man let his eyes travel. He glanced at the basilisk and made the same small, amused noise. He glanced at the diary. He glanced at Tom's neat shoes and Tom's careful face. Last, he glanced at Harry. When those eyes hit him, Harry couldn't speak. It didn't feel like a spell. It felt like being taken apart and stacked in rows. His hands went cold. Sweat ran down his back under his shirt. "A creature bred to kill with a look," the man said, glancing up at the basilisk. His gaze moved to the diary. "A soul bound to paper." His head tipped a fraction as his eyes settled on Harry's forehead and then on Harry's eyes. He stepped closer. "And you?" He breathed in as if tasting the air. 2 souls in 1 body. Tom's pleasant mask cracked. "Who are you?" he snapped. The man didn't look at him. "Orochimaru," he said, like he was explaining nothing important. He smiled again. "Don't worry. I'm only here to study." "Basilisk!" Tom shouted in Parseltongue, voice sharp. "Kill him!" The basilisk's jaws opened. The sound rolled across the floor like a wave of air. Ron flinched. Harry's knees loosened. The huge head lunged down. Orochimaru laughed. The laugh rasped, dry and scraping on the stone. The basilisk's jaws came down like a falling gate. Stone shook under the impact. Air punched out of Harry's lungs. Ron yelled something behind him and hauled at Ginny's shoulders. Hermione didn't move. Tom Riddle shouted in that hissing language again, sharp and fast. Orochimaru didn't jump back. He didn't raise a wand. He breathed one word that carried across the whole chamber. Kusanagi. Chakra summons didn't break the castle's wards. They slid along the chamber's old serpentine grooves where magic already bent for snakes. His mouth opened too wide. Harry saw a line of steel slide out of the man's throat like it was being drawn from a sheath inside him. The blade snapped to full length with a clean metal sound. Harry stared. A sword had come out of the man's mouth. That shouldn't exist. The basilisk struck again. Orochimaru shifted. Not a blur. Not a flash. Just a smooth twist that put him a hand's width away from death. The sword whipped once. The edge cut straight through the basilisk's left eye. The creature screamed. A high, tearing noise that bounced off every pillar. A second cut slid across the muscles under its jaw. The head jerked. The third cut went deep across the throat. Harry saw pale bone for a heartbeat. The head hit the floor so hard the stone cracked. The thud went through Harry's shoes. The long body spasmed, slammed into a column, and then went still. Blood spread in a thick, dark sheet that smelled sharp and reptile sour. It had taken maybe 10 seconds. Tom's shade shrieked. He flung a curse that lit the air green. Orochimaru tilted his head a fraction. The light missed by inches and broke on the far wall with a snap. He didn't look bothered. A fragment that remembers tricks but not meaning, Orochimaru said. His voice didn't echo right. It sounded layered, like two people speaking at once. How impractical. He walked through the blood like it was rainwater and stepped over the basilisk's jaw. Tom moved to block him. Orochimaru kept walking. He passed through Tom's chest as if Tom were fog. He picked up the diary and turned it in his hand. His eyes narrowed. A soul split, tied to trash. His fingers closed. The leather went flat, then smaller, then scrunched like paper in a fist. Tom's scream went sharp and thin and then cut off. The air felt empty where he had been. Silence sat over the chamber, water dripped. Ron's breathing came too fast. Harry's heart hammered in his throat. Orochimaru looked at Harry. Run! Ron shouted. Harry, move! Harry couldn't. The man's eyes held him still better than a spell. Gold with a thin slit, steady and curious. Orochimaru crossed the space without making a sound. He moved behind Harry, then to the side, then in front again as if he were cataloging angles. Harry tried to lift his wand, his arm wouldn't come. It wasn't magic. He was too scared. You're the anomaly, Orochimaru said, close now. His tongue flicked out and tasted the air near Harry's cheek. The movement was fast and wrong. Two souls in one vessel. One is yours, small, frightened. The other noisy. Harry didn't understand. His scar started to burn like a hot nail. He flinched. Orochimaru leaned in and studied the lightning bolt scar like a specimen. Fascinating. Weak soul. High ceiling. You want power very much. He breathed the words like he could smell it. Hunger. Rage. You would do anything to never be helpless again. Kukuku. Harry wanted to say no, his mouth didn't open. He hated that the man was right. I can give you power, Orochimaru said. Soft. Calm. Not luck. Not protection. Power. There's a price. What price? Harry's voice sounded scraped. Pain. Change. Darkness. The smile showed two sharp teeth. You've already paid a little one. You came here to prove something. You were ready to die under a monster to fill a hole. The rest you will pay now. Don't! Ron shouted. Don't touch him. Get off, oi. Orochimaru didn't wait for an answer. His neck extended like a snake's body, smooth and fast. His face rushed right up to Harry's neck. Fangs punched into Harry's skin under his left ear. The pain didn't build, it exploded. Harry's shout ripped out of him and cut into a raw scream. His legs failed. He would have fallen, but the fangs held him up. Something cold and wrong poured into him. It spread from the bite to his jaw, down his throat, across his chest, into his arms. It burned and froze at the same time. His magic shoved back on instinct and the clash made white sparks go off behind his eyes. He couldn't pull in air. He tried and couldn't. The scream stuttered into a choked sound. His vision whited out and then went black, then came back in a smear. Stop! Ron yelled, voice cracking. A spell snapped from Ron's wand and fizzled short like a sparkler going out. The huge purple serpent behind Orochimaru, Manda, lifted its head and hissed. Ron stumbled back until he hit a pillar. Harry's body jerked on the end of those fangs. His fingers clawed at nothing. Spit ran from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't get breath. He couldn't think. The only thing that existed was the cold stuff invading him and the way his own magic tried to force it out and lost. The world dropped away. He was standing in dark that wasn't a room. He could feel himself the way you feel your hand after sitting on it too long. Numb edges, weak center. A flicker of green light pulsed where he thought me. It shook like a candle in wind. Another thing stood there with him. He hadn't felt it before. Now he did. A jagged red shard pushed into the green, like broken glass jammed into skin. It hummed with hate. It noticed the new cold and screamed. Not with a mouth, with being. A third shape slid in, pale and huge, filling the knot place. A white serpent coiled around the dark. It wasn't flesh. It was made of whatever this place was made of, and it moved like it knew everything about moving here. The red shard attacked the white serpent first. Red flared. Harry felt that flare as pain in his throat and chest far away, as if someone had set his ribs on fire. The shard threw itself again and again. The white serpent rocked back once, then opened its jaws. The mouth kept opening until it wasn't a mouth. It was a hole. It lunged and swallowed the red shard whole. The red went out like someone pinched a candle. The space where it had been felt empty, like a tooth knocked from a jaw. Harry sagged with sudden relief and then flinched at the wrongness of what he had just watched. The white serpent coiled around the green flicker. Not tight, not strangling. It held him in place like a ring around a wrist. Pressure settled across his thoughts. A voice pressed through the dark. Your vessel is stronger than expected. The parasite would have killed most. It made you stable instead. Perfect, you will live. The coil tightened by a hair. Another thought slid in, cool and sure. You belong to the power that will grow here. Harry tried to say no. The green light wavered. He had no breath to say anything with. He felt himself pushed toward waking like a ball pushed through water. His body hit the stone again. He convulsed. Spit bubbled at his lips. Orochimaru let go and stepped back. Blood ran down Harry's neck and soaked his collar. The bite marks closed over as he shook, like skin trying to heal faster than it should. Black marks formed underneath, 3 dark comma shapes that spun around each other just under the skin. They weren't ink. They sat in the flesh and pulsed in a slow beat that didn't match his heart. Ron cried openly now. Harry! Please, please. Manda watched him without blinking. The pupils were slits. The head alone was bigger than Ron. Ron didn't step closer. Harry's back arched. His heels drummed the stone. Then the shaking stopped all at once. He went limp. For a long second he didn't breathe at all. Harry! Ron whispered, like if he was too loud the word would break. Harry! Air sawed back into Harry's lungs in a ragged gasp. He coughed until bile burned his throat. He rolled on his side and dragged in breath like he had been drowning. He didn't open his eyes. Orochimaru watched like a man reading a chart. Pleased. The cursed seal of heaven, he said. I mark very few. Only those with the best futures. Be grateful. Harry Potter. He started to fade while Harry stared at the stone and shook. The edges of Orochimaru's sleeves turned to smoke first. Then the rest of him followed. Manda went the same way, body blurring until the purple scales were just a stain and then gone. When the seal wakes, Orochimaru said, and his voice came from everywhere in the chamber at once. You will understand. Try not to die before then. Kukuku. He vanished. Ron crawled to Harry and got an arm under his shoulders, still sobbing. It's okay. I've got you. I've got you. He didn't have a plan. He didn't know how to carry 2 girls and a boy bigger than him up a wet chute out of a hole in the ground. He glanced at Ginny. He glanced at Hermione. He made a small helpless sound. Light burst above them with heat and song. A gold blaze filled Harry's vision. Warmth slid down his neck. The puncture wounds closed smooth under the wet. The cold in the blood didn't go anywhere. It stayed. Fawkes landed on the stone and looked at Harry with steady eyes. A dented hat hung from his claws. Harry blinked at it through tears and sweat. The phoenix cried again. The tears ran over the new black marks and slid off like water off glass. The skin healed clean, but the three tomos stayed, black and clear. Fawkes cried over Ginny and then Hermione. Color came back to Ginny's face. Hermione's fingers twitched. Ron said, "Thank you," 3 times in a row like a prayer, and cradled Ginny's head and whispered her name. Phoenix tears didn't undo petrification. They'd need mandrakes for that. Fawkes only closed bleeding and burned the poison out. The castle didn't send teachers. It sent a bird and a hat. That felt right and wrong at the same time. They left the chamber in a blur. Fawkes took the weight like air took a leaf. The hat was heavy on Harry's lap. He kept his eyes on at his dirty hands all the way back and didn't speak. He woke 3 days later with a dry mouth and the weight of blankets pinning his legs. Sun soaked the curtains. The hospital wing smelled like polish and potion. "Easy," Madame Pomfrey said, hurrying over. "No sudden movements. You've been in and out. How long?" Harry's voice sounded like sand. 3 days, she said, gentler. Dumbledore sat in the chair beside the bed. Hands folded, blue eyes tired. "Welcome back, Harry." "Ginny?" Harry asked. "Safe," Dumbledore said. "She's with her family. Miss Granger as well. They're both whole. Your friends have been very brave." Harry stared at the ceiling for a second. Relief landed and then slid off. He lifted his hand and touched the side of his neck. The skin wasn't smooth. 3 raised shapes sat just below his ear. They were cool to the touch. He pressed. They pulsed once, a little echo. Dumbledore's gaze moved to the spot. "Harry," he said carefully, "what are those marks?" Harry hesitated. He should lie. He didn't know how to explain a man who pulled swords out of his throat and laughed while killing a basilisk. Something in him didn't want to hide it. Not all of it. "Someone else was in the chamber," he said, eyes on the wall. "Not Tom Riddle. A man I've never seen. He did this." "What did he look like?" Dumbledore asked. No twinkle, no twine of jokes, just the question. "Pale," Harry said. "Very pale. Long black hair. Yellow eyes with slits. Long tongue. He had a snake. Big one. Purple. He moved weird." Madame Pomfrey made a small noise. Dumbledore went still in a different way. He glanced older. "I know of no wizard like that," he said quietly. "The chamber is old and closed to most. I don't yet understand how this is possible." He raised his wand. "May I?" Harry nodded once. Dumbledore's spells were soft and clean, gold light, blue light, a white thread that tickled Harry's skin and then faded. Dumbledore frowned. He tried another. The marks pulsed once in answer and then went quiet. "They're resistant," he said. "Magical, yes, but not in any form I recognize. We should remove them." "No," the word snapped out before Harry could smooth it. His throat worked. "I mean, maybe don't yet. We don't know what it's. If you try something and it backfires." Madame Pomfrey glared at the marks like they were filthy boots on her sheets. "Mr. Potter, they don't hurt," Harry said. That was almost true. They didn't hurt. They felt like a cold coin pressed to skin. "If anything changes, I'll tell you." Dumbledore watched him for a long moment. Harry kept his face straight. He wasn't sure if he was good at that yet. He tried anyway. "Very well," Dumbledore said at last. "For now. But you must be honest with me if you notice anything." "At once." Harry nodded. Ron came later with a face that looked like he'd slept in a cupboard. He put a bag of sweets on the table and said, "You prat," with a watery laugh, and then cried again without meaning to. He laughed at himself while he wiped his face, and Harry half smiled because he couldn't not. Hermione came after dinner with a stack of notes and a careful hug. "You look awful," she said bluntly, then softened. "I'm glad you're okay." "I'm not sure I'm," Harry said. He meant it as a joke. It didn't sound like one. She saw the marks when he shifted to reach the water. Her eyes widened. "Harry, what's that?" "Something from the chamber," he said. "It's fine." "It doesn't look fine," she said. "It looks like, I don't know what it looks like." She bit her lip. "I'm going to the library." "You can't read while you're meant to be resting," Madame Pomfrey called from her office. I'm not resting, Hermione called back and left anyway. Night pressed in slow, the ward lamps went low. The castle settled. Ron's snores rolled across the room from a camp bed Madame Pomfrey had conjured. Harry turned his head on the pillow and looked at the curtains. He could hear the wind outside the high windows. He could hear his own breaths. He could feel the marks under his fingers, smooth and raised like healed scars. They pulsed. A voice slid in behind the pulse, quiet and satisfied. Kukuku, you survived, good. When you need strength, call the seal. Give it your rage, give it your need. I'll teach you to be more than a boy who waits for saving. Harry's stomach flipped. Fear ran cold up his back. Under it, something else woke. It made his fingers tighten on the blanket. It felt like the moment before a broom takes off. It felt like finally getting to grab something that had always been too high to reach. He didn't answer the voice. He didn't push it out either. He lay on his side with his hand on his neck and counted the cold beats until they matched his heart. He closed his eyes and, for the first time since Quirrell's hands had closed around his throat, he didn't feel helpless. He felt dangerous. Harry woke before the alarm. He didn't know why he still said it. Habit, maybe. The light at the edge of the curtains had just started to show. The house was quiet in that way. Privet Drive only was at this hour. Boiler ticking. A car door somewhere down the street. The heavy sleep breath of the Dursleys through walls that were too thin. His fingers went to his neck before his eyes were even open. Skin. 3 raised commas under the left ear. Cold to the touch, like metal that had sat by a window all night. They pulsed once under his fingertips. Not hard, not painful. Just there, a beat that wasn't his pulse. His pulse caught up a moment later. He sat up. The room smelled like dust and the old wood of the wardrobe. He pulled on a t-shirt and watched himself in the mirror by the door. Same face. Same hair sticking up in a stupid way. Same green eyes. He leaned closer, nothing different. He scowled at himself, and the memory of the scowl put a faint gold tap in his pupils. It was there and gone so fast he wasn't sure it had happened. He blinked at his reflection until his eyes watered and saw only green. Downstairs, Petunia had laid out breakfast like a picture in a catalog. Plates straight, cutlery lined up, toast in a rack. Dudley got there first, as always, and blocked the kitchen doorway with his shoulder like he had since he was 10 and learned that being wide meant you could make people wait. Harry didn't try to slide past. He didn't huff. He didn't joke. He just looked at him. Dudley's mouth opened for shift, freak. But nothing came out. Harry didn't frown. He didn't raise his voice. He kept his eyes on like he was counting something behind Dudley's eyes. Dudley stepped back without meaning to. His face went pink in a way that wasn't embarrassment. He moved aside and stared at his shoes. Harry walked past him. Vernon's chair scraped hard. What was that? Vernon hissed at Petunia later, when he thought Harry was upstairs. He's doing something. With his eyes. With that thing on his neck. He's growing up, Petunia said. Too quick. No, Vernon shook his head once, as if something had brushed the back of his neck. It's more than that. He's wrong this year. Harry locked his bedroom door and pulled his wand from under the loose floorboard. He cleared a space between the bed and the desk and faced the wall. Protego, nothing. He said it again. Again. The air wobbled and fell flat. He felt heat climb his neck, not the seal this time. Frustration. He was sick of feeling like he was pushing on a door that would only open for someone taller. He exhaled hard and tried again. Prot, your anger is wasted on frustration. The voice touched the inside of his head as cleanly as if someone had spoken at his ear. Calm, dry, amused. Channel it, make it sharp, intent over gesture. Harry froze. Who's there? Silence. He could hear the drill from Mr. Next Door's garage, but nothing else. He glanced under the bed like an idiot. He checked the wardrobe. Empty. He stood in the middle of the room with his heart thumping. He raised his wand, and this time he didn't think about the pages or the wrist flick. He thought about being small in a cupboard with spiders and sick in his stomach and the sound of Vernon's belt coming off. He thought about the way Quirrell's wrapped hands had closed around his throat. He thought about the Dementor he hadn't met yet, though he didn't know its name. Protego, the shield snapped into existence so hard it made a pop in the air. It was a clean oval, and for a second it had a black shine around its edge like oil on water. It held until he lowered it. He kept his eyes on at his wand and breathed hard through his nose. That night he climbed out of the window after midnight and walked 2 streets over where the lamps were out and the houses weren't as neat. He liked the cold, it kept him awake. His trainers made soft sounds on the pavement. 3 older boys stepped out by the park gate and formed a line because they thought lines made them look like a wall. "Where are you off to then?" one said. "Got any money?" Harry stopped. He could have run. He didn't run. He turned and faced them and put his hand to his neck. He didn't touch the marks. He hovered his fingers there. The tomo pulsed once under skin, like they were listening. The boys laughed. The smallest one took a step. Then Harry looked at him the way he had looked at Dudley. Not a glare, not a threat. A look that said he saw the boy's weak left ankle, the scar on his knuckle, the way he held his shoulders to look bigger. The look said, "I know." The smallest boy swallowed. He took a step back without planning to. The biggest went with him because groups moved together. None of them knew why their chests felt tight or why a cold crept up their backs as if they'd walked past an open grave. They only knew they wanted to be somewhere else. They left. Harry stood still until his hands stopped shaking. He felt 2 things in his chest: satisfaction and a nasty, sliding discomfort. He walked home and didn't look at his reflection in the window glass as he climbed back in. Aunt Marge came on a Sunday with suitcases and a voice that filled rooms like a smell. She kissed Vernon on the cheek, squeezed Dudley's face until he squealed, and didn't look at Harry until she needed someone to carry her bag. She started light like she always did. Little jabs about discipline at dinner. Comments about rotten apples in husky tones over brandy, while Vernon laughed a second too loud. Harry ate and stared at his plate and didn't rise. On the 3rd night she drank until her face went the color of the meat. She wagged a finger at Harry across the table. "Bad blood," she said. "Some people are just bad. Your mother, well, a bad woman. Took up with a layabout. You're lucky Petunia took you in at all." Harry laid his fork down. He stood. He felt the burn ignite under his ear, not like fire on skin. Like something inside him had turned its face toward the world and opened its eyes. The marks didn't hurt. They hummed. "What did you say about my mother?" "Bad egg," Marge said, with a smirk like she was patting herself on the back. "Fruit of a bad." Harry raised his hand. He didn't pull his wand. He didn't say a word. He pointed at her like he was pointing out a bird in a tree. Marge rose off the chair, not quick. Not a balloon. She floated like a puppet on a slow lift. Her face changed, the color slid away. Her mouth opened. A thin wheeze came out. Her eyes fixed on something that wasn't in the room. Harry didn't know what she saw. He didn't want to. He felt the seal open a narrow channel inside him and let something through. Cold and old and hungry. It didn't speak, it pressed, it showed. It let her feel a fraction of what had lived in him since a cupboard under the stairs and a hand on his throat and a dead snake's blood on stone. It held her mind in a grip and squeezed until her nails dug red crescents in her palms and then let go. Vernon shouted. Petunia grabbed at air. Dudley slid under the table with his plate. Harry kept his hand up and kept his face still and fed the power through the line between his neck and his palm until Marge's eyes rolled back and her body went limp. He lowered his hand. She drifted down like a dropped pillow and settled on the carpet. The power receded like a tide. The marks on his neck felt hot to his own touch and, when he moved them away, left his fingertips cold. "I'm leaving," Harry said to Vernon. He didn't wait for an answer. He went upstairs, packed in a straight line, put his wand in his pocket, and walked out the front door. Nobody put a hand on him. The night air hit his face and felt clean. He stuck his wand arm out. The night bus cracked into existence with a bang that made a dog howl down the street. He climbed on. He didn't look back. On the bus he sat with his bag between his feet and his hands clenched on his knees. The lamps swung. The beds rattled. He could hear his breath. He could also hear a whisper thread through the noise. "Excellent." The voice sounded pleased and faintly bored at the same time. "You're learning your rage is a tool now. Use it." He should have felt sick. He didn't. He felt awake. Fudge met him at the leaky cauldron and fussed until the fuss ran out. No expulsion, no lecture. He bumbled Sirius Black into the conversation and told Harry to be careful and left him with a key and a plate of sausages and the weight of not being punished. Harry slept late. He walked Diagon Alley and didn't smile much. He spent too long in the shop windows that showed Cursebreaker's gear. He drifted through Nocturne Alley one afternoon like his feet had taken him there. The shopkeeper in a narrow place with black shelves looked at the scar, and then the neck, and then took his gold without asking questions. Harry walked out with a book that didn't make claims it couldn't prove. It talked about intent and will and how magic bends where the mind tells it to. He read under the covers with a torch and his neck ticked in time with the words. The Hogwarts Express felt smaller when he got on. Maybe because he felt larger. He slid into a compartment with Ron and Hermione. Ron dumped a bag of sandwiches on the seat and started talking about the cannons. Hermione had a list of books she wanted to find in the library this year and tried to interest them both. "How was your summer?" Ron asked, mouth full. "Fine," Harry said. "You look—" Hermione started, then stopped. "Different." "Taller." "Maybe." He opened a chocolate frog and looked out the window. They tried again. He let the questions slide off and asked about homework. Hermione brightened at that. Ron groaned. The train kept moving. The cold arrived without warning. 1 second the compartment felt close and full of crumbs. The next, breath smoked in the air and frost crawled across the window from the edges. Ron rubbed his arms. Hermione sat up straight. "What's that?" Ron said. "Has someone—" The lights flickered. The corridor filled with a sound like something breathing through a cracked mask. The compartment door slid open with a steady hand. Not a rush. The figure in the doorway wore rot and a cloak that didn't move right. The hands were gray and scabbed where skin should be. Where a mouth should have been there was a hole under the hood. Cold rolled off it like a fog. The cold got into Harry's bones and then it got into something past that. Mum screaming, green light, a laugh, stone under his back. Hands that didn't burn because they were wrapped. The seal under his ear pulsed once, then twice, then fast. The Dementor reached for him. It wasn't a reach with hands. It was a reach with need. It didn't want him. It wanted the thing inside him that tasted like living hunger. Something in Harry snapped and turned over. The terror flipped so fast it felt like his insides jerked. Rage crowded everything else out. "How dare you!" The marks under his ear burned like a brand. The black surged out from the 3 tomo and ran in thin lines up his neck and across the left side of his face. They spread fast in a pattern that looked like flames frozen in the instant before they leap. They ran under his jaw and across his cheekbone and over his eyebrow and onto his temple. They slid down his collarbone and under his sleeve and lit lines under the skin of his left arm in a pattern that made his skin look like scale and tattoo at once. His eyes snapped open and didn't look like they had. They were still green, but gold tapped at the edges, and his pupils tightened until they were almost narrow. The air around him thickened. Dark energy licked off his shoulders with soft crackles. The frost on the window nearest him turned to fog and then to steam. "Harry," Hermione said, tiny, and didn't say anything else. He stood. He didn't point his wand. He lifted his left hand, palm out, and pushed. The compartment banged like a spell had exploded in it. The shockwave went out from Harry's hand as a visible ripple, purple-black at the edge like a bruise. It hit the Dementor in the chest like a bludger. The thing's cloak tore with a dry rip. Dead flesh showed underneath for a second, gray, cracked, wrong. Then the cloak closed again because it always closed again. The Dementor screamed. It sounded like wet iron on stone and air getting pulled out of a room. It didn't drift, it fled. It jerked back into the corridor and went left in a rush, knocking 2 first years flat and making them sob with relief when it passed. Harry's chest heaved. He could taste metal in his mouth. The markings crawled back under his skin the way they had come, down and in and out of sight until only the 3 tomo sat under his ear. They pulsed once more and went quiet. He glanced at Ron and Hermione. They were pressed against the wall, both of them. Ron's wand shook in his hand so hard he couldn't have hit a barn door. Hermione's lips moved but no sound came. The compartment door slid open again. Lupin stood there with his wand up. He scanned, saw no Dementor, saw the frost, saw the steam around Harry's seat, saw Ron's face and Hermione's eyes. He lowered his wand an inch. "Harry," he said very carefully, "what did you do?" Harry's legs gave up on being legs. He sat down hard. His hands shook like he'd been out in snow for an hour. "I don't." His throat worked. "I don't know." Lupin put his wand away like you put a knife down point first. "Right? Chocolate. All of you. Now." He broke a bar into pieces, handed them out, watched until they were eaten. When Harry turned his head to take the second piece, the hem of his hair lifted and Lupin saw the marks. His eyes flicked to them and back to Harry's face. He didn't comment, not yet. "That wasn't a Patronus," Lupin said after a minute. "Whatever you did." "No," Harry said. He didn't elaborate. "I'd like to teach you one," Lupin said. "Properly. Patronus charm. It will protect you from Dementors in a way that doesn't." He stopped. "In a safer way." "Okay," Harry said. He said it quickly because if he didn't, Lupin would ask more questions and he didn't want to be asked. "Yes," Lupin nodded. He stood in the doorway a moment, like he was deciding whether to ask anyway. He didn't. "We'll speak to Professor McGonagall when we arrive." After he left, the quiet sat like a person in the room with them. Ron's eyes were still too wide. He rubbed his arms again even though the frost had melted. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered. "Harry, that wasn't normal." "I know," Harry said. "What's happening to you?" Hermione asked. Her hands were tight in her lap so she wouldn't wring them. "I don't know," Harry lied. "But I'm handling it." They reached the station under a sky that looked like slate. Students piled out. The talk in the crowd ran in two streams, Dementors on the train, and Sirius Black somewhere out there. Harry walked between Ron and Hermione. None of them spoke. He could feel the distance like an empty chair between them. The carriages waited. He had never thought about what pulled them. He glanced and saw bones with wings. The skin on the heads was tight like the skin around old people's eyes. The eyes were clear. The breath around their mouths turned the air to mist. He glanced at Ron and Hermione. "You see," he started. "See what?" Ron said, following his gaze to nothing. "Nothing," Harry said. He put a hand on the side of the carriage anyway and felt the warm shape of a living thing under the skin that looked like it hid nothing at all. The thestral stamped once and the hoof sound went through the boards. The feast filled the great hall with light and clatter. Dumbledore stood and warned about Dementors on the grounds. The word rolled across the tables and left a low tide of whispers. Harry looked up at the high table. Dumbledore's eyes found him like they always did. They searched. Concern sat there. Harry looked away first. In bed that night, the curtains were half closed and Ron's breathing had the rhythm of someone pretending to sleep. Harry lay on his back and watched the hangings above him move in the barely there draft. His neck itched. He reached up and pressed the marks. They were cool, they pulsed. "Well done today, little vessel," the voice purred, as if from behind his ear. "You defended yourself. You dominated a thing that feeds on death and despair. This is the beginning only, but raw power is sloppy. Train, learn control. When you're ready, I'll teach you." Harry closed his eyes. He should have been horrified. He shouldn't be able to stop thinking about the way Ron's hand shook or how Hermione had backed into a wall to get away from him. He should want Dumbledore to fix this. He didn't. He lay there with his hand on his neck and the pulse under his fingers and thought about how the Dementor had flown backwards and how it had run. He thought about Aunt Marge drifting down like a dropped sack and the way Vernon had looked at him like he finally understood something. Power isn't evil. He told himself it's only power. What you do with it matters. I'm using it to keep myself alive. He almost believed it. The marks beat slow under his hand, and sleep came down like a heavy blanket that he didn't mind at all. The Dementors patrolled the grounds like moving stains. Harry felt them before anyone else did. The marks under his ear went cold in short pulses, like a warning from inside his own skin. He would be walking between classes and get that chill and no one was skimming the treeline, even if no one around him noticed. Defense with Lupin was the only class that didn't feel like a waste. He taught the actual stuff that mattered, how to move, what to try first, when to step back. The classroom smelled like dust and chalk and tea. Lupin watched Harry more than the others. He picked up on quiet. After one lesson on redcaps, Lupin wiped the board and said, "Harry, can you stay a minute?" Hermione glanced back. Harry gave her a small nod. She left with Ron slow. Lupin leaned on his desk. "I wanted to talk about what happened on the train. That wasn't accidental magic. You know that, don't you?" "I defended myself," Harry said. He kept his face straight. "From what I heard, you did more than defend. You attacked." Lupin's tone wasn't angry. It was careful. "I'd like to teach you the Patronus charm. It's the proper way to fight Dementors." Harry wanted to say no. He saw how that would look. "Sure, Professor. When do we start?" "Evenings. I'll arrange with Professor McGonagall. Bring warm clothes." "All right." As he turned to go, Lupin added, "And Harry, if there's anything else you need to tell me about what you used, you can." "There isn't," Harry lied, and left. Potions was worse than usual. Snape seemed to hate the way Harry breathed. "That isn't a slice, Potter. That's an insult to the Mandrake. Perhaps precision skipped a generation. Your father preferred." Harry looked up from his chopping. He didn't say a word. His eyes flashed gold for a second. It was quick. If you blinked, you missed it. Snape didn't miss it. He stopped mid-sentence, mouth still half-formed around the word. Something old in his face twitched. He glanced away first and stalked down the aisle, cloak dragging like a curtain. He didn't finish the line about James. Harry went back to work and felt the class tilt around him. A few Slytherins glanced between him and Snape. No one spoke. That night, Hermione cornered him in the common room with 3 books in her arms and hair escaping her clip. "Harry, I've looked for those marks in the library. I can't find anything. Ancient runes, cursed lexicons, dark artifacts, nothing matches. There's some kind of dark magic. I know there. You need to tell Dumbledore. They're fine." "Hermione, leave it alone." "But what if they're changing you?" "What if?" "I said leave it alone." His voice cut across the room. A couple of second years turned to look. Hermione flinched like he'd thrown something. He felt a kick of guilt in his stomach and stepped back from it. She stared at him for a second, throat moving like she'd swallowed something painful. "I'm trying to help." "I don't need help," Harry said, too fast. He pushed past and went up the stairs. Hogsmeade weekend. He told Ron and Hermione he was going to look into Zonkos and maybe Honeydukes alone. Ron shrugged. Hermione opened her mouth to ask to come, then closed it. He left the village path before the first shop and cut toward the trees. The forest air was damp and clean. He walked until the castle noise vanished and the ground grew soft and green under his trainers. The clearing opened. He stopped in the middle of it. He didn't call out. He waited. "You came," Orochimaru's voice said from the trees, smooth and thin. Then he stepped out of a shadow that didn't belong to any branch. He wasn't solid. His outline wavered like heat over a road, but the eyes were bright and sharp. "You called me here," Harry said. "In my dreams." "Yes. You're ready to begin proper training." Orochimaru circled him in a slow arc, head tilted, studying. "The cursed seal responded to your rage on the train, but it was reflex, uncontrolled. I'll teach you to call it and to aim it." "Kukuku." Harry kept still. The cold on his neck felt like a tension. "In my world, we call it chakra," Orochimaru said, as if starting a lesson in a quiet room. "Life energy that can be shaped. You call it magic and hang it on words and sticks. The cursed seal bridges both. It generates a special form of chakra infused with natural energy, senjutsu. When you push that through your magical core, the effect is far beyond your normal casting." "How do I use it?" "Focus. Close your eyes. Put your attention on the marks. Feel the cold there. Don't fight it. Invite it. Draw it into your chest." Harry shut his eyes. At first he felt only his heartbeat and the way his breath caught because he wanted this too much. He pushed past that and put all his attention under his ear. Cold met him like the skin there touched winter. He pictured taking hold of that cold and pulling. Something moved. A thread of chill slid from the marks down his neck and into his chest. "Good," Orochimaru murmured. Now push that energy into a simple spell. Lumos. Harry opened his eyes, raised his wand and said, Lumos. While he drove that cold into the tip like you'd push water down a pipe, the light that bloomed wasn't warm. It was a tight column, bright, with a dark edge that made the shadows outside it look deeper. It threw clean shapes on the trees and made the veins on his hand stand out. Orochimaru smiled without showing teeth. Excellent. You're a natural conduit. Now for the next part. He stepped closer. The seal has 2 levels. Level 1 spreads the markings and heightens your body and magic. Level 2 changes the body. You aren't ready. To activate level 1, you must feed the seal your negative emotions. Rage, hatred, fear. The seal eats them and returns power. Think of a memory that makes you angry. Harry thought of Quirrell's hands around his throat. He thought of Riddle's voice in the chamber. He thought of his mother's scream he kept hearing on the train. He thought of standing in a cupboard thinking that no one was coming. He didn't have to reach far. The marks pulsed hard, they spread. He felt it like ink under skin, lines crawling fast across his face and down his neck and over his left shoulder. The markings crawled across his chest and upper arm in a flame-like pattern. His left hand tingled. He drew a breath and the air felt sharp. Sounds came in clearer. He could hear a beetle working in the grass. His wand sat lighter in his grip. His magic felt like it had doubled in his veins. There, Orochimaru said with thin satisfaction. Cursed seal level 1. Hold it. Harry held it, the markings prickled. The cold wasn't just on his neck now. It sat under his skin in a net. It didn't hurt. It felt wrong and right at the same time. Deactivate, Orochimaru said. Harry pictured pulling the markings back into the 3 tomo. He felt them recede, lines sliding back, the cold folding inward. His skin went back to plain. He opened his eyes all the way. He was breathing fast without meaning to. Again, they repeated it. Activate. Hold. Deactivate. Orochimaru corrected little things. Your jaw tightens when you pull, relax it. Don't clench your fist when you raise your arm, loosen the fingers. Channel through the core and out. Not all at once. Harry called the markings with a thought by the end of the 2nd hour. He could hold them steady for a count of 60 without shaking. The more he used it, the easier it came, like a muscle finding a movement. Now, Orochimaru said, test simple spells with and without. Stunner. Shield. Cutter. Harry cast Stupefy without the seal. Red light. Clean. He cast again with the seal active. The bolt went thicker and hit a tree hard enough to strip bark and leave a crack like a strike mark. Protego, he said without the seal. A standard oval. With the seal, the shield formed with a black shimmer at the edge and soaked a rock thrown by Orochimaru without a ripple. Defindo, he said at a dead branch. Without the seal, it bit and scratched. With the seal, it sliced clean through, the branch dropping with a thud. Orochimaru watched with bright, fixed eyes. Remember, the more you use it, the more it changes you. The seal feeds on darkness and returns strength. It will amplify those emotions. You will find yourself angrier, more ruthless, less constrained by what your teachers call morality. This is the price. I understand, Harry said. He felt the line between understanding and wanting and didn't step back from it. Kukuku. Good. We will continue. By the time Harry walked out of the trees, his legs were heavy and his shirt clung to his back. He met Ron and Hermione at the 3 Broomsticks late. Ron had butterbeer foam on his lip. Hermione had 3 bags from Scrivenshafts and looked at him like she was counting the hours he'd been gone. Where'd you disappear to? Ron asked. You missed the best fudge at Honeyduke's. I saved you 1. Well, half. Wandered, Harry said. He took the half and chewed without tasting it. School life didn't break in a single place. It thinned. Threads snapped. In the common room one night, Ron tried to get him to laugh about Fred and George's new trick cards. Look, this one tells you you're handsome and then belches in your face. Classic. Harry stared at the moving ink and didn't smile. Brilliant. Ron's ears went red. Mate, what's wrong with you this year? Nothing's wrong. Harry kept his tone dead. I'm just tired of stupid jokes. Ron shut his mouth. He didn't try again that night. 2 days later, Hermione followed him into a quiet aisle in the library. "I know you're sneaking out to the forest," she said, whispering. "I know you're Harry. And those marks, no book has them. Please let me help you." "I don't need help, Hermione. I'm handling my own problems." "That's not how this works. If they're dark, maybe focus on your own life instead of fixing everyone else's," Harry said. His voice came out cold. Hermione's face crumpled. She nodded once like she'd taken a hit and left with her books clutched to her chest. Defense, Lupin rolled the wardrobe out and told them about Boggets. The class liked him, liked the way he made scary things small with simple rules. Laughter helped when Neville turned Snape in a dress into something less awful. When it was Harry's turn, his palms sweated. He stepped forward, the wardrobe door creaked. The Boggett came out and didn't become a Dementor. It became Harry 11, too thin, eyes red, lips split, hands shaking. He was curled on a stone floor with his knees up and breath coming out in short, broken sounds. He glanced up at Harry. The look said please. The class went quiet in the worst way. Harry felt something climbing up his back. Heat, shame, rage. "Riddick," he started, then stopped. The word stuck because a laugh bubbled from the corner of the room. Not a cruel laugh. A kid who didn't know what he was doing laugh, high and nervous. It made everything in Harry tilt. His neck lit. He raised his wand without thinking about the charm Lupin had asked for. Stupefy. He didn't pull much from the seal, just enough to sharpen the edge. The beam hit the Boggett like a bat. The thing went flying backward and slammed into the wardrobe so hard the door snapped shut and a crack ran down the wood. The room rang. "Enough," Lupin said, voice firm. "Class dismissed." "Well done, all of you." Harry kept his eyes on the floor as everyone shoved out. Lupin closed the door and spoke without turning. "That wasn't ridiculous. It worked," Harry said. "There's a difference between control and force." Lupin faced him. "I want to talk about your response." "I don't." Harry left before Lupin could say his name again. Patronus lessons started 2 nights a week. The classroom smelled like old paper and cold air. Harry stood with his wand out and Lupin coached him through the steps. "A Patronus needs a strong, positive memory," Lupin said. "Not just pleasant. Something that fills you. Try the first time you flew." Harry reached for it. The wind, the way the broom answered like an extra limb. It should have been enough, it sat far away. He tried again with Hagrid's cake, the Hogwarts letters. Ron laughing on the train. They all felt like faint photos, not moments he could hold. "The happiest feeling you can summon," Lupin said softly. Harry thought of the Dementor going backward out of the compartment and the taste of iron in his mouth and the cold receding like a wave. His chest tightened. It wasn't happiness, it was victory. "Expecto Patronum," he said. A wisp of silver smoke curled out of his wand and then dark purple threaded through it and the whole thing broke apart. Lupin frowned. Again, they tried for an hour. The best Harry made was a thin mist that stuttered and died. Lupin wrapped a scarf tighter around his neck and gave Harry the rest of the chocolate. "We'll keep working." They did. It didn't get better. Harry pretended not to care. The castle buzzed with talk of Sirius Black. McGonagall's mouth was a hard line. Percy puffed himself up and tried to look like authority. Harry read the old clippings and listened to the whispers and felt a flat, steady interest. Betrayal that clean and total had a shape to it. People used words like mad and evil because they didn't want to say effective. One late afternoon, the marks on his neck ticked with the cold, but not in the usual way. Watched. He turned his head and caught a black shape at the edge of the trees. A dog, huge, shaggy, with eyes that didn't look like an animal's. It watched for 3 heartbeats and vanished between trunks. He didn't tell a teacher. He didn't tell Ron or Hermione. He kept the sight like a card you don't show until you need it. Divination stayed warm and silly until Trelawney went rigid in the middle of a sentence. Her voice dropped into something that didn't match her face. "It will happen tonight. The Dark Lord's servant will break free. He will join his master, and the Dark Lord will rise stronger than before." Lavender squeaked. Ron rolled his eyes. Harry sat still. Fear didn't come. A slow hum did. If Voldemort came back, that was an end and a start in one. He could point everything he'd been building at a single target and not feel bad about it. Lupin's lessons ended one evening with both of them cold and tired. "You're pushing too hard," Lupin said. "I want it to work," Harry said. "It won't, not like this." Lupin hesitated. "Harry, I'm worried about you." "I'm fine," Harry said. He wasn't lonely. He was detached. He sat alone in the common room with a book of curses hidden under a charms text. Other Gryffindors laughed over games and gossiped by the fire. No one sat beside him. When his eyes lifted, he saw softness in their faces and had to look away before contempt crept up his throat. He went upstairs and trained his wrist and his aim until his hands steadied out of habit. He found the room of requirement by accident on a night when he needed somewhere he wouldn't be interrupted. He walked past a blank patch of wall 3 times and thought, "A place to train." A door appeared inside stone and shadow. Dummies stood in a row like people without faces. Targets painted as concentric circles dotted the far wall. The air was cool. The floor gave enough to save your knees. He stood in the middle, rolled his shoulders, and let the seal rise. The markings spread in clean lines over his face and arm. His breath got slow and deep. His wand sat right in his hand like it had found its home at last. "Stupefy." A dummy rocked and fell. "Stupefy." He slid back 2 feet and knocked the next one over. "Protego." His shield hummed with a dark edge and soaked 3 fast hexes without a wobble. "Defindo." Thick canvas parted. "Expulso." The far target cracked and a piece dropped off the rim. He kept going, cast, recover, cast, recover. Sweat ran down his back. His arm shook. His chest heaved. He changed his angles. He moved between targets in a pattern that would keep him from getting flanked. He counted breaths. He didn't stop until the wand felt heavy and his head had a dull buzz from the marks working. "You improve quickly," Orochimaru's voice said from that cold place behind his ear. "Soon you will be ready for true combat. Soon you will face real enemies and show them what you've become." Harry conjured a mirror. His reflection looked back with the black markings curled up his cheek and across his brow. His eyes had a gold ring around the green. He watched his jaw set and didn't recognize the boy who had stared at the mirror of erased and shaken. He should have been scared. He wasn't. He smiled once, quick, like checking whether his mouth still knew how. He lowered his wand. He let go. The markings slid back under his skin the way water pulls off stone. He stood in the quiet room with his breath settling. Harry deactivated the cursed seal and watched the markings recede, leaving only the 3 tomo on his neck. He touched them gently and thought about power and what he was willing to sacrifice to keep it. The answer was everything. They followed the dog under the roots and into the tight tunnel. Ron's ankle scraped rock and he swore under his breath. Hermione kept one hand on the wall, wand in the other, breathing fast and quiet. Harry went first, crouched low, shoulder brushing dirt. The air smelled of old leaves and damp wood. The tunnel climbed and turned and finally opened into a tilted room where the floorboards were gray with dust and the wallpaper hung in torn strips. The dog paced in a slow circle, ribs showing through matted fur. Bones stood out hard along its back. It stopped and looked at them, hackles raised, then shuddered, bent, and changed. Limbs lengthened, fur sank back into skin. A man straightened up in front of them, gaunt, filthy, hair to his shoulders, clothes ripped at the cuffs. His eyes were steady, not wild, not mad, focused. Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve. Ron leaned hard on the bed frame, face pale with pain. "It's him," he rasped. "It's actually him." Sirius Black lifted both hands, palms out. "Listen." The door crashed behind them. Harry spun with his wand up. Professor Lupin stood in the doorway, chest heaving from the climb. He shut the door, locked it with a quick flick, then crossed the room in 3 strides and pulled Sirius into a rough hug. They clung to each other for a second like people who had been underwater too long. "What?" Ron started. "What's going on?" Lupin turned, face lined but intent. "There's no time for a speech. There's something you need to see." Sirius pointed at Ron's pocket. "The rat," he said, voice hoarse. "Give me the rat." Ron backed up, clutching his pocket. "He's my Ron," Lupin said, calm and firm. "Please." Harry's skin prickled. The marks on his neck went cold. He stepped toward Ron and held out his hand. Ron hesitated and then pulled out Scabbers. The rat writhed and squealed, claws scratching at Ron's fingers. Sirius raised his wand. Lupin raised his. "Reveal yourself," they said together. The rat twisted, stretched, and fell onto the mattress as a short man with thin hair and a pointed nose. He had watery eyes and a tremble in his mouth. He scrambled back until his shoulders hit the headboard. Hermione choked. "Oh my God, Peter," Lupin said, voice flat. Pettigrew's eyes darted to the door, to the window, to Harry's wand. "Remus," he whispered, hands up. "You've to understand." Harry didn't hear the rest. Cold anger climbed his spine one notch at a time. This man had hidden for 12 years in Ron's pocket. He had watched them laugh. He had watched them eat. He had slept in the dorm. He had been alive while Harry had stood in front of a mirror and wished he could meet his parents once. He glanced small and weak. Harry didn't care. He took one step toward the bed. Sirius spoke first. "You sold them," he said, voice shaking. "You sold James and Lily to Voldemort." Pettigrew's hands shook harder. "I would have died, Sirius. You don't know what it was like. He was everywhere." "Shut up," Harry said. All three men looked at him. Harry didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The room felt tight around the edges. "You killed them," he said. "You killed my mum and dad." Pettigrew turned to him, mouth opening and closing. Harry, don't say my name." Silence held for a second. The floor creaked under Ron's weight. Hermione's breath hitched. Lupin swallowed. "We're taking him to the castle," he said. "To Dumbledore. He will stand trial. He will tell the Ministry what happened." "Why?" Harry said. He couldn't keep still. His jaw ticked. "Why bring him anywhere? He ran for 12 years. He laughed while Sirius rotted. He sold my parents. He deserves to die." Sirius flinched like he'd been hit. "Harry, he deserves to die," Harry said again, louder. "Right now. Here." "Mate," Ron said, voice thin. "That's..." Hermione put a hand on Harry's sleeve. We don't get to decide that. That's murder. Murder." Harry turned on her. His vision tunneled a little. He saw her face and the space around it went soft. "He murdered them. He walked out of their house and left me in a cot. This isn't murder. It's justice." Lupin stepped in, palms out. "We don't become the thing we hate because it's easier. We do this properly." Sirius nodded, eyes on Harry. "He will go to Azkaban. He will pay for all of it." Harry looked at Pettigrew. The man was crying now, thin little gasps, snot stringing from his nose. He would beg anyone. He would beg the floor. Harry could raise his wand. He could pull hard on the cold under his skin and point and push. The green curse would be a line across air. He knew the word. Everyone did, even if no one said it. The marks under his ear pulsed once. Sharp. A whisper brushed the back of his head like cold fingers. "Feed it, and I'll answer." Harry breathed out hard through his nose. He lowered his wand by an inch. "Fine," he said. "Take him. But if he runs, I'll find him first." They bound Pettigrew with ropes and took the tunnel in a slow line. Ron hobbled. Sirius hovered to help him and then backed off when Ron's mouth tightened. Hermione went behind Harry, close enough to grab his sleeve if he did anything, which made his neck prickle. Lupin brought up the rear, hand tight on Pettigrew's ropes, face getting grayer by the minute. They came out into the night by the lake. The willow's branches stood quiet under the moon. The wind had dropped. The air had that still feeling before weather turns. Lupin swayed on his feet. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked. "Professor." Lupin's jaw clenched. "Full moon," he said quietly. "I took the potion. It will hold. We need to move." They started along the shore. Harry kept Pettigrew in front of him so he wouldn't have to look at his face. The cold hit all at once. It wasn't wind. It climbed his arms and crept into his lungs. Frost filmed the grass. "Dementors," Sirius said, voice flat. He pulled Harry without thinking. then dropped his hand when he remembered he didn't get to do that anymore. Shapes slid across the dark. 1, then 5, then a dozen, then more. Cloaks like wet paper, faces hidden. The air went thin, Ron wheezed. Hermione's teeth knocked together. "Get back," Lupin said. He raised his wand. "Expecto." His voice broke. His body shook with a tight spasm that started at his shoulders and rushed down his spine. His throat worked it. "Expecto Patronum." A pale wolf spilled from his wand, thin and flickering. It ran at the first Dementor and stuttered out like a candle. Lupin bent double with a groan. Sirius turned into the dog and threw himself at the nearest Dementor, teeth bared, clawing and snapping at robes, buying space by sheer movement. A Dementor reached toward him, and he flinched like it had burned him. Harry's head filled with a screaming that wasn't in the air. His mother's voice, his father's voice, green light behind his eyes. Then another sound pressed through it. The low, steady hiss in his skull. "Don't submit. Feed me, use it." The marks on his neck flared cold and spread up his cheek and down his arm in one fast crawl. His skin prickled everywhere they touched. His wand felt like part of his hand. He pulled hard on the seal and drove it into his chest and out through his shoulder and down the line of his arm. "Get away from them," he said. And his voice didn't sound like a boy's. A pressure wave burst out of him, dark purple-black, not light, more like a pulse you could see. It slammed into the front rank of Dementors and knocked them back. Cloaks tore with a sound like wet fabric ripping. The things didn't scream like people. They made a noise like air punched out of a hollow chest. One Dementor kept coming. It reached for his face. Harry stepped in and shoved his wand into the space under its hood and fired point-blank. Stupefy, the bolt hit like a hammer. The Dementor jerked and flew backwards, cloak shredding. Gray, scabbed flesh showed for a second, turned and fled, drifting low and fast like a wounded thing. Harry dragged in air. He fired again wide just to push them. He didn't aim for a Patronus. He didn't try for silver. He threw raw force at everything that moved the wrong way. The wave hit the second line and broke them. They scattered. The cold backed off. The power snapped like a stretched cord breaking. The markings slid back under his skin. His knees went loose. He dropped to one, braced his hand on the grass, and sucked in slow breaths that didn't fill his lungs right away. Sirius, human again, crawled to Harry and grabbed his shoulders. "You all right?" He shook once, then caught himself. "Harry, I'm fine," Harry said. His voice shook. He felt like he'd waded out of freezing water. "Move," Lupin said through clenched teeth. Now. Two figures blurred across the lawn like shadows thrown the wrong way, and then Dumbledore was there, robes snapping at his ankles, eyes sharp. Purple fire roared out from his wand in a wall that made the air taste metal. The Dementors went up and over it like dry leaves in a gust and fled. Dumbledore didn't look away until the last cloak vanished. Then he turned, lifted his wand, and a cage of pale blue lines snicked into place around Pettigrew. The man sagged inside it and sobbed. "Well," Dumbledore said quietly, looking at them all in one sweep, "let us finish this before the night finds another way to go wrong." Harry woke to bleach and sun through white curtains. The hospital wing, his throat felt raw. His body had the heavy, empty feeling he got after pushing the seal too far. He turned his head. Dumbledore sat in the chair next to the bed. His face looked older than yesterday, the lines deeper, the eyes tired and careful. "Sirius?" Harry asked. "Free," Dumbledore said. "For the first time since you were a baby." "How?" "Veritaserum," Dumbledore said. "On Mr. Pettigrew. On a few others who were very sure of their unshakable stories until this morning. It moved quickly once the truth was in the open. The minister was eager to avoid embarrassment. I helped him see the correct order of things." Harry pictured Fudge sweating and nodding. He pictured Pettigrew crying in front of a row of officials. It should have felt like a victory, felt like paperwork. Sirius came in an hour later, scrubbed and shaved and in borrowed clothes that fit badly. He glanced younger without the dirt. His eyes had that same steady focus. He sat on the bed and didn't know where to put his hands. He tried a smile, it didn't hold. "Hey!" he said. Hi, Harry said. I can't stop thinking how much you look like James until you look at me, Sirius said. Then you're Lily. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He gave a short nod. I want you to know, Sirius said, words coming fast. I never stopped thinking about you. Every day. I thought about taking you to fly. I thought about birthdays. I thought about telling you what James did at school and how your mum was smarter than all of us put together. I know you don't know me, but if you want, you could live with me this summer. Not forever if you don't want. Just to try. All right, Harry said. Came out flat. He wasn't trying to be cruel. The part of him that should have jumped up and shouted didn't move. Another part of him made a note. New house, new space to train, away from the Dursleys. Sirius's smile flickered. He saw it. He masked it. We'll make it work, he said softly. I'll try to be less rubbish at cooking than I was at school. Dumbledore watched the whole exchange like he was listening to a language he used to speak and now had to translate in his head. When Sirius left, Dumbledore sat again. Harry, he said, I'm glad you're alive. He paused. And I'm worried about what's living with you. Harry touched his neck without thinking. The marks were cool under his fingers. I'm handling it. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. I hope that's true. Grimmauld Place smelled like dust, old magic, and something sour that never quite left the air. The curtains were heavy. The portraits muttered. Creature appeared at doorways and spat into his hand and made comments just loud enough to hear. Sirius walked the halls like someone tearing wallpaper off their childhood with his teeth. He told stories about James that were supposed to be funny. Some were. Harry smiled when he should. He listened. He didn't feel it in his chest. Night. He locked his door and drew the curtains tight and sat on the floor with a pillow under his knees and practiced. He called the seal. He held level 1. He counted 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2, 5. He pushed spells through it and watched the color shift and the impact mark on a transfigured target. Orochimaru's voice guided him in the gaps. Hold your breath on the rise, loosen your shoulder. Don't dump the energy, shape it again. One night, the door opened without a knock. Sirius stood there and then stopped like he had hit a wall. Harry had the markings up over his face. His eyes reflected gold in the mirror. He didn't drop it fast enough to hide. Sirius stepped in and shut the door behind him. Slow. Harry. What's that? It's fine, Harry said. He let the lines sink back into his skin. His face looked blank again in the mirror. He turned. It's from the chamber. Dumbledore knows. That's dark magic, Sirius said. Not an accusation. A fact. His voice went low. I grew up with it. I ran from it. It doesn't just sit there. Takes. It always takes. I'm handling it. I can help you, Sirius said. He moved like he wanted to come closer and then didn't. Not with that. With you. You don't have to, whatever that thing is making you feel, you don't have to do it alone. Harry nodded. All right. Sirius looked at him for a long time. I'm scared for you, he said and left. They went to the Quidditch World Cup with the Weasleys near the end of summer. The tents, the noise, the color. Harry watched it all like he was behind glass. The match was fast and clean. The celebration after felt loose and easy. Then the screaming started. Masks in the dark. People running. Harry stood under the trees and tilted his head back when the green skull bloomed in the sky. The mark glowed hard and he could see the edges of the spell, the way it held itself there. He could feel the residue of the magic like a taste. Hermione grabbed his sleeve and pulled. We've to go. He let her. He glanced back once more at the skull and the snake and kept the shape of it in his mind. Hogwarts opened its doors to foreign students and the castle changed. The Beauxbatons carriage rolled in like a house on wheels drawn by winged horses that blew steam. The Durmstrang ship rose out of the lake, water streaming off the hull. Students poured out in groups, uniforms neat, eyes hungry to measure everything. At the feast, Dumbledore stood and the hall went quiet in a way it didn't usually. The Tri-Wizard Tournament returns, he said, voice even. He explained the rules. 17 and older. Dangerous tasks. Eternal glory for the winner. No exceptions. He drew an age line around the goblet of fire the next day. It shimmered faintly, tight as a glass bell. Harry watched it as students tested it and bounced away with singed eyebrows. His neck ticked with a small, amused pulse. A simple ward. Orochimaru said in his head. You could pick it, but patience. If the board is set, your piece will move. The champions were chosen on a Saturday night. The goblet spat out Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. The hall cheered. It spat out Fleur Delacour for Beau's Batons. Polite applause. It spat out Victor Crumb for Durmstrang. A roar from their table. The blue flame settled, people started talking all at once. The goblet flared again. Dumbledore stepped forward before anyone else did. A fourth strip of parchment popped into the air. He caught it, looked at it, and the color left his face. Harry Potter. For 1 second there was no sound. Then the room exploded. He cheated, someone shouted. He's underage. How? No way. Potter. Harry sat very still, his stomach didn't drop. His heart didn't do anything stupid. He stood up and walked forward through the noise. He felt eyes on his skin like heat. He took the parchment from Dumbledore. Their eyes met. Dumbledore searched his face like he could read the answer there. I didn't put my name in, Harry said, and pitched his voice to carry. But I'll compete. I'm not afraid. The words went through the hall like a knife through rope. People shouted again, some booed, some cheered because chaos was fun. Harry stepped through the staff door without looking back. He didn't look for Ron or Hermione. He didn't need to see Ron's mouth twist or Hermione's hands knot. The days after ran sharp. Ron cornered him in the dorm and spat. Enjoy the attention, do you? Harry stared back. Believe what you want, he said and walked out. Hermione brought him books and notes. She sat across from him in the library and pushed hair behind her ear and said, I believe you, and then softer. But I think something is wrong with you, Harry. He thanked her for the books. He didn't answer the second part. He trained in the room of requirement every night. The room gave him moving targets now, stone birds that swooped, dummies that raised shields. He burned through them. Orochimaru's projections stood nearer than before, edges firming up, eyes bright. The tournament is an excellent stage, he said. Each task is a pressure test. You will learn how your power breaks when you push it too hard. You will learn how to keep it from breaking. Use the seal. Show them. What do you want out of it? Harry asked. You keep saying you've plans. Orochimaru smiled, not warm. I enjoy watching new worlds open themselves. Your world has interesting doors. The end of this tournament will open one wider. That sounds like a trap, Harry said. Only for those who don't prepare, Orochimaru said. Trust me, little vessel. Everything is proceeding as it should. Train. Harry did. He mixed seal-enhanced magic with standard spells until he could switch midcast without the color flicking wrong. He ran sprint patterns between targets until his lungs clawed. He practiced aim with his non-dominant hand until the tremble stopped. He measured how long he could hold level 1 and still walk straight the next morning. He wrote it down. 10 minutes, 12, 15. He didn't tell anyone. The night before the first task. He climbed the astronomy tower alone. The air was cold and clean. The grounds spread out black and silver under the stars. From the far side of the castle came a sound you couldn't mistake once you'd heard it. Deep, rough, hot. A dragon, then another, then a third. They were in pens out by the forest. He couldn't see them. He didn't need to. He put his hands on the stone and breathed in. He could have been afraid. He wasn't. He reached for the marks without closing his eyes. They rose under his fingers and slid across his skin in clean lines. The seal tightened everything until it all made sense. The night felt clear, his breath came calm and strong. Tomorrow the school would sit and watch. Ron would sit and make a face he'd later pretend he hadn't made. Hermione would sit with her hands white on the edge of the bench. Dumbledore would sit with his mouth in a straight line. Snape would sit and not blink, it didn't matter. Harry knew how it would go. There would be heat and noise and a creature built to kill. He would walk out and show it something it had never seen. Yes, little vessel. Orochimaru whispered. Pleased. Tomorrow you show them you aren't the weak boy who needed saving. You show them you're a predator. Harry smiled in the dark. the black markings still visible on his face, and thought about a mother dragon who had no idea that something far more dangerous than her was waiting in that arena. Tomorrow everyone would see. Tomorrow, he would prove that power was the only thing that mattered. Harry woke before the sun. The dorm was quiet. He dressed in uniform trousers and a plain shirt and left his tie on the chair. He skipped the great hall and went to an empty classroom on the 4th floor. He closed the door, pulled the curtains, and sat on the floor with his back against the wall. Orochimaru's voice came in clean and steady. Today is your declaration, little vessel. The whole magical world will watch. Don't survive. Dominate. Show them what you're. Show them that power is the only truth that matters. Harry said. His voice sounded normal in the empty room. He put his fingers on the marks under his ear and breathed in. He called the seal and let it rise and fall 3 times. The black lines climbed his face and arm, then sank away. Each call was smoother than last night. No lag, no stumble. The door opened a crack. Harry! Hermione stood there with a book clutched to her chest. She took 1 step in and stopped when she saw his neck. The 3 tomo were darker than normal and looked raised, like fresh ink that hadn't dried. I wanted to say, "Good luck." "I don't need luck," he said. She swallowed. "Please be careful. I'm fine." She reached for his sleeve. He pulled back without thinking. She flinched and let her hand fall. She left without another word. Harry stood, rolled his shoulders and left the room. The champion's tent felt small even though it was bigger on the inside. Fleur paced, fingers twisting, face too pale. Cedric sat on a bench and breathed in 4s, eyes on the canvas, jaw tight. Crumb stood in the corner with his arms crossed and his head down, saving his voice and his focus. Harry sat. He kept his hands still on his knees. Cedric looked over. "You all right, Harry?" "First time with a dragon's normal to feel." "I'm not scared," Harry said. Cedric pressed his lips together and nodded. Fleur's eyes flicked to Harry's neck and away again. Bagman pushed through the flap, bright and booming even in a small space. "Right then. Quick reminder. 1 at a time. Retrieve the golden egg. You'll draw your dragon." He held out the bag. Fleur reached in and pulled a tiny Welsh green that flapped its wings and snapped at her finger. Cedric drew a Swedish short snout. Crumb got a Chinese fireball. Harry took the last one. A black, spined model with bright yellow eyes squirmed in his palm and scraped tiny claws on his skin. "The Hungarian horntail," Bagman said, trying for a sympathetic tone and not quite getting there. "Tough luck, Harry." Harry looked at the little dragon and smiled a fraction. "I'll manage." Fleur went first. They heard the crowd lift and drop like a wave outside the canvas. She came back 20 minutes later, hair stuck to her forehead, hands shaking, egg under her arm. Cedric went, cheers, a gasp, applause. Crumb after that, a deeper roar, then a long gasp, then clapping. He returned with a limping stride and a set jaw. Bagman poked his head in. "Potter, you're up." Harry stood. Cedric grabbed his sleeve. "They're nesting mothers. They're worse today than usual." "I know what they're," Harry said. Cedric let go. He walked the tunnel alone. The light at the end was hard and white. He stepped out into a bowl of stone and wood filled with people. Students crammed the benches. Parents and officials took the higher seats. The judges sat in their box, Bagman grinning, Crouch stiff, Karkaroff bored and sharp, Madame Maxime heavy and still, Dumbledore straight-backed and quiet. The arena was rock and scrub with a line of chained posts at the far end. The horntail crouched there over a nest. She was huge, black scales, long tail with spikes, yellow eyes that narrowed when they found him. Smoke pushed out of her nostrils in puffs. The golden egg sat among the real ones. The crowd cheered when they saw him. He didn't wave. He walked to the center and stopped. The cheers thinned, confused. He stood still and breathed once. He closed his eyes and reached for the seal. He fed it the usual fuel. Quirrell's hands on his throat. Riddle's smirk. Dumbledore's sad look. The hours alone at Privet Drive. The train. The Dementors. The dog in the trees. The way people said, the boy who lived with questions behind their teeth. The marks on his neck thickened and bled out across his skin. Black lines climbed his cheek, crossed his temple, cut down his jaw. They rolled down his left arm and under his sleeve and itched along the bone. His magic rose to the surface and hummed. A dark halo bled off his shoulders and crackled in the air. The noise from the stands died to a hush. He opened his eyes. The gold in them wasn't bright. It sat there, quiet and ugly. The dragon's pupils tightened to pins. She hissed a long thin sound. She lunged first, her chest swelled. The fire came out white-yellow and loud. The heat slapped people in the first rows. They threw up arms without thinking. Judges shielded their faces. Harry lifted his wand and pushed the seal into a shield without a word. The wall that formed wasn't clear. It was a dense, dark pain that hummed. Fire hit it and split wide, sheeting around him. The air boiled. His hair lifted. His skin prickled and went tight. He walked forward through it, heel to toe, steady. The fire stopped because the dragon had to breathe. When it thinned, he stood 20 feet away, eyes up, wand steady. She struck with her head, jaws open to take him in one bite. Petrificus totalis, he said, and drove power into it. The blast jumped off his wand in a visible ring. It hit the side of her skull with a crack. Her head snapped sideways and hit the rock wall. The wall broke. Stone fell in chunks. She screamed high and long. The sound hurt the throat to hear. Dragon handlers on the far side stood up at once. Charlie Weasley's wand was in his hand and pointed, but he didn't fire. Dumbledore was already on his feet in the box. Karkaroff leaned forward with a tight smile. Hagrid had his hands on the railing and his knuckles were white. Smoke poured out of the dragon's nose. She swung back toward him, unsteady and blind in one eye. Harry didn't give her time to set. Incarcerus. Cords shot out in a bundle and split midair. They weren't rope-colored. They were black and they moved with their own little twists, and when they hit, they bit. They wrapped her jaw and crown and yanked her head down to the ground. She fought the bind and tore furrows in the dirt with her talons, but her mouth stayed shut. There was shouting in the stands now. Not cheers. Confused shouts. A few boys in green clapped because they didn't know what to do with their hands when something was horrible and exciting at once. Hagrid shouted, "No!" and people around him turned their heads. McGonagall had one hand up to her mouth. Harry walked to 10 feet. The heat still rolled off her in steady waves. Her eye tracked him and showed pure animal panic. Her tail thrashed and sent stones flying. Chains groaned against their posts. He raised his wand and cut across the back leg nearest him. Sectum sempra. The cut landed clean, scales split. Flesh opened. The sound was wet and loud. Blood came out in a hard sheet and ran down the leg to the ground in a thick pool. The dragon tried to rear and her head smacked the dirt again with a dull thud because the ropes held. The scream this time was lower and worse. People in the front rows flinched like they'd been struck. Hermione cried into her hands on the Gryffindor bench. Ron didn't look at Harry. He glanced at the ground under his shoes. The twins didn't speak. One of them shook his head once and then stopped moving at all. On the Slytherin side, a handful of students watched with parted lips and bright eyes. Others had gone gray. Harry kept his wand up to hold the bind and walked past the torn leg. He stepped onto the edge of the nest. The eggs were the size of pumpkins. The golden one sat in the middle. He reached in, took it and tucked it under his arm. The dragon made a broken sound that wasn't a roar. It was smaller than that. He turned and looked up at the stands. People looked back at him and didn't make a sound. He met Dumbledore's eyes. The headmaster didn't blink. His face looked slammed flat by something heavy you couldn't see. The cannon fired. Harry let the ropes go. They dissolved and left smoke behind that sank and disappeared. The dragon tried to lift her head and failed. Her bad leg folded. She lay down hard. Charlie ran to her with 2 other handlers. "Move!" he shouted at Harry. Harry walked past him. Charlie caught his arm as he went by and yanked him a step. "What the bloody hell do you think you're doing? She's a mother. You didn't need to do that." "I completed the task," Harry said, and pulled free. The markings sank into his skin in a slow crawl. His eyes cleared to plain green. He stepped into the tunnel and the noise behind him broke into a mixture of boos, scattered claps, and a lot of silence. The tent was too quiet when he went back in. Fleur stood near the flap like she wanted to leave but didn't know if she should. Cedric stood up fast when Harry came in and took 2 steps back. Crumb watched like he was weighing ranges and angles. "What was that?" Cedric said. His voice shook with anger he hadn't used before. "What were you doing out there?" "Retrieving my egg." "Not like that," Cedric said louder. "Not by. She's a nesting mother." Harry set the egg on the bench. "I completed the task." Fleur's throat worked. "You hurt her," she said, voice small and flat. "You didn't have to." Madame Pomfrey pushed in past them and ran a diagnostic charm over Harry. The light came up clean. She looked at his neck and her mouth thinned. She didn't comment. "No injuries," she said tight. "Sit anyway." He didn't. The scores came not long after. Karkaroff stood first. He smiled with no warmth. 4, he said. Boos from some. Cheers from Durmstrang. Madame Maxime stood. 5, she said, eyes on the ground in front of her. He completed the task, but this wasn't the spirit of it. Bagman popped up. 9, he said, as if volume could drown tone. Spectacular work, Mr. Potter. Unforgettable. A knot of people clapped because he told them to. Barty Crouch stood like a stick. 6, he said. Efficient. Disturbing. The injury to the dragon is serious. Dumbledore stood last. He didn't speak right away. When he did, it was soft enough that the charm had to carry it to every ear. 7, he said. Mr. Potter retrieved the egg and displayed great ability. The methods were deeply concerning. 31. Second behind Cedric's 38. It went up on the board, it didn't matter. Harry looked up at the judge's box one more time. Dumbledore met his eyes and didn't look away. He didn't look angry. He glanced sad in a way that made other people get up and go outside for air. Harry let the look slide off and turned away. He found a bathroom on the second floor that was empty and had a deep sink. He set the golden egg on the counter, turned the tap, and held his hands under the water. The blood clung. It was thicker than he expected, and it stuck in the lines of his palms and under his nails. It ran off in ropes and stained the porcelain in brown streaks that swirled and went down the drain. He glanced in the mirror. His face was the same one he had always had. Messy hair, tired eyes. A line at the mouth that hadn't been there in second year. The markings were gone, his eyes were green. He searched for the right feeling, guilt, pity, horror. He found none of them. He felt calm. He felt finished. He had done what he came to do. The dragon had been an obstacle between him and the egg. He had moved it. Perfect, Orochimaru whispered, pleased. You showed them a piece of your truth. Some will fear. Some will condemn. Now they know. You aren't the weak boy they thought you were. You're dangerous. Harry dried his hands on a paper towel until the skin squeaked. He touched the marks under his ear. They pulsed once, cold and sure. He realized he didn't care what they thought anymore. Let them fear him, fear was honest. Fear was respect. Owls flooded the great hall the next morning. Newspapers slapped down onto plates and elbows. One landed in front of Harry with the headline so big it took half the page. The boy who lived or the boy who turned dark. Rita Skeeter byline. A moving photo from the task showed him walking through fire with the black markings on his face. The ink flickered when the flames reached him and made the lines on his skin pulse. Harry skimmed. Rita's voice sat there in every sentence like it knew a secret. Witnesses report screams, not of triumph but of pain, the piece said. I've never seen such cruelty toward a magical creature in my life, said an unnamed Beauxbatons chaperone. The dragon was screaming and he kept going, said a Durmstrang 6th year. Something was wrong with his eyes, a Ravenclaw girl added. They looked almost yellow. Dark markings covered his face, like a curse, a ministry worker stated. Then the expert bit. Newt Scamander, famous magizoologist. The horntail will need weeks of care. She may scar. This level of force was unnecessary for a retrieval task. The article asked if Harry was under imperius, or possessed, or experimenting with unknown magic. It suggested the ministry should investigate. It finished with a flourish about the tragic possibility of a second Tom Riddle. At Slytherin, Draco had his feet up on the bench and the prophet open wide. He glanced impressed, then uneasy when the photo loop showed the cut landing. He lowered the paper and stared across the hall at Harry like he wasn't sure whether to smirk or shut up. Ravenclaws whispered, Hufflepuffs didn't whisper. Some just kept looking and then looking away. At Gryffindor, people sat near Harry because they were Gryffindor, but they didn't meet his eyes. Dean folded his paper quietly. Seamus stared like he was trying to do the maths and it kept coming up wrong. Ron read every word. His face went stiff by the end. He closed the paper and didn't speak. Hermione didn't touch her toast. Her hands were flat on the table. She looked at her plate and blinked hard. Harry poured himself juice and drank it. He ate eggs. He didn't rush. A third year brought a note with the headmaster's seal. Harry Potter, to the headmaster's office. He went. The gargoyle moved aside at the password. The spiral stairs carried him up. He stepped into the office. It smelled like wax and lemon oil. The silver instruments made soft noises. Portraits snored. Fawkes watched him without singing. Dumbledore sat behind the desk, no sweets bowl. No jokes. His hands were folded, and the skin looked thin over the bones. Sit. Harry, he said. Harry sat. What happened in the arena wasn't defense, Dumbledore said. His voice wasn't loud. It was heavy. It wasn't courage. It was cruelty. Harry kept his eyes on the desk edge. I was scared. My magic just reacted. I'm sorry if it went too far. Your magic reacted by binding a mother's head to the ground and cutting her? Dumbledore asked. By changing your face? By showing markings I've never seen at this school. I cast spells we learn in class, Harry said. Totalis. Incarcerus. Dumbledore leaned forward. And sectum sempra? Harry didn't answer. Harry. Dumbledore lifted his eyes and held Harry's. The push in Harry's mind came like a slow hand into water. Not a shove. A test of the surface. Memories flickered. The heat. The light. A wall of fire. Panic. Orochimaru's voice in the back of Harry's head didn't rise. It steadied. Walls slid into place where they needed to be. Harry let Dumbledore see what he wanted him to see. Fear, noise, a jumble. Dumbledore drew back first and shut his eyes for a second. I sense darkness in you that wasn't there before, he said. If someone has harmed you, if something is using you, I can help you. I'm fine, Harry said. I didn't ask to be in this tournament. I'm trying to survive. The old man looked tired. He rubbed his thumb over a chip on the desk. What are the marks on your neck? Something from second year, Harry said. The chamber. It doesn't hurt. Dumbledore stared at him like he wanted to break something open and couldn't. If anything changes, he said at last. If you feel anything odd, if you're afraid, come to me. Will you let Madame Pomfrey examine the marks again? They're the same, Harry said. Really? Silence sat for a few heartbeats. A portrait snored and turned over. Fawkes shifted on his perch and looked away. Very well, Dumbledore said. Be careful. Harry, please. Harry stood. Yes, Professor. He left him there with the quiet instruments and the bird. The door clicked shut in the stairwell. Harry exhaled. Orochimaru's laugh brushed the back of his head. The old fool sees truth and refuses it, the voice said. Calm, pleased. His need to save turns him soft. You're safe from him, little vessel. Harry went back through corridors that slowed down when he walked into them. People moved aside without looking at him. He stepped through the portrait hole and the common room went thin and hushed. A knot of second years stopped talking. A first year backed up until his calves hit a chair. Dean lifted his chin at Harry and then looked at the fire. Seamus nodded once and then pretended to dig in his bag. The twins stood near the notice board. George gave a short, tight smile. Fred didn't. Harry sat in a chair by the fire and took out his potions essay. His quill wrote fine. No one came near the other chairs at his side. Ron came over after a few minutes and sat on the table edge. Mate, he said. What's going on with you? Nothing. You tortured a dragon, Ron said. The words came out in a mess at the end. Everyone's talking about it. Charlie's furious. Hagrid won't look anyone in the eye. Even Mum wrote Percy about it. That's mad. I completed the task, Harry said. That's not the point, Ron said. You scared people. You scared me. I'm sorry you're scared, Harry said. I can't be weak. If that scares people, that's not my problem. Ron stared like he'd been slapped. Right? He pushed off the table. Right then, he walked away and went up the stairs 2 at a time. In the library, Hermione found him between shelves. She had 3 books hugged to her chest and a stack on the table with slips of parchment sticking out the tops. Her eyes were red. I've looked for those marks everywhere, she said. They're not in the library. Not in the restricted section. I asked Madame Pants about obscure curse compendiums and she told me off. That means it's not standard magic. Harry, there's something else. Something dark. There from the chamber. That's not the whole truth, she said. Her voice shook, then steadied. Something happened. You're changing. Please tell Dumbledore what it's. Or let me help you. I don't need fixing. People who are hurt say that. He picked up his bag. Stop trying to fix me. I'm not broken. Her mouth pressed into a line. You're my friend. He didn't answer. He walked out. The Yule Ball notice went up. Champions must have partners, McGonagall said in Transfiguration. And champions lead the first dance. She looked straight at Harry when she said it like she wanted to make sure he heard. Harry asked Parvati in the corridor because it was expected. Do you want to go to the ball with me? She looked surprised, then pleased. Yes, she said. Then glanced at Lavender and lowered her voice. You're all right? Because people are saying, I'll get dress robes, he said. Mrs. Weasley sent a set from Madame Malkin's. Good fabric, dark green, they fit. He put them on the evening of the ball and looked at himself. He glanced like any other boy going to a school dance. The marks under his ear pulsed once under the collar. The great hall was lit and cold bright with charms. Ice figures turned on plinths. Fairy lights hung in strings. The weird sisters set up on the stage. Harry told Parvati she looked nice. She did. They lined up with the other champions. Fleur and Roger Davies looked polished. Cedric and Cho looked like they wanted to be there. Crumb with Hermione looked solid and careful. The first dance started. Harry remembered the steps from McGonagall's foot taps and the practice in the classroom. He put Parvati's hand in the right place and moved in time. The floor under his shoes felt smooth. He counted in his head. The song ended. He let go. Parvati tried for small talk. The ice sculptures are brilliant, aren't they? They're fine, he said. She tried again. Do you want to get punch? If you want. They stood with cups. He drank. She tried to ask about the task and stopped herself. She tried to ask about classes and he gave one-word answers. After a while, she set the cup down. Do you even want to be here? She asked. Not really. Her face fell. You asked me. I had to. She stared at him for a second, then shook her head. I'm going to dance with my friends. She left. He didn't follow. He stood at the edge and watched. Ron and Hermione fought near the doors about Crumb. Words jumped out. You're a girl. You're not speaking. You should have asked me. You're so thick. Hermione's eyes were wet and angry. Ron's ears were red. Cedric and Cho spun and laughed. People clapped offbeat. Teachers smiled for the students and didn't smile when they thought no one was looking. Harry stepped outside for air. The grounds were strung with cold lights. His breath fogged. He walked into shadow and stopped when he heard voices. It's getting stronger, Karkaroff said. His words pushed out in jerks. Igor, pull yourself together, Snape said. You don't understand, Karkaroff hissed. Mine burns darker. He's returning. I understand perfectly. Snape's tone was flat. Running is foolish. It draws attention. You won't run. No. Footsteps crunched close to Harry's hedge. He pressed back against the stone and steadied his heartbeat. The marks on his neck tingled like a cold warning. The 2 men passed. Karkaroff smelled of sharp cologne and fierce sweat. Snape smelled of potions and damp wool. Harry waited, then slid out. He glanced at the sky and thought of the mark under Karkaroff's sleeve and the one on Snape's. He didn't feel fear. He felt ready. Soon, Orochimaru whispered, the Dark Lord's return will test you. You will be the blade. Harry touched the spot under his collar and went back inside. The music didn't make him feel anything. He left before midnight without saying goodbye. The egg clue took him half an hour to solve once he did the obvious thing and put it under water. The song came clear and simple. An hour to find what they took and bring it back from the lake. He toweled off and didn't think about the part where they called the thing you'll sorely miss a thing. He needed to breathe. He needed to move fast under pressure. He went to the room of requirement at night. The door appeared. Inside, the walls were smooth and bare. The center held a rectangular pool the size of a classroom, black and still. Orochimaru's figure stood at the far side, clearer than before. Light from the sconces passed through him and bent. Water slows, he said. Sound, force, spellwork. Your wand will work, but you must plan for delay. The body needs air. I'll show you how to stretch the time. He taught a steady pattern. Bubblehead for constant air, then push chakra into the lungs to increase efficiency. Not too much, he said. Too much and you damage yourself. You will feel an ache in the ribs if you overdo it. Harry tried. The bubblehead charm formed tight. He added the push. A cold band spread around his chest. Felt wrong for 10 seconds, then normal. He slipped into the pool. The first breath in the bubble felt odd, like hotel air. He kicked, the water dragged. His wand's light pushed out in a cone that went dull at the far edges. Again, Orochimaru said. Faster. Turn your wrist a half-second sooner. Compensate. Harry fired a stunner through water. It slowed, but the added seal power gave it a thick, heavy punch that still hit the target dummy at the bottom. The dummy rocked and drifted. Activate the seal, Orochimaru said. Harry called it. The markings spread even underwater. The cold in his chest turned into clean clarity. His hands moved cleaner. The shield he cast came out denser and held against a blast of conjured current. Good, Orochimaru said. Don't rely on it for everything, but use it when it matters. The lake isn't your ally. Harry surfaced. Water ran off his hair and down his neck. The marks itched and then faded. He took the charm down and caught his breath. His lungs felt stretched but strong. He went under again and repeated until his arms shook. They practiced for 3 nights. He learned to swim with one hand and cast with the other. He learned where the bubble broke if he took a hit and how to recast it in 3 beats. He learned how to send a rope charm ahead like a line and then pull himself along it to beat the drag. Orochimaru corrected angles. Shorter stroke, he said. You're wasting motion. In the day, people gave him space. In the corridors, conversations stopped when he came near. In class, Lupin watched him the way someone watches a cliff edge. Snape sneered twice in potions and then stopped halfway through a third sneer when Harry's eyes flashed gold without him meaning them to. Snape shut his mouth and marked the board without looking at Harry again. McGonagall cornered him after Transfiguration. Mr. Potter, your coursework is still acceptable, but you're distracted. Don't let the tournament be an excuse. Her tone was strict. Her eyes were tired. And if you require guidance, you know my door. I know, he said. Sirius sent a letter by Owl. The handwriting was jagged. Proud of you for getting through the task. Not proud of how you did it. You're not James and you don't have to be me. Please talk to Dumbledore right back. Harry folded the letter and put it in a book and didn't answer. The Yule Ball came and went. So did Christmas. Mrs. Weasley sent a sweater. Ron wore his and didn't speak much. Hermione gave Harry a book on advanced defensive charms with tabs already stuck on useful pages. In case you ever want to try something that doesn't hurt you, she said, voice small. He said thank you. He meant it. He didn't open it that day. The prophet kept running things. Is Potter a threat? Ministry mum on investigation. A piece with a healer saying curse scars sometimes changed behavior. A boy in Hufflepuff dropped his bag when Harry walked into herbology and then said sorry 3 times in a row. Harry didn't raise his voice. He didn't throw a hex at anyone in the castle. He went to lessons and ate meals and trained at night. He answered when spoken to. He stopped trying to make anyone feel better about it. On a Tuesday, Hermione blocked the doorway to the library again. "I'm going to say this once," she said. Her hands shook and she made them stop. "Whatever you think you're doing, this isn't strength. It's isolation. It's you hurting people who care about you." He glanced past her at the shelves. "I'm not trying to hurt anyone. She said. "Every time you look at us like we're in your way." He stepped around her without touching her. "I'll be careful in the lake," he said, because she would worry about that. "That's not what I meant," she said to his back. The night before the second task, he went to the room once more to run the plan. Enter bubblehead, breath push, rope line. Stunners for Grindylows, shield for currents. If they chain the hostages, break the lock. If one hostage was Ron, the other might be Hermione. If it was neither, it would be someone else he could carry. Weight and drag changed with a second body. He timed it. He could do it in under an hour if nothing went wrong. If something went wrong, he would use the seal harder and pay the price later. He climbed into bed and lay on his back. Ron turned over and stopped halfway like he'd remembered something and didn't want to say it. Neville snored thinly. Seamus mumbled in his sleep. Dean rolled and settled. Harry stared at the hangings. The marks on his neck pulsed in a slow, steady way. Orochimaru's voice came in like the sea under a door. "Tomorrow you show them again," he said. "Take what's yours. Return with it. Each task is a step. Embrace the power. Embrace the cost." Harry ran through the list one more time. He should have felt anxious about who would be under the water. He pictured Ron in chains. He pictured Hermione held still by magic. He didn't feel the sharp panic that used to kick in. He felt the tight, cool focus he got when a plan was ready. He closed his eyes and listened to the dormitory breathe. It wasn't silent, it felt silent anyway. He liked it like that. People either feared him or tried to fix him. He was exhausted of both. Better to be alone with power than weak with friends. He turned his head on the pillow, pressed 2 fingers to the tomo under his ear, felt the cold pulse match his heart, and went to sleep. Harry woke before the bell. Ron's bed was empty. His curtains were tied back, the pillow was cold. He checked the bathroom, no steam, no towel on the rail. Downstairs, Hermione's chair by the fire was empty too. A second year said they hadn't seen her since last night. McGonagall said not to worry, the boy added. Something about the task. Harry nodded. He didn't feel panic. He ran the plan in his head. If they took one, it would be Ron. If they took more, the others would match the other champions. Hermione for Krum, Cho for Cedric, Fleur's sister to make it cruel. He dressed. He went to breakfast. People kept looking at him like they expected him to be wild-eyed. He poured tea and buttered toast. He ate both. The marks under his ear pulsed once and settled. He glanced at the lake through the high windows and counted steps in his head. Down the lawn, onto the dock, bubblehead, breath push, rope line. 40 minutes up and back with room for trouble. On the dock the wind came off the water like a knife. The judge's stand creaked when it shifted. Icicles hung off the railings. Fleur held her arms tight across her chest and kept checking the water. Cedric watched the surface like it owed him something. Krum's jaw was set. He rolled his shoulders twice and then stood still. Bagman's voice came bright through a talking charm. "Champions, you will have 1 hour to retrieve what was taken. Your hostages are safe but can't remain indefinitely." Harry looked at the water. It was black and flat. Students filled the stands in hats and scarves. Hagrid had 2 blankets and still looked cold. Dumbledore stood without a cloak, hands on the rail, eyes on the lake. The cannon thumped. Fleur jumped. Cedric dove and slapped the surface hard. Krum went in feet first like a stone. Harry stepped to the edge, bent, and knifed in clean. The cold punched every inch of skin. He kicked down 2 strokes, raised his wand, and formed the bubblehead charm. The bubble slid into place with a faint hiss. Tinted dark at the edges. He drew air, tasted dry. He pushed the breath trick into his ribs. The ache came, then the ache went. He kicked again and dropped into green. The world narrowed, 10 feet of visibility. Dark shapes beyond that. Beams from above moved with the chop. Silt lifted when he brushed the bottom and hung there like dust in a room. Sound turned to thumps and drags. His heart sounded slow and loud in his ears. He took a bearing from the song he had memorized. The tune ran in his head like a set of stones. He angled through a stand of long plants, their fronds stroking his robe and then drifting back into place. Small fish scattered at his wand light. A grindilo slid behind a rock and held still. Another peeked and sank away when the marks on his neck tugged the water cold. He tied a rope charm to a rock to mark the path, then sent the line forward to the next shape in the dark. He pulled hand over hand to beat the drag. Crumb flashed across his left with a white, blunt head and black eyes. Gills moved. He turned enough to see Harry's bubble and the purple tint and then swam on. The bottom fell away to a shelf. He went over it, pressure pressed into his ears. His throat worked and it eased. He cleared his wand head so the light reached farther. Stone huts grew out of the murk like teeth. Nets hung dead between two posts. A spear leaned against a door. Shapes moved behind windows and then stopped. They came out into the square. The statue stood in the middle, arm out, hair a spiked fan in stone. For bodies floated in a slow drift tied to the arms and base. Ron, Hermione, Cho, a small girl with pale hair. All with their eyes closed, all with hair waving like grass. Merpeople watched from a ring, 10 of them with spears, 2 with knotted ropes, 1 with a shell horn in her hand. Their eyes were dark. They didn't move. Harry swam straight to the statue. His light slid over faces he knew too well. Ron's freckles looked sharp in the clear water. Hermione's hair made a brown halo. Cho's fingers flexed once and stilled. The little girl was so still it made his chest hurt for 1 second. He shoved the feeling down where it couldn't touch his hands. He stopped and counted. Ron was his. That was what the song had said. That was how the story wanted it. He glanced at Ron's hands. At the set of his mouth, even asleep. Ron was loyal. He would stand there next to Harry in a fight and get smashed trying to help. He would make a joke. He would make Harry feel normal for a minute. He wouldn't solve the next task. He wouldn't teach Harry anything he couldn't already guess. He glanced at Hermione. She had the library in her head. She made sense out of hard things fast. She could read a paragraph and turn it into an answer. She cut problems up until they stopped being scary. She could show him where his raw power needed to go. That was the truth. Tasted clean and cold and ugly. Choose power over sentiment, Orochimaru said, soft in his ear. You know why you came here. Harry raised his wand and drew it down the rope around Hermione's wrist. The rope parted clean. He cut the second tie. The third. He slid an arm under hers and pulled her free. He turned and kicked to go. Cedric arrived on the other side and went straight for Cho. He saw what Harry was doing and paused, his mouth opening under the bubble. He didn't come closer. He cut Cho's ties and put her arm over his shoulders. Crumb's head tipped round the statue and locked on Hermione. His eyes went hard. He pointed at Ron, then at Harry, then at Hermione, then at himself. The motion said, "What are you doing? Take your own." Harry set his jaw and kicked. Crumb held where he was for 2 heartbeats. He glanced at Ron and then at the Merpeople ring. He made a sound that rumbled the water. He swam to Ron, hacked through the rope, and heaved him up by the middle like a sack. 2 Merpeople drifted forward a yard when they saw the change. Spears shifted. The one with the shell horn lifted it, watched Harry's face like she could read it through the bubble, then lowered it again. Their eyes followed him out. Harry drew the rope line up and hauled. The pressure eased in steps, his ears popped. The light grew brighter. Hermione's arm was heavy across his shoulders. Her hair brushed his cheek. The bubble hummed where it met the water. His fingers were numb and still worked. He broke the surface and pulled air into his lungs like it was heat. Shouts hit at once. The cold wind slapped his face. He kicked for the dock and hands reached to pull Hermione up. Madame Pomfrey had a blanket and a steaming mug. Hermione coughed lake water and blinked. She was pale and shaking. Her eyes found Harry's face and then his empty other hand. "Where's Ron?" Her voice was raw. Still down there, Harry said. Crumb has him. What? Her face changed. She looked past Harry at the water like she could pull Ron up with her eyes. Why didn't you? Crumb burst out 20 yards away with Ron's arm over his shoulder. Cedric surfaced farther along with Cho. The stands cheered and then quieted when they saw the set of faces on the dock. Charlie Weasley was already stripping off his cloak to lean out and grab his brother. He hauled Ron onto the boards and wrapped him. Fleur didn't come. Grindylows clung to her legs in the shallows, and she panicked and thrashed and had to be dragged out by handlers. The horn blew again, low and long. Dumbledore pulled off his outer robe and stepped to the edge. He dove without a bubble. The lake boiled for a second like it didn't want him, and then he was gone. He came back with Gabrielle in his arms and put her into Fleur's. Fleur cried into the girl's hair and said thank you in a rush that fell apart at the end. Madame Maxime stood behind them like a wall. Cho coughed and cried and held Cedric's wrist. Ron coughed and swore and then looked up. He saw Hermione sitting on Harry's right under a blanket. He saw Harry, wet and calm and not looking away. You chose Hermione, he said. His voice was flat. Yes, I was yours. His throat worked. His jaw jumped. I was supposed to be yours. Harry met his eyes. The task needed a choice. Hermione is more useful for what's left. She solves problems. She researches fast. It made more sense. Ron stared at him. His freckles stood out like spots. Useful, he said. The word scraped. I'm your best mate. The task isn't about friendship, Harry said. It's about getting through it. We're not tools, Hermione said. Her blanket fell off one shoulder. Her hands shook. We're your friends. Harry didn't raise his voice. We're champions. Everyone else is an obstacle. Ron stood up so fast the blanket slipped. His lips shook. He tried to speak and then stopped and pressed his mouth shut. He turned and walked. Wet footprints marked the boards. Charlie put a hand on his shoulder and Ron shrugged it off without looking. Hermione stood too. What happened to you? She asked. Tell me what happened. Second year. The chamber. Tell me. Tears ran down both cheeks and got lost in the cold on her chin. Harry said nothing. The marks under his ear were very cold. Orochimaru didn't speak. The silence stretched. Hermione covered her mouth with her hand and made a sound that hurt to hear. She left her blanket on the bench and went after Ron. People talked, but quieter than usual. The judges called for order. Bagman tried to bring the show voice back and failed. Right then, scoring, Karkaroff said first. His smile showed teeth. 8. Fast. Efficient. Durmstrang cheered because they were supposed to. Madame Maxime lifted her chin. 7. She said. Speed, yes. Consideration, none. The Beauxbatons girls clapped for manners' sake. Bagman grinned like nothing hurt. 9. Lovely work. Harry. Very exciting. A few cheers rose and fell. Crouch spoke without any joy. 6. He didn't explain. Dumbledore looked at him for a long second. His voice was quiet. 7. It sounded like a weight. Harry didn't care about the numbers. He watched the dock where Ron had stood and saw the wet marks dry in the wind. By evening everyone knew exactly what had happened under the water. The merpeople talked to Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't keep it to himself. It rolled through the castle like a storm with no rain. In the common room that night, Ron took his trunk and dragged it to McGonagall's office. He came back with a note and didn't look at Harry. He slept in a different room after that. Dean cleaned his teeth with short, hard motions and didn't catch Harry's eye in the mirror. Seamus said night from his bed and then rolled away. In class, seats shifted. Hermione chose a desk in front and didn't turn round for questions. In the library, she closed her book when Harry walked in and left with it under her arm. She didn't slam it. She didn't say his name. McGonagall stopped him in the corridor, hands tight on her roll of parchment. Mr. Potter. She looked at his face for 3 seconds. If you need to talk to someone, she said. If you need help, you aren't alone at this school. She waited. He gave a short nod. She nodded back and left like she knew it wasn't enough. Flitwick marked a charm a point higher than it deserved and then frowned at his quill as if surprised. Very good, Mr. Potter. he said, and it sounded sad. Snape gave instructions with a slow, careful tone like the room was made of glass. He didn't make a crack about fathers or fame. When Harry's eyes flashed gold for a second on a difficult step, Snape's mouth tightened and he glanced away. In the hall, Draco and 2 Slytherins cut in front of him and matched his pace. Draco kept his voice easy. "Potter, I'm almost impressed. Strategic thinking. Not letting sentiment cloud judgment. That's a proper wizard's way to win." Harry looked at him and kept walking. "I don't need anything from you." "Offer of shared perspective," Draco said. "We could." "No." The 3 of them peeled off at the next staircase with small, stiff laughs that sounded wrong. He ate alone. 2 feet of empty bench on either side became normal. People learned to talk around him again. He could hear snatches. "He chose, just like that. Would you?" "He scares me." "He should scare you." "Sirius sent an owl that night. Are you all right?" "I heard how you did it. I want to understand. Please write." Harry folded the letter and put it under his pillow. He didn't pull it out. He went to the room of requirement after curfew and told it what he needed. Stone, space. Targets that took hits and kept standing while they could. The door shut and the sound of the castle went away. He stood in the middle and let the mark spread. They licked over his cheek and down his arm. The cold went into his chest and made everything clean. His wand felt lighter, his hands felt sure. He cast until the air shook, stunners thick as fists. Shields that took the hit and held. Cutters that chalked lines in the stone and then split those lines open. Bone breakers that cracked the dummy's arm and sent it spinning on its stand. He pushed the breath trick and held the seal for 2 minutes straight. Then 3. Sweat ran down his back. His breath sawed in and out. He kept going. The last target fell to pieces and lay twitching on its stand. He lowered his wand, his fingers quivered. The marks pulsed and then slowed. Orochimaru stood in the doorway the room had decided to give him. Not with a handle, just an opening. His eyes glowed in the dark like a cat's and then didn't. "You're almost ready," he said. "The 3rd task will need more than this. And after that comes something that matters. The Dark Lord rises. Your real test. To meet it, you will need the 2nd level of the seal." Harry stared at his hand. The skin over his knuckles was reddened where the wand had rubbed. The black pattern on his forearm thrummed under the skin and then faded. "What happens when I do it?" he asked. "Power without restraint," Orochimaru said. "Body and magic altered for battle. A form that fits the energy. Pain at first, then clarity. You won't be able to hide what you're when you wear it. Decide if that matters." Harry thought about Ron's face on the dock. The way it broke. He thought about Hermione's voice when she said, "We're your friends." He thought about the cold quiet that had moved into the space where those things used to sway him. He thought about the dragon, about the Dementor, about Quirrell's hands on his throat, about a graveyard he hadn't seen yet and wanted to see because then he could put something in it. He lifted his eyes. "Teach me." "Soon," Orochimaru said. "Pleased. For now, recover. Don't rush the transformation. A cracked cup can't hold more water." The room cooled. Harry caught his breath and burned it through his lungs until it stopped hurting. He raised a hand and told the walls for a mirror. The stone rippled and showed him back. Green eyes, no marks. Just the faint shadow under the skin where the Tomo slept. He let the seal fall away and watched the patterns recede. The skin looked clean, it wasn't. He glanced like himself. He wasn't. He stood there for a long minute and then nodded to no one. He told himself he had made the smart choice. He told himself friends were warm and soft and broke under pressure, and power didn't. He told himself a lot of things. He set his wand on the sill, pressed 2 fingers to the marks under his ear until the cold pulse met his heartbeat, and looked at the stranger in the mirror. Losing friends was a small price to pay for never being weak again. He almost believed it, and the part that didn't believe it anymore was smaller than it was yesterday. The hedges threw long bars across the grass. The sun sat low, the stands were full and loud. Fleur rubbed her arms and tried to look steady. Crumb cracked his neck and stared straight ahead. Cedric bounced once on his heels and let the motion drain out so he stood calm. Harry watched the maze door. Bagman's voice rolled over the field. On my whistle. Potter first. The whistle cut the noise. Harry stepped in. The hedge slid shut behind him. The crowd vanished like someone had stuffed cotton in his ears. The air changed, damp, earthy. The hedge rustled without wind. He walked, left at the first fork. Right at the next, a skitter sounded ahead. He raised his wand and lifted the tip. The blast-ended scrut clattered into the path. Chitin scraped, tail sparking. Harry pulled the seal up. Cold spread from his neck. Black marks curled over his cheek and down his arm. He didn't slow. Bombarda Maxima. The blast hit the scrut like a hammer. Shell burst. Heat licked his face. Pieces hit the hedge and stuck there. He stepped through smoke and kept going. The Sphinx waited at the next turn, haunches set, head high. First think of the person who lives in disguise. Stupefy. The spell took her across the face. She flew back into the hedge and slid down. He walked past. The bush shuddered and then stilled. A scream shot through the maze from somewhere to his left. Fleur. He didn't turn. He moved faster. He hit across and Crumb came in from the right. Crumb's eyes were wrong, glazed. He snapped his wand up and fired a stunner that burned past Harry's ear. The next spell dented the hedge, stones sprang. Harry threw up a shield that drank the next hit. He dropped it and looked at Crumb's face. No one home. He didn't argue. He didn't try to snap the control. He aimed and spoke. Crucio. Crumb hit the ground and screamed. His back bowed. His hands clawed at nothing. Harry held the curse and counted in his head. 5, 10, 15. He let go. Crumb twitched. His wand sparked once and sent up red. Harry stepped over his leg and kept moving. The hedge rose higher, the paths closer. The glow ahead turned the leaves pale. He came into the center and the cup sat on a stone plinth. Cedric was already there, chest heaving, wand up. Both of them stopped 2 yards away, the cup breathing blue. Cedric swallowed. Harry, we take it together. Harry watched his hands on the wood. He knew Cedric could have run and touched it first. He hadn't. He had turned. He had asked. The part of Harry that still reacted to that moved once under the ice. Together, Harry said. They stepped in, both hands took the cup. The hook yanked his stomach. The maze turned out. The world snapped in, they hit ground and rolled. Grass wet, stone cold. The cup clanged and spun. Cedric pushed up. Where are we? A church wall stood dark in the distance. Tilted headstones broke the ground in every direction. A tall angel leaned over a family plot with its face stained. Harry was on his feet with his wand in his hand. The seal itched under his skin. He swept the stones, counted shapes. An old yew stood to the right, trunk split. Something moved behind a large marble slab. Wormtail came out from behind the angel, small and hunched, robes wet at the hem. He carried a bundle in his arms that breathed like a bellows. The breath hissed. Cedric saw the face. That's, kill the spare, Wormtail said, high and thin. Green hit Cedric in the chest. His eyes widened like he was surprised someone had touched him. His mouth opened. The light bounced off his face. He fell backwards and hit the ground with a sound that wasn't loud. His eyes didn't blink. They stared at the sky that had no stars. Harry moved, but the ropes were already there. Incarcerus. They snapped around his chest and arms and legs and slammed him into a headstone. The letters on the stone hit his back. Tom Riddle was carved into it. The ropes bit. He pulled, felt the give, felt it hold. Wormtail ran to the cauldron set in a shallow pit Harry hadn't seen. The fire under it burned pale. The surface of the liquid bulged. Wormtail's breath came fast, his silver hand shook. He dug at the dirt with his other hand and pulled out a long bone caked with mud. Bone of the father, unwillingly given. He dropped it in. It hissed and dissolved and the potion flashed blue. He took out a knife. He glanced at his silver hand and then cut across the meat of his left forearm. Blood fell in a rush. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed. It hit the surface and went red. He came at Harry and grabbed his arm. The knife bit. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Warm ran down Harry's wrist. Fell into the cauldron. The potion went white and the fire flared. Wormtail lifted the bundle and tipped it in. Steam roared up and made the world a cloud. Harry tasted metal through the steam. He pulled on the ropes until his wrists burned. They held. A shape rose, long, thin, white as bleached bone. It reached for the rim and pulled itself out and stood. The skin stretched over a skull face. The nose was 2 slits. Eyes a flat red that caught light. It breathed and smiled, small and happy like a child with a toy. My wand, Wormtail. The wand fit his hand, and the look on his face changed like a lamp had been turned on behind it. He flexed his fingers. He glanced down at his body like he hadn't seen one for a long time and had to check it was real. Inside Harry's head something old uncoiled. Orochimaru tasted the air through Harry's nerves. Pleased. Good, the voice said. Watch. Learn. Your time is next. Voldemort pressed his left arm and the brand there darkened. The air around them popped as bodies appeared one by one. Masks, black hoods, cloaks that brushed the grass, they formed a ring. They went to their knees. Lucius, Voldemort said, and a man in a white mask bowed his head lower. Dolohov, McNair, Crabbe, Goyle. A woman in a mask trembled like laughter under it. Bellatrix, he went on. He toyed with them. He liked their fear. He scolded and praised. The words moved past Harry like water. He marked faces. He measured hands and shoulders and the way they stood. Voldemort turned to him. Harry Potter. He walked closer and stopped with the cauldron between them. You've a habit of surviving me. Luck. Others. Tonight you've neither. He tilted his head. But first a friend. 2 figures came out of the dark near the church. Orochimaru's eyes caught the light like a fox's and turned it to gold. Kabuto walked 1 step behind, hands behind his back, glasses bright. Harry's blood went cold. The seal tried to rise and hit the ropes. Master, Voldemort laughed. The sound was high and thin. Master? Yes. But not yours alone. Orochimaru came up to Voldemort's side and tasted the air with his tongue. He stood a little turned so he could see Harry and Voldemort with the same glance. Did you think I marked you because I liked you? Harry Kuin? Kukuku. You were a vessel. You were proof. You made my work easy. A wizard who could take a seal and not die. A wizard who could carry 2 systems at once. Harry's stomach dropped through him. The seal crawled across his face on its own. The ropes bit deeper when he jerked. Voldemort smiled. We met years ago. A student of snakes and souls. A man without a home. We taught each other. Horcruxes are clever. Orochimaru, but messy. His seals are cleaner. Better. I gave him binding. He gave me anchors. We built something new. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and looked at Harry like he was a piece of work in a jar. You adapted well, he said. Your survival rate was excellent. We had models that failed at much lower stress. Our plan is simple, Orochimaru said. We will raise the great dead with a perfected reanimation. We will bind them with seals keyed to the Dark Lord. Immortal bodies with loyal minds. We will give this world new rulers. Days before the assault. He seated sacrifices and anchors in crypts the wards forgot. Death had paperwork and Orochimaru forged it. And you, Voldemort said, are the first soldier. Harry yanked at the ropes until his shoulders burned. The stone ground into his back, the marks ran. His vision edged gold. He couldn't reach them. He couldn't crack them. Orochimaru took a small vial from Kabuto and held it up. The liquid inside moved like oil. It smelled wrong. Level 2 requires breaking, he said. You're close, but you still resist in small ways. This forces the change. Kabuto grabbed Harry's jaw and forced it open. The glass hit his teeth and tipped. The liquid burned his tongue and his throat. He tried to spit. Kabuto pinched his nose and held his mouth shut until the swallow happened on its own. The change came like a hammer, his chest seized. His heart kicked hard and then stumbled. Heat poured through his veins and then cold, deep and sharp. The ropes snapped when his whole body jerked. He fell on his side and arched off the grass. It hurt beyond anything he had a word for. Every joint felt like it was being turned the wrong way. His skin crawled and burned. His bones hummed and then creaked like they would split. He screamed until the sound broke. Then his mouth opened and no sound came. He dragged air and it tasted like metal. Purple walls dropped around him for planes that met and sealed. The barrier hummed. The world went soft and bright through it. Inside himself the dark opened. Not sight. Something else. His own mind was a small, beating light. It flickered, it dimmed. The white serpent that had watched him for 2 years lifted its head. It filled everything, it didn't bite. Coiled around him once, twice, until he couldn't see anything else. Accept it, Orochimaru said from everywhere. Stop lying. You chose power every time. You hurt a mother to prove a point. You left a friend in the lake. You kept walking when people begged you to turn. Own it. Take it into your hands. If you want to live, you let it in. Images ran past. Ron's face on the dock when the word useful left Harry's mouth. Hermione with tears under the library light. Cedric's eyes open on the grass. The dragon's leg torn open while people screamed. Dumbledore's office. Quiet. Crumb on the maze floor when the pain stopped. He had reasons for all of it. He had said them out loud and in his head. He had said them until they sounded like truth. He could throw them away now and die, or he could take them back and stand. He let go. The seal blew through him. Cold filled every line of him and burned at the edges. It grabbed whatever was left of soft and pulled it tight until nothing wobbled. Outside, the barrier danced with light. Harry's skin went gray in a rush, color draining like water. His hair crawled down his neck and over his shoulders. When his eyes opened, gold filled them from side to side. The pupils slit and held. His back split his shirt with 2 straight tears. Dark poured out, not smoke, not cloth. It formed plates and lines, then spread. Wings unfolded, 6 segments each, black and solid. Edges humming with energy that made the grass frost near them. The barrier cracked and fell in. He stood up. Power ran up his arms and into his fingers. It pushed against his palms. The ground under his feet trembled. Death Eaters stepped back without choosing to. Voldemort's smile showed teeth. Beautiful, he said. Rise, soldier. Harry didn't hear him. The rage had settled into something colder. Not a wave. A line. He lifted his wand. Stupefy. The bolt left his wand thick and dark with purple riding the edges. It crossed the yard and took Voldemort full in the chest before he raised anything. It drove him into the angel. The statue cracked down the middle and fell. Stone dust filled the air. Voldemort slid off the base and hit his knee. Blood ran at his hairline. Wands came up around the circle, people shouted. Some fired. Harry's shield came up like it had been waiting. Spells broke and slid. Orochimaru put his hand on Harry's shoulder. The touch was light. The weight in it wasn't. Enough, he said. Calm. You showed them. Come. Harry twisted under the hand. The grip didn't move. Kabuto stepped in on the other side and laid 2 fingers against Harry's wrist. The world smeared. The 3 of them went soft at the edges and then thinned. Voldemort dragged himself up and laughed with blood on his face. Let him go, he said. His voice cut through the noise. He belongs to us now more than he knows. Death Eaters took Cedric by the arms and vanished with the body. Masks flashed, air popped. The graveyard went quiet again. The angel lay in pieces. The grass was torn. A wand lay in the shadows by a headstone where someone had dropped it in panic. In the castle, Dumbledore stood from his desk without knowing why and put his hand on the stone of the wall. The wards pulled at his skin. He walked, then ran. By the time he reached the maze, the cup lay where it had dropped and the stands were a buzzing hive with no center. In the graveyard, the wind moved the yew leaves. They whispered, no one heard them. Harry came to in a stone room lit by 2 torches. The walls sweated damp. He stood without telling his legs to stand. Gray skin, gold eyes. Wings flexed and threw drops off the edges. Orochimaru and Kabuto faced him. Their shadows pinched sharp on the wall and then shifted when the torch cracked. Harry looked at his hands, long nails. Veins black under the skin. The pulse there was steady. He waited for panic. He waited for grief. Nothing came. He glanced at Orochimaru with eyes that were no longer his own and asked, in a voice that sounded wrong coming from his throat, "What have you made me?" Orochimaru smiled, his sharp teeth gleaming in the darkness. "I've made you perfect, little vessel. I've made you mine." He appeared outside the wrought iron gates at dusk on the third day. The world snapped in around him, the last smear of Orochimaru's transport fading from his skin. The level 2 form was gone, his skin was human again. His eyes were green. The 3 tomo on his neck weren't going anywhere. They sat under the left ear like ink pressed into the flesh, black and sharp. The wards felt him and rang up the stone walls. Filch's lantern bobbed by the path. Fawkes cried once in the distance. Then Dumbledore and the staff came down the slope as a group, robes pulling at the grass. McGonagall moved fastest. Snape was a dark line 2 paces behind. Hagrid ran until he remembered to slow down, like his size might break something. Dumbledore stopped 3 feet away. His face held open relief and something like horror. "Harry, thank Merlin. Are you hurt?" "Where is Cedric?" "Dead," Harry said. His voice was even and quiet. "Pettigrew killed him. Voldemort is back. I watched him come back." McGonagall's hand went to her throat. Snape's eyes narrowed. Hagrid made a sound in his chest and didn't let it out. The evening air slid cold between them. "Harry," Dumbledore said softer. "Where have you been for 3 days? I don't want to talk about it. Please. Anything you can." Harry stepped through the gate and walked past them up the path. They parted without speaking. He could feel eyes on the marks at his neck. He could hear Hagrid swallow. He could hear McGonagall whisper Albus without breath. He didn't speed up and he didn't slow down. He went into the castle and climbed the stairs and closed the door of his dormitory behind him and lay on top of the covers without taking off his shoes. He slept without dreams. They came before lunch the next day. Fudge pushed into the anteroom with 2 oars. Umbridge slid in behind him with a smile pinned to her face. Dumbledore stood near the window with his hands folded on his wand. McGonagall sat in the corner with a notebook and a thin line for a mouth. Fudge sat opposite Harry and straightened his hat. "Mr. Potter, this is an informal inquiry. The Ministry is very concerned." Harry said nothing. Umbridge smiled wider, the pink bow on her cardigan neat. "We're all so relieved you're safe, dear. Now, if you could tell us exactly what happened to poor Mr. Diggory, and why you've been missing from school for 3 days." "Cedric is dead," Harry said. "Pettigrew used the killing curse. Voldemort returned in a graveyard ritual. I escaped. That's what matters." Fudge set his hands on the table like he expected that to lend weight. "What matters is truth, boy. You claim he who must not be named has returned. There's no body. There's no sign at the tournament grounds. And certain witnesses report dramatics during the first task. Paints a troubling picture." "I'm not asking you to believe me," Harry said. "I told you what happened. Do whatever you want." Umbridge tilted her head like a cat pretending to be friendly. "Harry, surely you see how this looks. A tragic accident during a dangerous tournament. You, the center of attention again, with a very frightening story. People might think you're—" Harry turned his head and looked at her. The room went a touch colder as the seal stirred. A thin gold ran through green for a second. "Be careful." Her smile twitched. The quill in her fingers clicked once against her pad. Even Fudge glanced at Dumbledore and back like he had missed a step. They asked for details. He gave them 4. Cup, portkey, graveyard, killing curse. He left out Orochimaru. He left out the barrier. He left out wings. He left out the way Voldemort's skull hit stone when the stunner landed. Fudge tried to press. Dumbledore said Cornelius, in a voice that made the Aurors look at their boots. In the end, they left with nothing but their own unease. Summer started under a ceiling the color of dishwater over London. Grimmauld Place didn't like him, and he returned the favor. The wallpaper itched when you brushed past. The curtains shed dust when you pulled them. The portraits muttered in their sleep. The house wanted to keep its secrets. Harry didn't care about secrets. He sat through order dinners and didn't speak unless spoken to. He answered questions with yes, no, or a look that ended the conversation. The hearing came in a long room under the ministry where the air tasted like stone and parchment. The chain chair waited in the center of the floor. He sat in it, the chains didn't move. Purple-robed witches and wizards filled the benches like fruit in rows, faces lined, eyes bright and sharp. Fudge banged his cane. Harry James Potter, you stand accused of performing underage magic before muggles and of spreading malicious falsehoods regarding the return of you-know-who. Harry watched him without expression. Do you deny casting magic at Privet Drive during your third summer? Fudge asked, voice loud. No, Harry said. I deny that it matters here. A rustle moved through the benches. Umbridge sat near Fudge with a stack of files and a smile like tea gone sour. Dumbledore stepped into the circle and inclined his head. Chief Warlock, Dumbledore said, voice plain. If I may, the incident at Privet Drive is a stale charge dredged up to support a political narrative. More to the point, there's corroboration of Dementor activity that summer and again more recently near Little Whinging. Mrs. Arabella Figg, a small, nervous woman in a cardigan, took the stand and told them what she saw. She described cold that bit the bones. She described a tall, cloaked figure with hands like dead things. She described boys running and a silver shape that pushed the night back. Fudge frowned. Umbridge wrote faster. Even if we accept this eccentric's account, Fudge said, Mr. Potter's pattern remains. During the Triwizard Tournament there were disturbing displays that can't be ignored. Torturing a dragon. Assaulting a rival champion with an unforgivable. Does that sound like a boy telling the truth now? Or a boy acting out for glory? Harry let the words fall where they fell. When they asked him to speak, he stood and kept his hands at his sides. I didn't enter the tournament, he said. Someone put my name in. I completed the tasks. I survived. If my methods disturb you, investigate how I got dragged into it in the first place. You maintain that you know who has returned? An old wizard with a heavy chain asked. Yes, proof. Harry looked at him. You'll get it whether you want it or not. The vote took time, wands raised and wands lowered. Names called and repeated, numbers bound in floating gold. When it ended, the verdict split down the room like a crack in old tile. No expulsion, no imprisonment. Probation. Any new incident would mean a snapped wand. File marked, potentially dangerous. Harry nodded once to Dumbledore on his way out. Thank you. It sounded like someone else had told him he should say it. The kitchen at Grimmauld was warm at 2 in the morning. Sirius sat with a bottle of butterbeer and both elbows on the table. He glanced up when Harry came in and tried to smile like he hadn't been staring at the same knot in the wood for 20 minutes. Couldn't sleep? Sirius asked. No, Sirius gestured at the chair. Sit, please. Harry sat, the gas lamp hissed. I know what that house did to me, Sirius said, voice low. What this house still does to me. Twists everything. It makes you think power is the only way to stop people from hurting you. I grew up with walls that told me I was better than everyone because of blood, and parents who punished me when I didn't act like it. I left. I chose different. You can too. You spent 12 years in prison because you trusted the wrong person, Harry said. He didn't say it to be cruel. He said it because it was true. You tell me to choose like you did. You survived. You didn't win. Sirius flinched like the words were hands. It wasn't winning. It was refusing to be like them. Harry looked at the marks in the skin at his neck reflected in the kettle. I'm not like them, he said. I'm something else. Sirius reached across the table. Harry didn't move his hand. After a second, Sirius drew his back and stared at the bottle again. You're still James's son, he said. Came out soft. It might have been to himself. The Order held meetings at the long table and told Harry to stay upstairs. He didn't. He sat on the landing above the kitchen and listened through the floor with the seal humming against his skin. Names, movements. A room in the ministry full of glass and doors. A prophecy sphere on a shelf with dust on it. A link between Harry and Voldemort that mattered for reasons nobody wanted to say out loud. They underestimate you, Orochimaru said in his head, tone mild, amused. They think you're a child to shield. You aren't a child. You're a weapon. They should fear that. September came with cool air and the rustle of the lake. The Hogwarts Express coughed steam into a sky the color of tin. Harry took an empty compartment and watched fields go past. Ron and Hermione looked through the door once and walked on. Neville saw him and dropped his eyes. Luna drifted by and paused. "You've a very interesting aura," she said. She sounded like she was noting the weather. "Like something is looking out through your eyes." "It's," Harry said. "Oh." She nodded as if that fit. "Mind the Rackspurts." She moved on. The great hall glittered. The banners hung neat. Dumbledore stood and announced changes. "Please welcome Professor Dolores Umbridge as our new defense against the dark arts teacher and as High Inquisitor." The clapping was thin. Umbridge clapped for herself with small neat pats. Harry watched her and measured the distance between his chair and hers and every exit. Classes were work. Harry did the work. Snape tried a barbed line about James one morning. Harry looked at him, gold slid through green. Snape shut his mouth mid-word and turned to the board without finishing the sentence. Flitwick praised a charm that almost broke the target and looked down at the marks on Harry's neck with a little wince he smoothed away. McGonagall handed back an essay with an O at the top and a long pause that wasn't about marks. Umbridge's class came on a Thursday. The room smelled like new paper. She passed out textbooks and told them to read Chapter 1 and copy the learning objectives. No wands. No practice. "The ministry's curriculum emphasizes a theoretical approach," she said in a voice so sweet it scraped. "We won't be frightening children with so-called practical demonstrations." "What use is theory if we're attacked?" Harry asked. "Detention," she said without looking up. "Tonight. 7 o'clock. He went. Her office glowed with soft lamplight and plates of kittens chasing their tails. The room hummed with a charm that tried to make you relax. It didn't touch him. "You'll be writing lines," she said. "I must not tell lies. Use this quill." He took it. It weighed more than it should. The nib was very fine and very sharp. He put it to parchment and wrote the first line. Pain cut into the back of his hand as the words appeared on the page. Blood beaded and the letters carved into the skin. The seal woke and slid cold under the surface. The cut knit as fast as it opened. He wrote again, cut, heal, again. Cut, heal. An hour passed. The clock ticked. He set the quill down when she told him to stop and held out his hand. Smooth skin, no scar, no blood, no line. He turned it over. His palm was clean. Her mouth opened and shut. "How did you?" He lifted his eyes. He let the gold show. He didn't hide what sat behind it. "Did you think pain would break me?" His voice dragged low and layered. "I felt worse. If you try it again, I'll show you what real pain is." Her chair scraped back. Her hand found the desk. "Get out," she whispered. "Out." He set the quill down with care and left the door open behind him. After that she avoided him in corridors. She didn't meet his eyes in staff speeches. She never assigned him detention again. Dumbledore saw him on a stair landing at dusk. Light from a window made the stone flat and pale. The headmaster stopped. His face held worry and love and the tiredness of a man who hadn't slept. Harry stopped as well. "I'm here if you need me," Dumbledore said. It sounded like he meant it and like he knew it wasn't enough. Harry nodded once. "I know." He walked on. The space between them didn't close. People moved around him all term like water around a rock in a stream. The bench to his left at breakfast stayed empty for 3 feet. Conversations dropped when he walked into a room. Dean gave polite nods. Seamus stared at his plate. Lavender whispered and then looked guilty when he glanced up. First years made the signs some grandparents taught them against evil and then pretended they hadn't. Hermione cornered him once in the corridor outside the library with a stack of parchment under her arm and sleep in her eyes. "Umbridge isn't teaching us anything. We're trying to organize to practice. You fought him. You could lead." "No," Harry said. "Harry, please. People need real defense. We need to be ready." "Then get ready," he said. "I'm not your teacher." A muscle jumped in her jaw. "You don't have to push everyone away to prove you're strong." "I'm not proving anything," he said. "I'm strong." He walked past. She didn't follow. The days settled. He went to class. He wrote the essays. He trained in the room of requirement alone, the stone bear and the target solid. He called the seal up when he needed it and let it fade when he didn't. He slept when his body decided to stop. He woke before dawn most mornings and lay still with his hand on the marks until the cold thrum under his fingers brought him back to his body. Sirius sent letters, the first few were long. They talked about small things to make a bridge. A stupid thing Mundungus did in the alley, a memory of James falling off a broom because he laughed too hard. Harry read them and answered with 3 lines. The letters got shorter. Sirius started sending notes that only said "I'm here." Harry didn't reply to those. He kept them in the bottom of his trunk anyway. When the first snow clotted in the grooves of the castle stones and the lake went dark and hard at the edges, Umbridge got her title of High Inquisitor and started measuring. She weighed lessons and weighed teachers. She tried to weigh Harry once in a corridor with 2 other staff behind her for courage. He turned his head and looked at her, and she went a little gray and said nothing at all. He passed Dumbledore in a corridor again near the end of term. The headmaster stopped and opened his mouth and closed it and stepped aside. Harry felt the space that used to sit between them fill with nothing. It was simple and it was final. They decorated the common room with paper chains. Someone smuggled in a cake. Laughter rose and fell like it always did this time of year. Harry climbed the stairs and lay on his bed and watched moonlight square itself on the ceiling. The dormitory was full. It felt empty. That felt fine. The marks thrummed in time with his pulse. Orochimaru's voice slid through his thoughts like a second set of them. The Dark Lord is moving. There's a room he wants. There's a truth inside it that ties him to you. The Department of Mysteries is a nest of doors. One is yours. Harry closed his eyes. A corridor came into view without effort, straight and long, lit by cold blue light. Doors lined both sides and a single arch stood at the end like a black mouth. Pain sounded behind it, Sirius's voice. Raw. He called Harry's name and it scraped Harry's spine. The sound was so clear it made his heart trip. Yes, Orochimaru said, pleased. It's time. Go to the ministry. Your destiny waits there. Harry's eyes opened to the dark dormitory. No one turned. No one woke. He kept his eyes on at the underside of the canopy until his vision sharpened and the wood grain came into focus and held it there until his chest stopped hurting. He had a choice. He could ignore the corridor and the voice and the cold pull. He could go to McGonagall or Dumbledore and hand the problem away. He could ask for help. He didn't want help. Help didn't stop people from dying. Help didn't stop hands from closing around your throat. Power did. He rolled onto his side. The 3 tomo touched the pillow. They pulsed once. He didn't smile and he didn't frown. He didn't pray and he didn't hope. He lay still and waited for sleep. He saw the corridor again anyway. He saw the door. He heard Sirius scream. And he knew he wouldn't tell anyone. His eyes snapped open in the dark. The green was gone, the gold held. He breathed out and listened to the sound move into the night and disappear. He knew he had a choice to make. He already knew which one he would make. He woke choking on a scream that wasn't his. A corridor stretched in his head. Black floor, blue lamps, doors on both sides. His scar burned hot. The marks on his neck went ice cold. At the end of the corridor, a round room opened into aisles and aisles of high shelves. Glass spheres glowed. Sirius was on his knees between 2 rows, face twisted, hands clawed. A wand's red light flickering off his cheek. Another flash, cruciatus. A raw sound tore out of him. Harry! Orochimaru didn't block it. He let the vision come through clean. His voice slid in, clear as thought. Your godfather is in danger. The Dark Lord has him in the ministry. Go now. Save him. Harry breathed hard through his nose. He knew what this could be. Trap, bait, it didn't matter. Sirius was the last piece left that felt like family. And if it was a trap, he would break it. The marks at his neck pulsed. His scar throbbed again. The corridor in his head held. Sirius screamed once more. He threw off the blankets and sat up. The dormitory was quiet, slow breathing. A snore 2 beds over, winter wind under the windows. He dressed in the dark, boots, wand, cloak. He left the dorm, went down the tower stairs 2 at a time, crossed the common room without looking at anyone's photographs on the mantel, and went straight to the room of requirement. The door formed at his second pass. Inside, bare stone, racks of practice targets, shelves of spare wands and rope. He stood in the center and closed his eyes. Level 1 came on like a switch now, cold rising from the 3 tomo, markings sliding over his left cheek and jaw, down his neck and across his arm. The room brightened at the edges as his aura bled out dark purple. He held it. He let it go. He thought down toward level 2 and felt it waiting, coiled just under the skin, ready to tear its way out. Move quickly, Orochimaru said. Phone booth visitor entrance. Your hearing gave the trace that matters. The doors you need are below. Harry nodded once to no one. He left and climbed back up to the tower. He stopped at Ron's bed, then Hermione's, then Neville's, Luna's, Ginny's. He shook shoulders, pressed fingers to lips for quiet. Sirius, he said low. Ministry. Now. Ron's eyes were open before he finished the sentence. Hermione's face went white and then set. Neville didn't ask anything, just reached for his wand. Ginny slid out of bed without a word. Luna sat up and smiled like she had been waiting for him. They dressed fast and followed him out. On the lawn the night cut deep. They couldn't see what he called down from the trees. What are we? Ron started, then flinched as his feet lifted. Hermione grabbed air and found nothing. Ginny breathed in once, sharp. Neville swore under his breath. Luna laughed softly. They're beautiful, she said to the empty space. And then they were in the cold above the lake. Air slapping at faces, Hogwarts falling away behind them. London flickered up under them in street grids and headlights. They dropped into an alley off a blank wall with a dirty red phone box at the end. Harry forced the door, pulled Hermione in. Ron squeezed behind them. The others waited for the next ride. He picked up the receiver and dialed. 6-2-4-4-2. Ministry of Magic, please state your name and business. Harry Potter. Emergency, he said. The box jolted and sank into the ground. The atrium was a long dark pool of black tile and gold. No fires in the grates, no workers. Their steps slapped and echoed. They crossed it fast, took the lifts down, walked the corridor with the black doors, and stopped in front of the one he knew would open. It opened. The room with the spinning doorway tilted under their feet and then stopped. He picked the right exit by feel. He knew the path like he knew the inside of his own scar. They came into the long hall built like a library. Shelves high as a house, spheres glowing on metal brackets. It was cold. The air tasted like dust and old glass. Which one? Hermione whispered. Harry walked to the row he needed, ran his fingers along the tags, and stopped at one that read in faded writing. S-P-T to a P. W-B-D. And a second handwritten line. Harry Potter and the Dark Lord. He reached up. Boots scuffed behind them. Very good, Lucius Malfoy said from the shadowed aisle. Masked figures stepped out to block every exit. Now, Potter. Hand over the prophecy. Ron. Hermione, Neville, Luna. Ginny closed in behind Harry, backs touching. Wands up. Harry held the sphere and took in the positions. 3 to the left, 2 on the catwalk above, 4 ahead, 2 behind. Bellatrix's laugh cut through the glassy air like a knife. Little lion cubs out past bedtime, she sang. And the bad boy with the pretty marks. Hand it over, Lucius said. There's no Sirius Black here. Only men who will kill your friends if you don't listen. No, Harry said. Masks shifted, wands rose. Get down, Harry said. And level 1 rolled over him like a cold wave. The markings lit his face and arm. The aura bled out purple-black. Ron sucked in a breath behind him. A masked man lunged. Stupefy. Harry's spell hit the man in the chest. It threw him backward through a shelf. Glass orbs shattered in bursts. Misty figures spun out and spoke things no one heard over the crash. Another Death Eater fired. Red light. Harry stepped into it, wand up. Protego. The shield darkened to purple-black. The curse broke over it and sprayed sparks. He pushed forward. Crucio. Lucius snapped. The curse cut the air where Harry had been. He moved, quiet and fast, and sent a blasting curse at the base of the man's shelf. Confringo! Metal screamed. Lucius threw a shield up and staggered with the impact. Behind him, Hermione shot a body bind through the gap. Petrificus totalis. A masked woman stiffened and fell. Neville took a hex to the shoulder and kept going, wand steady. Expelliarmus. He ripped a wand and kicked it away without looking. Luna brained a Death Eater with a well-placed reducto on the floor at his feet. He went down hard. Ginny's bat bogey hex turned another into a gagging mess. A tall Death Eater dropped from the catwalk. Harry felt it coming. The seal's cold sense flared, and turned without seeing. Ossis frango. The bonebreaker smashed through the man's shield and his forearm. A crack like dry sticks. He screamed and fell sideways into a rack of orbs. More glass. More falling. Enough! Lucius snapped, voice sharp with anger. Shields. Close in. Take the girl, Crucio, Harry said, and put it on Lucius without giving himself time to think about the line he crossed. The pure blood went down hard, body bowing, a ripped sound breaking out of him. Harry held it for 5 seconds while he used his offhand to fire a stupefy at a mask on his flank. The man folded. Harry let Lucius go and moved. Run! Hermione shouted. She fired at a gap. This way, they fell back in order, spells snapping over their heads and into the metal aisles. Protego. Reducto. Impedimenta. Harry took rear, covering, hitting joints and wands and the floor to trip feet. They burst through a door and into a room where brass time-turners hung in cases like jewelry. The cases gleamed. The clocks ticked. The air felt wrong, stretched. Behind! Neville yelled. Tentacles slid from a tank and wrapped Ron's arm. Then his chest. Ron choked. Get it off, Defindo! Hermione cut. The brain latched with another coil. Luna dragged Ron toward the door by his belt. Harry turned, drew a clean line, and snapped Incendio. The tank baby thrashed and withdrew. Ron ripped free. His eyes had gone glassy, a grin too wide pulling at his mouth. Hey! Did you see? Hermione slapped him hard. Focus! Bellatrix slipped through the door with 2 others. Tick-tock, she sang. Give Auntie Bella the little ball, and I'll only break one of you. Harry picked the biggest case and blew it. Confringo! Time-turners shattered. Sand and tiny hours flew in a cloud. A Death Eater aged in a breath. Hair turning white, skin falling slack. He fell to the floor, bones too thin under robes. Another blinked and shrank back into a howling child in a mask that no longer fit. Bellatrix threw up a shield and laughed. Bad boy, out! Harry shouted. They ran. The next door opened onto the stone amphitheater with the arch at its heart and the tattered curtain hanging from nothing. The veil moved on air that wasn't there. Voices whispered behind it in a language that felt like memory. Harry's marks throbbed, deep and slow. More doors! Ginny cried. They split for the stairs. Death Eaters poured in at the top tier. A jet of green passed Harry's head and hit a pillar. Stone chipped and rained down. He shoved Ron flat. Stay down. Then the far door blew off its hinges in blue light. Get away from the children. Moody's voice barked. Orders came in sharp and fast. Tonks rolled down the steps and fired. Bright hair a quick flash. Kingsley's shield slid over Hermione like glass. Lupin vaulted the last steps and hit the floor running. Sirius came in last and grinned when he saw Harry alive, teeth bright for a second in the dark. About time, he said, breathless. Bellatrix laughed and stepped into the open space with her wand up. Sirius turned to meet her. They hit each other spell for spell. Stupefy. Protego. Expulso. Finite. Bellatrix's eyes were wide and bright. Sirius's smile didn't leave, but his jaw tightened with focus. He moved like an orer who remembered every drill. She feinted left. He didn't bite. His reducto broke the stone at her toes and forced her back. She sang something filthy about blood traders, and he snorted and sent a rope curse low that almost took her legs out. Get your wand hand up, cousin, he called. You're sloppy. Harry fought and watched. He broke a mask and disarmed a man with a flick that had his wrist aching. He shoved a hex sideways that would have hit Ginny in the spine. He saw Sirius step in on Bellatrix and tag her shoulder. She hissed and tossed her hair and threw a blasting curse that cracked the far wall. He saw Lupin's head turn at the sound. Pad foot, eyes forward, Sirius said without looking. Bellatrix slipped. It was nothing, her heel caught a notch in the step. Sirius barked a laugh. Come on, Bella. Keep Avada Kedavra, she said like a sigh and flicked. Green washed across the space. Sirius's eyes went round. The smile stuck there like he'd forgotten to take it off. He fell backward in a clean line, arms loose, hair lifting in the draft. The veil moved once and took him. There was no sound when he vanished. The curtain settled. The arch stood empty. For a second the whole room went silent, even the whispers. No! Lupin's voice ripped out of him. He ran and stopped short of the dais like an invisible wall had set in. Harry didn't hear the rest. A rush filled his head. His chest collapsed and then blew open. The thing that had been holding him together gave way and the edges went black. He took one step toward the dais and another, and then the marks on his neck flared cold and everything broke. Level 2 hit like a detonation. His skin grayed, color draining in a breath. His hair lengthened and fell into his eyes. The gold in his eyes burned out the green. The pupils slit. Pain ripped across his back and the shadow wings pushed through cloth and skin, spreading with a sound like tearing canvas and cold air. Power rolled off him in a hot surge that made Ginny stumble and a Death Eater drop his wand and scramble back on hands and heels. Every head turned. For a heartbeat nobody moved. Bellatrix ran. Harry moved. It wasn't flight, the wings didn't beat. They dragged the air and pulled him across the stone like the floor had tilted toward his target. Spells hit his chest and slid off, charms sparking and dying. He took the steps 3 at a time and ran Bellatrix out through the closest door, down the corridor, through the spinning room that whirled and clicked and set his stomach off, into the lift out into the atrium. She threw spells over her shoulder, cutters and stunners. A curse that made the air sing. He didn't dodge half of them. They snapped and fizzed against gray skin and the dark corona that hung on him like smoke. Help! Bellatrix screamed, voice gone raw. My lord! He caught her by the shoulder and threw her down. She slid on the black tile and left a smear. He raised his wand and brought it down. Ossis frango. Her shin broke with a flat crack. She screamed and scrabbled with her left hand. He broke that too. Frango. Bone went. She sobbed. He broke the other leg. He glanced down the length of her body like he was checking of a list. Please, she rasped. Please, my lord. I'm not your lord, he said, voice wrong in his own throat. He leveled his wand. He wanted to kill her so badly his hands shook. Air snapped. The room bent and righted. Voldemort stood 10 yards away, robes charred at the hem, eyes bright and red. He took Bellatrix in, took Harry in, eyebrows lifting. What have you become, Potter? Harry turned. Ready, he said. Flame burst in a gold sheet. Fawkes cried. Light filled the atrium, and Dumbledore stood between them, wand already drawing the geometry of a shield into the air. Tom, he said without heat. It was a fight no classroom could hold. Dumbledore sent the fountain statues to life. The witch's stone arm jerked up to deflect green. The wizard threw himself in front of a cutting arc. Water blew out of the pool and froze a breath from Voldemort's face. Voldemort's fire shattered it and turned it to steam. Glass rose at a word from Dumbledore, cut the air, turned to sand at a twitch of Voldemort's fingers and roared like a storm. A snake made of flame lunged. Fawkes took it in his beak and swallowed fire with fire and exploded into ash that fell like snow and reformed with a beat of wings. Harry stood with his wand in his hand and watched through gold-slit eyes, chest heaving. He could have joined. He didn't. The wings hummed at his back. The need to kill Bellatrix had faded to a blade point held in the air. Another thing rose under it. The boy who had just watched his godfather vanish. The pain came up clean and bright and undiluted for the first time. Voldemort turned his head, saw the way Harry's hands trembled, and smiled with his sharp teeth. He changed plan mid-duel. Let us see, Voldemort said, and cast nothing with his wand. He came forward in a rush that had no sound, red and cold, and hit Harry full in the chest. He was inside Harry's skull in an instant. The world dropped away. The atrium, the water, the statues, the stone, the blood, the smoke, gone. Dark, cold. A white serpent uncoiled in that dark and raised its head. Orochimaru's presence filled the space with a hiss like sand sliding. "Get out of my vessel," he said without moving his mouth. A red cloud wrapped around the serpent and tried to drown it. Voldemort's mind pressed in like a fist. The pain came first. Voldemort forced images. A hand at Dumbledore's throat. A wand under Lupin's jaw. Ginny's face under green. He pushed Harry's arms to lift and turn, to shoot, to end. Harry's body shook on the floor in the atrium while outside men fought and inside minds clashed. And then a new heat rose that had nothing to do with the seal. It came raw and white from somewhere that hadn't been completely burned out. Sirius laughing in a kitchen at 2 in the morning. Sirius tossing him a set of keys to a house that would have been theirs. Sirius falling with an O on his lips. Not rage. Love that hurt like the skin had been scraped off his heart. It ran straight into the space where the white serpent and the red cloud fought and set both of them on fire. Voldemort shrieked in his head. The sound rattled Harry's teeth. Orochimaru hissed fury and pulled back, deeper into the mark, curling tight around his own center. The white light went through Harry and out of him, up his spine, out his eyes. He tasted metal. He gagged. He coughed and air came back like a lungful of knives. The level 2 skin faded. The wings frayed and dissolved. The gold slid toward green and got stuck halfway. Voldemort ripped free and disapparated with a crack that shook dust down from the ceiling. Harry collapsed. Dumbledore was there to catch his head before it hit tile. The old man's face swam in and out. There were shouts, feet running. The smell of wet stone and smoke. Fawkes's weight on his chest for a beat and heat that sealed something torn inside. "Hold on," Dumbledore said. "I'm here." Gold fire took them. The office came back in a wash of warm light and old wood and the faint scent of lemon. Dumbledore set him in a chair, hands careful. "I'm so sorry," Dumbledore said. He was breathing hard. He glanced at Harry like a man looks at a wound he made with his own hands. "Sirius." "Harry, I'm so..." Harry's breath hitched, once. The grief turned and hooked into rage so fast he saw black. He stood, the marks burned like brands. Level 2 surged back through him, harsher than before, teeth bared. His skin grayed again, gold took his eyes. The wings tore through cloth with a rip. He screamed. The sound wasn't human. He grabbed the first silver instrument and threw it. It hit the wall and blew apart. A flash and a ring that flicked flame out of the hearth. He ripped a stack of notebooks off a side table and scattered them like birds. The telescope went across the carpet into the grate and the fireplace imploded. Stones cracking. A spurt of fire rolling across the floor and up the side of a bookcase. Portraits shouted. Phineas Nigella swore he wouldn't stand for this and then vanished from his frame. Dumbledore didn't move. He didn't lift his wand. Harry ripped the sorting hat from its stand and hurled it. Cloth hit stone and slumped. He didn't care. He pulled down a shelf with a jerk of his arm and books thumped and slid and split. A delicate armillary survived the first throw. He threw it again until it didn't. He slammed his fists into the desk and the wood split and fell in on itself. Drawers cracking, quills jumping like startled birds. Fawkes was silent on his perch. The perch cracked down the center in a slow, sorry line. He stood with the wreckage around him and gasped for air. The wings lowered a fraction and rose again, shaking. Ash drifted. The marks on his neck glowed cold. He waited for Dumbledore to shout or to strike or to bind. Dumbledore did none of those things. "I should have told you everything," Dumbledore said quietly. He sounded old. He sounded tired. He sounded like someone whose chest hurt. "I should have told you the prophecy before that man lured you out. I thought I was protecting you by keeping distance, by keeping you ignorant. I see now that I left you alone with pain I could have shared." Harry looked at him and said nothing. Dumbledore swallowed. He said it plain. "The prophecy says you and Tom are bound. That one of you must kill the other because neither of you lives while the other survives. That's why he chose you. That's why this has been your life." He met Harry's eyes and didn't look away. "I'm sorry. I failed you this year. I failed to be brave for you when you needed me. The words landed and slid off. The grief under Harry's skin didn't move. Nothing would fix it, it would never be fixed. He felt empty where the boy had been. The shadows in the corner deepened. Orochimaru stepped out of them like he'd always been there, pale and smooth, golden eyes amused. The air cooled. "Cuckoo," he said. "How touching." The old man finally seized the ground under his feet. Dumbledore's wand was in his hand before he finished the first syllable. "Who are you?" he asked. "How did you enter this office?" Orochimaru didn't answer him. He glanced only at Harry. "You saw it all tonight. The way they hide truth. The way they expect you to bleed for their mistakes. I don't hide what I'm. I promise power, and you stand in it now." "Come." Harry looked between them. One had held back and called it love. One had given him tools and called it truth. The wings flexed. "Harry," Dumbledore said. The word shook a little. "Please don't go with him. Please." Harry turned to Orochimaru. The Sannin laid a light hand on his shoulder. The room began to darken at the edges as shadow magic took hold. Dumbledore reached out with one hand, fingers shaking. "Harry." Harry looked back once. "You left me weak," he said, voice flat. "He made me strong." They went out like smoke. Silence filled the ruined office. A clock coughed and died. A portrait cleared his throat and decided to say nothing. Fawkes lowered his head and closed his eyes. Dumbledore stood with his hand hanging in the air until it hurt to hold it there. He lowered it. He glanced at the wreckage of his instruments, at the stones cracked by a boy in pain, at the empty space where that boy had stood. He sat down because his legs wouldn't hold him and put his face in his hands. "I failed him," he said into the quiet room. "I failed him like I failed Tom. I told myself I was protecting him. I was afraid. And now I may have made something worse than either of them." No portrait answered. The fire burned low in a mouth that no longer held its frame. Snowlight crept up the walls and made the dust shine. As dawn broke over Hogwarts, painting the ruined office in pale light, Albus Dumbledore sat among the wreckage of his life's work and wept for a boy he couldn't save, because he never truly tried. Part 1, the training year. The fortress had no windows, stone walls, stone floors, doors that opened into rooms that moved when he left and came back. The place existed out of step with anywhere else. No one could find it unless Orochimaru wanted them to. Harry didn't ask where it stood. He woke. He trained. He slept. He trained again. He learned to hold level 2 until his hands stopped shaking. At the start he managed 4 minutes before his knees buckled. Orochimaru watched with a small tilt of the head and said nothing. The next day Harry held it for 6 minutes. Then 9. He worked in a wide room with targets at different heights and distances and automata that shot hexes when they detected movement. He let the wings spread and drew air through a chest that felt too tight. He moved. He broke targets. He burned through the hex fire. He took hits and kept going. He counted under his breath. When his vision blurred, he closed his eyes and forced 1 more minute. The day he held level 2 through a full simulation, the room ended ankle-deep in dust. The automata lay in parts. The wall at the far end had a new crack. Sweat ran down Harry's face and fell off his chin. His skin was still gray, his eyes still gold, his wings still up. Orochimaru looked him over. "Excellent, vessel. You've mastered the form completely." Harry let level 2 go. His skin returned to human color. He felt light, then empty. He took a slow breath to steady the tremor in his hands. "Again," he said. "They did it again." He learned the unforgivables with no warning and no lecture. Orochimaru stood him in front of a chained man with dead eyes and a number cut into his arm. Orochimaru said the words once, clean and flat. "Imperius. Think of the mind as a hand you close. Cruciatus. Reach with intent to inflict. Avada Kedavra. Empty yourself of everything but the decision to end." The first time Harry cast Avada Kedavra, the man's eyes flipped from human to glass. The body sagged against the restraints and hung. The sound in the room afterward was only Harry's breathing. He noted the outcome like he would note a result in a spell book. His chest didn't twist. His stomach didn't drop. He felt nothing. Orochimaru nodded once. Good. They covered routines until Harry could switch states without thought. Level 1, Level 2, cast, drop. Cast again. He walked drills through narrow halls with hexes from both sides. He cut snakes Orochimaru sent from the void with nonverbal cutters. He blocked knife thrusts from Kabuto and returned a flat palm strike that put Kabuto on his back. He learned to survive. They talked when Orochimaru was in the mood to talk. No tea. No chairs. 2 figures in a cold room. What's the purpose of power? Orochimaru asked once. To remove limitation, Harry said. Good, Orochimaru said. Mortality is the greatest limitation. It makes every victory temporary. It erases knowledge. It destroys the record of what was learned. It forces cycles of ignorance. True wisdom requires true immortality. Conventional morality protects weakness and excuses failure. It's a story weaker minds tell to comfort themselves. Harry listened. He didn't argue. By the end of that month, he could repeat the argument without checking where it came from. People are resources, he said during a later session. Most are interchangeable. Few aren't. The goal is to control both. He changed in other ways. He grew. He was taller when he caught his reflection in a water pan in the practice room. His shoulders set. His forearms roped with lean muscle from hours of wand work and holds. His gait went quiet. He turned corners without shifting weight. His eyes, even in level 0, carried permanent gold flecks, small and bright at the edges of the green. When he blinked, he still expected to see gray skin at the edge of his vision. He didn't always recognize the boy who had stood in the Great Hall at 11. News came in thin, delayed sticks, a captured prophet. An intercepted ministry bulletin. A transcript Kabuto dropped on a table and left without comment. Dumbledore had said on the record that Harry Potter had been altered by dark magic and was dangerous. The ministry had issued a warrant. The prophet ran stories that swung between pity and fear. Ron's name appeared once with a single sentence about trying to help and not giving up. Hermione's name appeared under a line about research and warning signs she had seen. Harry read each page with the same face he wore in training. That life was gone. Harry Potter felt as distant as a name on a tomb. He didn't go back to Hogwarts for what would have been 6th year. Or 7th. He slept under stone and woke under stone and worked until the floor left marks on his boots. Part 2, The Alliance revealed. Orochimaru called him to the central chamber without preamble. Kabuto waited with travel scrolls and a short bow. It's time, Orochimaru said. For what? Harry said. To end a story, Orochimaru said. They left through a door that wasn't a door and stepped into raw trees and cold air. Albania. Harry knew the smell. The fortress ahead showed only angles against deeper dark. Layers of magic slowed the eye. Wards lay over it in ropes he could feel through the mark. Level 2, Orochimaru said. Harry let it rise. Skin gray, eyes gold, wings out. The ground under his boots felt steady. He flexed his hands. Ready. They crossed a stone court and entered through bronze doors that opened on their own. A corridor ran long and straight. Torches burned without smoke. The far door opened and the room beyond spread wide. Black basalt step. A throne cut from the same rock. Voldemort sat on it. He rested one elbow on the arm and tilted his head a small amount. Death Eaters lined the walls. Bellatrix stood to the right of the throne with a mad grin that faltered when she looked at Harry's wings. Others Harry didn't know watched in silence. Welcome, Harry Potter, Voldemort said. I've been waiting. Harry didn't think. He drove forward at Orochimaru with a clean strike. Orochimaru didn't step back. He rolled a wrist and a coil of snakes erupted from his sleeve. They wrapped Harry's chest and arms and pulled tight. He fought the coils and felt scale and pressure and no give. Kukuku, Orochimaru said. Did you truly believe I was preparing you to fight him? You were always meant to serve us both. Harry stared at him. Then at Voldemort. Then back again. What's this? He said. A demonstration of joined pursuits, Voldemort said. He stood. He moved down the steps one at a time. Orochimaru sought bodies to hold knowledge without end. I sought to anchor a soul by splitting it across a set of objects. Each design was incomplete. He needed my binding. I needed his seal. We improved each other. Orochimaru's eyes stayed on Harry. He spoke as if reading from notes only he could see. We tested the cursed seal on lesser hosts. Animals. Wizards with damaged minds. Most failed. You didn't. You adapted. You flourished. You carried the mark and you didn't break. You proved that chakra and magic could merge. You proved a wizard could be tuned into a perfect vessel. Voldemort raised a pale hand. You were the prototype, he said. Now the final work begins. Harry pulled against the snakes and gained nothing. He glanced at the curve of Orochimaru's mouth and wanted to break it. What final work? The army, Voldemort said. Edo Tensei perfected. A cursed seal refined to carry fragments of my soul as control. We will resurrect the greatest names. Salazar Slytherin, Gellert Grindelwald, Morgan Le Fay, others lost to time. Their bodies will regenerate. Their wills will be bound. They won't fail. They won't stop. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out and back. And then, when the world is cleaned, the last act. Your body will hold us both. You will be the perfect permanent house. Magic and chakra. My knowledge. His power. No decay. No end. The room went still at the edges. Harry understood then what he had been to them from the first moment in the chamber. Not student, not soldier, container. The snakes tightened. He glanced at the floor and then at his own hands bound to his sides and felt an old nausea at the base of his tongue. Past. He glanced up. I'll kill you, he said to Orochimaru. Both of you. Not yet, Voldemort said. His smile widened. Not until you're useful for the last time. Part 3. The world burns. Graveyards opened. Dirt split. Bodies rose. Fingers dug into earth and pulled. Old names stood upright in new flesh. Orochimaru's hands moved in precise shapes and fixed dead souls into restored forms. Voldemort pressed a seal into each chest with a touch that left a mark that glowed for a second and went dark. Eyes went blank, wands came to hands. Commands took root. They marched. Hogwarts raised walls and protections and still couldn't hold. The first night the sky went the color of spellfire. The second night the south wall fell in 3 places at once. Salazar Slytherin walked through the main gate and looked left and right down the hall he had built and didn't speak. Students ran. Teachers formed lines and broke them again and again to draw fire away from fleeing children. Minerva McGonagall repelled 3 assaults at the top of the marble staircase and went down when a cutter took her side. Hagrid went to his knees at the edge of the forest with half a dozen arrows in his chest and tried to stand again and couldn't. Grindelwald came into the Great Hall at dawn on the 3rd day. Dumbledore stepped down from the dais. They fought without words. The old line between them was there in how they moved. They sent spells that didn't miss. Dumbledore forced Grindelwald back with a ring of cold that stopped breath for anyone who stood too close. Grindelwald broke it with a shock that cracked the empty house tables. They moved again. The controlled body had no mercy to weigh against. He drove spells at points that would end things quickly. Dumbledore blocked the first, blocked the second. The third was green. There was no shield left to raise. Dumbledore fell. The ministry didn't last one night. The atrium filled with smoke and yelling and then went quiet. Aurors fought in groups of 4 and went down together. Orders were shouted until there was no one left in charge to answer. Fudge died behind a desk. Umbridge died with a quill in her hand and a look of disbelief. Files burned. The lifts stopped between floors and never moved again. Diagon Alley burned in a straight line from Flourish and Blots to Gringotts. Goblins slammed iron doors and locked vaults that no one would open again in their lifetimes. The Leaky Cauldron lost its roof. Fortescue's had its windows blown out. Weasley's wizard wheezes exploded from the inside and sent colored fire into the street and then went dark. Harry fought when they moved him into place. He fought in level 2 almost all the time. He knew his hands did things he would never forget. He felt the seal pull and press and direct. He heard Orochimaru in the back of his head and sometimes heard himself scream at his own body to stop and watched his hands cast again anyway. Part 4. The Final Ritual. Hogwarts fell. The army moved into the Great Hall through holes where windows had been. Stones lay cracked and blackened. The banners were half burned. Voldemort gave an order. The army set a perimeter with no gaps. They built an altar out of stones pulled from the foundations under the castle. Harry lay on it, chained at wrists and ankles and chest and throat. The chains had runes cut into their links that bit through the skin where they touched. Voldemort and Orochimaru stood at opposite ends of the altar and spoke together. The air moved against Harry's skin, carried heat and then cold and then heat again. The words cut into his ears even when he tried not to hear them. Inside, he felt them come, both of them. Voldemort through the old cut in his soul where green light had burned a path. Orochimaru through the mark at his neck and along the old routes through his nerves. They pressed, they dug in. They began to join where he lay between them. The back doors of the hall blew inward. Ron, Hermione, and a handful of others came through the smoke. There were no speeches. They fired at the line in front of them and moved forward. Edo Tensei guards stepped in and took the spells head-on. A man Harry didn't know took a curse in the throat and fell. Neville fought on the left and staggered when a purple bolt hit his ribs. He went down and didn't get up. Luna went to one knee with blood on her hair and still fired and then took a second hit and fell. Ginny fought behind Ron's shoulder and reloaded and cast without a gap until 3 Death Eaters pinned her down and she went still. They reached the altar. Ron braced his feet and pulled at the chain across Harry's chest. Hermione tried to snap a link with a cutter and swore when it sparked and held. She pressed her hands to the iron and tried again anyway. "Fight it!" Ron yelled. His voice broke. "We know you're still in there. Fight!" Hermione's face was wet. "Harry, please. Remember who you're. Remember your parents. Remember us." Bellatrix's curse hit Ron at the spine. He went down hard. Hermione turned and threw 3 spells at once and Grindelwald's control sent a cutter that took her through the side. She fell next to Ron and reached a hand out and found his fingers and squeezed. Harry watched them in the space inside where the ritual had him open. He watched 2 bodies on stone. He felt the press of 2 predators at the edge of his mind. He heard Orochimaru tell him to let go and be useful. He heard Voldemort savor victory in his throat. He could have surrendered and the pressure would have stopped. He wouldn't have to choose anything again. He saw his mother as he had seen her in a memory and then as something else. She wasn't the echo from a bottle. She wasn't a ghost. She was the part of him that hadn't burned out. She stood in the dark space where the 2 invaders moved and looked at him with eyes he knew from a picture he had kept crumpled at the bottom of a trunk. "Harry," she said. "My baby boy." He didn't speak. He couldn't. "You've been lost," she said. "You can come back. Love is stronger than this. Let it in." He thought about her dying with a curse pointed at her and choosing to stand in the way anyway. He thought about Sirius's hand on his head in a kitchen 2 years ago. He thought about Ron and Hermione on cold stone calling his name. He thought about the dragon crying in pain. He thought about Cedric hitting the grass and not getting up. He couldn't undo anything. He could choose now. He stopped chasing power in that space. He let go of rage and the need to be stronger and the thing that had told him he would never be weak again. He took what he had left and put it in front of him. Something in him broke, something else caught. White gold light went out from the point where his mother's hands had touched his face. It moved through him and hit Orochimaru head-on. It hit Voldemort at the same time. They both recoiled. They both screamed. The light burned through the mark and kept going. The 3 Tomo flared and turned white and then vanished. The chains smoked and cooled. The pressure in his skull lifted in one clean surge. The light didn't stop at his skin. It went out into the hall in a fast circle. Every cursed seal it touched failed. Marks sizzled and went dark. The Edo Tensei army blinked and looked around and then one by one began to crumble, skin to dust, robes to heaps on the floor, bones to powder. Some bodies didn't fall. They stood with their eyes no longer blank, looked at their hands, looked at the ruin, and then softened at the edges and came apart, freed at last. Orochimaru reeled backward into his current host body. He had no anchors left. He glanced thinner. He tried to form the hand sign to abandon the body and jump again. His fingers didn't hold shape, his wrist shook. Harry stood. He pulled at his wrist chain and it fell open without a sound. He stepped down off the altar. He didn't feel wings. He didn't feel the cold of the mark. He felt breath in his lungs that didn't scrape. He walked to Orochimaru. "You wanted to unlock all truths," he said. "Here is one. Some things can't be taken. Some things have to be given." He raised his wand. Expelliarmus. The spell went out red and became white gold at the edge of his wand. It hit Orochimaru in the chest. Orochimaru's eyes widened. His body lost shape and became dust. There was no scream that finished the last syllable. There was confusion in the voice that cut off as the form failed. Then there was nothing in the space where he had stood. Voldemort found his feet with a jerk. He glanced at the remains of the army. He glanced at the altar. He glanced at Orochimaru's empty robe. He glanced at Harry. He stepped into the center of the hall. "It ends with us," he said. "Yes," Harry said. They fought, no crowd, no speeches. The floor held scuffs and blood and ash. Their wands moved until the air between them shook. "Crucio," Voldemort said. Harry moved right and the curse hit stone and left a charred line. Harry sent Stupefy. Voldemort swatted it aside. Harry sent Expulso at his legs. Voldemort jumped, robes ruffling, and sent a cutter at Harry's ribs. Harry blocked with Pertego and felt it shiver. He sent Reducto at the floor just in front of Voldemort to break footing and followed with a Confringo to the chest. Voldemort broke both and pressed. Harry's arm ached. His breath shortened. He didn't have level 2 to lean on. He didn't want it. Voldemort smiled. Avada Kedavra. Green went out fast and straight. Expelliarmus, Harry said. He meant it. He emptied himself of everything but the decision not to kill and to end it anyway. The beams met. The thread formed. Wands locked. The room brightened. Voldemort's face changed as a shape pushed against the end of his wand. Cedric stood there and looked at Harry and nodded once. Frank Bryce, Bertha Jorkins, his mother, his father. They looked at him one after the other and gave him a second of strength each. Voldemort pushed, the thread held. Harry pushed back. The green turned. It ran back down the beam. It hit its caster in the chest. There was no shield left to throw. Voldemort fell. He hit stone. He didn't get up. His wand rolled once and stopped against a crack in the floor. Harry stood for 1 second and then his knees gave. He caught himself with his hands and went to the ground. His wand slipped out of his fingers and lay next to his palm. He put his forehead to the warm stone and breathed in and out until the ringing in his ears thinned. Part 7, The Aftermath. Fawkes came in a flare. He landed by Ron first and cried into the wound. Skin knit. Ron gasped once and rolled to his side and coughed. Fawkes went to Hermione. Tears fell. Color returned to her face. She opened her eyes and blinked hard and reached out. Harry crawled the last step and caught her hand. She squeezed and didn't let go. The hall held ruins. The battle had taken the roof. Smoke found its way out into the sky. The house tables were splinters. The teacher's table lay broken on its side. The bodies that had been puppets were gone. The bodies that had been men and women lay where they fell. The quiet after the last spell felt heavy. They pulled who they could out of the rubble. They counted who didn't answer. They tried not to look at the places that still smoked. The trials took months to organize and longer to conduct. Harry stood in front of the Wizengamot in a room that had been cleaned and repaired and still smelled of new paint. He stood without a wand. He answered what he was asked. He didn't try to win anyone. He didn't argue the parts that were true. He said he had tortured a dragon. He said he had cursed Krum. He said he had chosen Hermione over Ron. He said he had fought at Hogwarts on the wrong side under a seal he had accepted. He said he had killed Orochimaru and he had killed Voldemort. He said he had ended the army by ending the marks. Ron said Harry had come back at the end. Hermione said the same. They didn't excuse anything. They didn't lie. They said he had been manipulated. They said he had chosen love when it mattered. Parents of dead students stood and spoke. An Auror who had lost his partner said a level voice could feel like worse than shouting. A mother said she wanted to hate him and couldn't when she thought of her own son and what a man like Voldemort could do to a child's head. The Wizengamot split. In the end, they didn't send him to prison. They didn't clear him. They passed a sentence that left him standing where he could see what needed doing. No wand for 5 years, work crews under ministry oversight. Rebuild what could be rebuilt, report each week. No titles, no speeches. He said yes to each line and walked out. The last scene at Hogwarts came months later. The castle was a broken skeleton on a hill. The crews had cleared the worst of it. Stone lay in stacks. Scaffolding stood in places where the new builders had found sound footing. The lake was quiet. The old path from the gate to the doors still ran through dust. Ron had a sling. Hermione's cheek held a thin scar that a phoenix couldn't erase. Harry had lines by his eyes that hadn't been there when he was 15. Gray showed at his temple when the wind moved his hair. They stood together for a time without speaking. "I killed them," he said. His voice came out rough. "Orochimaru and Voldemort, both dead by my hand. Avenged my parents. Saved the world. And it doesn't feel like victory. It feels empty." Hermione took his hand. "Because you understand the cost now," she said. "Real victory isn't just defeating evil. It's living with what you had to become to do it. That understanding, that's what makes you different from them." Ron put his good hand on Harry's shoulder. "You've got a long road ahead, mate. We all do. This world is broken. Gonna take decades to fix it if it can be fixed. But we'll do it together." Harry looked at both of them. He felt something he hadn't felt in years. It was small and hard to trust. It was still there. He touched his neck. The skin was smooth under his fingers. 3 faint white lines lay where the tomo had been. They wouldn't go away. "The little kindness that's left inside me," he said. "Maybe that's enough to start rebuilding with." Hermione squeezed his hand once. Ron's hand tightened on his shoulder. They turned toward the work crews on the far side of the rubble and walked. The sun climbed. The ground warmed under their boots. Harry Potter walked away from Hogwarts ruins with his friends beside him, carrying scars that would never fully heal and guilt that would never fully fade. He had been the boy who lived, then the boy who fell into darkness, and now he was simply Harry, broken but not destroyed, corrupted but redeemed, powerful but human again. The wizarding world would never forget what he had done, both as their savior and as their destroyer. Neither would he, but perhaps that was the point. Perhaps remembering the darkness was what would keep him in the light. He didn't know. He only knew that he was alive, his friends were alive, and there was work to be done. That would have to be enough. Epilogue 5 years later. He got his wand back on a Tuesday. No ceremony. A clerk slid a box across a desk. He opened it and took the holly and phoenix feather in his hand. Felt both familiar and strange. He said thank you to the clerk. The clerk nodded and didn't meet his eyes. The world had put itself back together in parts. Whole streets were new, other streets still held gaps. The ministry had fresh stone. Some departments still met in borrowed rooms. The alley had shops again. Some windows still had boards where glass hadn't come back yet. Hogwarts stood rebuilt. Not the same, scars remained. A set of stones in the Great Hall didn't match the rest. The new South Tower had one course of darker blocks from a different quarry. He walked the corridors. Young students in new robes ran and laughed. They didn't know the ground under them had once been red and hot. He sat at the edge of the Great Hall and listened to the sound and stayed until it felt like he could stand. Hermione ran the ministry. The laws that came out under her name spoke in clear lines about checks, about oversight, about protections for children in any plan that smelled like war. Ron worked in her office on the hard problems and told her when she needed to pause and listen to a person who didn't sound like a policy. Harry lived in a small house on the edge of a reserve. He got up early. He fed injured creatures and learned the names of each one. He spoke to handlers. He wrote reports with plain words. He didn't give interviews, people still stared. Some nodded, some turned away. He didn't push either group. Sometimes in the morning he remembered the certainty of the seal. He remembered the speed. He remembered the quiet in his head when everything else had gone silent. The memory tugged. He let it pass. He went out to the pens and checked a wing and a leg and a set of scales and moved on. He visited Godric's Hollow in late autumn when the air snapped and the leaves had gone soft underfoot. He stood at the grave and put down flowers. He touched the stone with his fingertips. "I'm sorry it took me so long to understand," he said. I'm sorry for everything I did. I'm trying now. I'm trying to be the son you would be proud of. There was no answer. He stood there until his breath didn't hitch and then walked back to the lane. On his way out of the gates, a boy with a new wand and a school scarf stopped him. Are you really Harry Potter? The boy said. The one who defeated Voldemort? Harry looked at the child. He gave a small tired smile that was still real. Yeah, he said. That's me. But that was a long time ago. I'm just Harry now. The boy looked a little disappointed. Then he gave a short nod and ran to catch his friends. Harry watched him go. He stood for a minute more under a sky that promised cold and early dark. Then he turned toward the road and started walking. There was still work to do. He had time.